Something big is happening in Iran right now. The country is heading into its 5th day of protests, which has left at least 7 people dead, hundreds injured, and many more arrested. These are the largest protests the country has seen in over 3 years, and they are still growing. In fact, on Wednesday, the government suddenly declared a bank holiday, closing schools, universities, and public institutions across the country. They cited cold temperatures as the reason. However, it was seen by many from Iran as an attempt to quell the unrest. And then, yesterday, things took a concerning turn, with reports of police using live ammunition on protesters. Quote, The Guardian has also received images showing 2 bodies bearing what appears to be pellet and bullet wounds. And then just moments ago, Trump got involved, saying that if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Now, the protests were triggered by a soaring cost of living, inflation, and the currency sharply falling in value. But now, many protesters can be seen calling for the end of the rule of the country's supreme leader. But of course, as things develop, I'll keep you guys updated.
An Israeli billionaire is now calling for our First Amendment to be limited. He makes a good point if you listen to the whole thing. The First Amendment is #1 for a reason, because it's the most important, and it's pretty clear. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, and I'm sorry, I don't care where this guy is from, but we don't need some foreigner telling us to change our constitution. Except that's not what he's calling for. You know as I do, the First Amendment is not absolute. There's laws against speech already. You can't incite imminent lawless action, or make true threats, or defamation, etc. And the courts have consistently ruled these limits align with the First Amendment. I mean, those are relatively rare situations. This billionaire is talking about social media, and he wants the government to limit speech there beyond what is already banned. And I'm sorry, we had Biden pressure social media companies to take down vaccine disinformation during COVID, some of which proved to be true. We have Trump's FCC threatening to take away the license of anti-Trump comedians. It's just a slippery slope. The more you give the government to control and police speech, the more they abuse it from both sides. Well, specifically, the billionaire was talking about 2 things. First off, AI. We are nearing an unprecedented point where AI videos are becoming indistinguishable from reality. And if you cannot decipher truth from fiction online, you have nothing but chaos. For instance, in Slovakia, we had days before an election, a fake AI recording of the pro-West candidate spread on social media, where his deep fake talked about rigging the election, and then he ended up losing to a more pro-Putin candidate. This is a real issue, and social media companies are figuring it out. On X, you have community notes, which are essentially added context for fact-checking. Instagram and TikTok have AI detectors and label things if they're AI generated. And also, this is why it's important for people to find a few trustworthy creators or outlets to get their news from, like both sides of news. But even before AI, people were accustomed to not believing everything they saw on the internet. Using this as some pretense for further censorship will be abused. Well, as Mark Twain said, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting its shoes on. That shows fake news is an age-long problem long before AI. But now the ability to deceive is increasing, and we shouldn't wait until, say, a deep fake of a missile attack is created that causes some sort of war to occur before we get a hold on this. Okay, governments never did and never should depend on social media videos to learn if they're getting attacked. We have missile detection. Well, you can see something like that happening on a smaller scale, but the other key point the billionaire was talking about was the rise of foreign actors affecting our politics on social media. We saw when Elon started showing people where accounts are from. Many of the most divisive political accounts on X, further polarizing our country, were from places like Pakistan or Syria, intentionally trying to divide us. Yeah, and again, that problem is being figured out by companies and individuals. That's who we should put our trust in, not the government. But if you watch this billionaire's interview, he seems to envy the system of China, where they have strict controls and therefore are less polarized than democratic societies that sadly have free speech. And I'm sorry, I think the freedom we have here outweighs the negatives of online polarization. Well, when that polarization reaches our real world politics and you have constant stalemate, meanwhile China is unified towards world domination, it begs some questions. I mean, go on X, it's littered with racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-Indian, anti-Muslim content all over. A perfect pretense for more government controlling speech. The fundamental disagreement is we trust the people to see through the nonsense on their own and use social media safely. And we're only asking for slight common sense AI and foreign actor guardrails. Come on. Yeah, it always starts as slight, huh?
All right, and that's where we're at with that, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a lot to get into because we're going to go ahead and relook at Trump's little engagement with Zelensky, because there's updates on Ukraine. Like they said, Trump has threatened threatened to attack Iran or get involved in Iran over, protest violence. Like that has anything to do with us at all. And then, of course, we got Israeli billionaires calling for censorship and calling for the watering down of our First Amendment or our freedom of speech. But let's get right into it, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
We covered, somebody would say 95%. I don't know what percent, but we have made a lot of progress on ending that war, which is really certainly the most deadly war since World War II, probably the biggest war since World War II. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff, who's here, and I'd like to thank Jared, who's here someplace. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, Steve. What a great job you've done. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Marco Rubio is here. Thank you, Marco. And Pete Hegseth is here. Those two people are doing an unbelievable job. And the four people on this one are doing, I don't think anybody could do it. And we'll see if it gets done, but it's very close, certainly. Nobody would even have a chance of getting it to where it is right now. Nobody would have thought that was possible. So I just want to say we've done very well. We've had discussions on just about every subject, and that includes with President Putin before. And we went into great detail, and we likewise went into great detail today. And it was an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago and have lunch. I hope you enjoyed the food. Your people enjoyed the food. I can tell you that. You're big, strong people. Your general over there looks like.
Now, if you don't know, there was a 28-point peace plan that the United States and, the Kremlin proposed to the Ukrainians. Now, they took that and they took it to, and the Ukrainians took it to Europe, or Zelensky took it to Europe, the EU, and NATO, and they've watered it down to a 20-point peace plan, editing some things out that Putin, wanted, like, well, Putin first, he wanted them to demilitarize. They can only have an army of about 600,000. Well, they increased that to 800,000. Instead of them conceding land and calling it de facto Russia, they want to concede land and call it economic free zones or free trade zones. So, yeah. And it's looking like that watered down peace plan, or the 20-point peace plan, is, well, I'm gonna be real with you, is failing on arrival, because Putin is still attacking, and he's honestly seeing the benefit in continuing the war because he's gaining land by the week.
Central casting. I want to also, by the way, speaking of generals, we have a great general, General Raisin Kane, who is here someplace. Thank you, General. Thank you very much. He's great. So, Mr. President, maybe you want to say a few words, and then we'll speak over the next couple of weeks. We'll speak probably quite a bit, but we'll speak tomorrow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank President Trump for a great meeting at this amazing place in his home in Mar-a-Lago. And we had a really great discussions on all the topics, and we appreciate the progress that was made by American and Ukrainian teams in these recent weeks. Special thanks to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and thank you for their engagement and full commitment, and also to our team, and first of all to Rustem Umerov and General Gnatov, and to all our teams. And we discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees 100% agreed. U.S., Europe, Ukraine security guarantees almost agreed. Military dimension 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized, and we also discussed the sequencing of the following actions. And we agree that security guarantees is the key milestone in achieving lasting peace, and our teams will continue working on all aspects. We also had a joint productive call with European leaders, like President Trump said already. And
now, when they say it's 90% done, the 10% they're talking about is the fact that, yes, the Ukraine is going to have to give up land. There's going to have to be land concessions. It's just, how is this land concession going to be played out? Or is Putin going to let them save face and let them call it an economic free zone that Russia controls? Or is it going to become de facto Russia? And, well, come on, it's in the name. Still, Russia controls it.
A lot of leaders, including NATO and the EU, and we agree that our teams will meet in upcoming weeks to finalize all discussed matters. And we agreed with President Trump that he will host us, and maybe in Washington, European leaders and Ukrainian delegation, yes, in January. And Ukraine is ready for peace. And once again, would like to thank President Trump for a warm welcome and substantial discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Any questions, please?
First just from President Zelensky, 90%, 100%. The U.S. Ukraine security guarantees, what number are we at right now?
Well, I think you can say 95%, but I don't like to say percentages. I just think we're doing very well. We could be very close. There are one or two very thorny issues, very tough issues. but I think we're doing very well. We made a lot of progress today, but really we've
Mainly
made
land
it over the
concessions.
last month. This is not a one-day process deal. This is very complicated stuff. But I think when the president says 95, I think, could be close to 95%. Yeah, please, behind you.
Mr. President, have you agreed on the so-called free trade zone on Donbass? How to separate the sites? How to make the separation line? Who will be responsible?
The word agreed is too strong. I would say not agreed, but we're getting closer to an agreement on that, and that's a big issue. Certainly, that's one of the big issues, and I think we're closer than we were probably. It's unresolved, but it's getting a lot closer. That's a very tough issue, but one that I think will get resolved. Yeah, please.
And like I said, the main issue when it comes to bringing peace in, they are about 80 to 90% there. But the main problem is land concessions, and of course, keeping keeping Ukraine out of NATO. That's the two main things that are kind of being discussed right now. Now, when it comes to demilitarization by limiting their army, when it comes to restabilizing Ukraine, everybody's in agreement with that. But right now, that the main argument, number one, land concession and how they're going to frame it. Because are they going to let Ukraine save face and let them call it free economic zones? Or will Putin just say, no, we're going to call it Russia. It's ours now, de facto, and you guys are going to have to tell that to the world.
Mixed signals coming from Moscow, even after you spoke with President
See what
Putin.
happened.
Can you assure us that you have received written or any formal response from them?
Well, what was the issue? You have to tell me. What did they say?
So they are telling that Ukraine has to give up Donbass. Just very recent statement coming out.
Well, that's what they've been asking for, and there's a dispute about that. So they're going to have to iron that out. That's an issue they have to iron out. But I think it's moving in the right direction.
If they reject or delay the solution or peace agreement that you try to achieve.
Oh, God, do me a favor. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen, guys. Like I said, let's get more people in the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
If something doesn't happen, if something doesn't happen? Yeah, go ahead.
May I ask?
No, go ahead. You're going to finish your question.
Will there be any step that the United States be prepared?
Well, we'll see. Look, we'll see. But I don't want to talk about that because I think we're getting pretty close. Yes, please.
May I ask the President of Ukraine
Please.
about territorial question? Mr. President, what is your take on Donbas status? Are you prepared to see it as a free economic or demilitarized zone?
No, we spoke about 20 points plan, and I'm happy that really our team's very close to results. And I agree with President Trump that our teams worked not one day and not one week, more than 1 month, beginning from Geneva, then 2 meetings in Miami, then we had Berlin, and now we have Mar-a-Lago. So this is a very difficult question. You know our position, so it's we have to respect our law and our people. We respect the territory which we control, and of course our attitude is very clear. That's why President Trump said this is a very tough question, and of course we have with Russians different positions on it.
And have you discussed referendum about?
When we speak about referendum, we spoke that it's one of the key. We can have referendum on any kind of points of this plan. I said that we can use referendum like for the plan, or we cannot use referendum. It's one of the key. We can use, this possibility of parliament to vote according to the law or to have referendum. Doesn't matter. This referendum, if the plan will be very difficult for our society, very difficult, of course, our society has to choose and has to vote because it's their land, the land not of one person, it's the land of our nation for a lot of generations.
Yeah, when it comes to land concession, which is like the main thing holding this peace deal up, a lot of Ukrainians don't want this. The Ukrainian parliament don't want it. But the problem is that, they can't win back that land. So it doesn't really matter what the Ukrainian people want or the Ukrainian parliament wants. If they want this war to end, they got to get down with the idea of conceding land, sadly.
They'll probably have to get their plan approved by parliament or by referendum of the people. You would think that they want, I know they had a poll that it's 91% in favor of ending this war. So they want to end it like everybody wants. Russia wants it ended. Everybody wants it ended. So, and we want it ended. I want it ended because I don't want to see so many people dying. We're losing, massive numbers of people, the biggest by far since World War II. So we want to see it ended. Absolutely.
President
Yes.
Trump, you said at the top that you plan to speak again tomorrow. Is that correct?
I might. I mean, it depends on what happens tomorrow. If there's an additional something to add, otherwise there's no reason to. We're in the process. Jared and Steve are working very hard to get something done. And if there's something that comes up, I'd speak. But otherwise, I don't think there's any reason to.
In your mind, sir, what are the thorniest issues still unresolved after the?
Well, I think the land you're talking about. Some of that land has been taken.
Yep.
Some of that land is maybe up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next period of a number of months. And you're better off making a deal now. Look,
And now even Trump's acknowledging that, yeah, by the week, Russia's gaining more and more land. They're taking more and more territory to the point where it's like, yo, Putin's only seeing benefits in continuing the war. And if we don't get it to stop now, the Ukrainians only going to lose more land. And I would ask Ukrainian parliament, I mean, well, you lost 20% of your land. Like, how much are you willing to lose before you guys sit there and be like, okay, well, let's give them the land, because it can go from 20 to 40, like probably within 3 months. So I think they might want to calm down and come to the table already.
let me tell you, they have been very brave. They fought very hard and continue to fight very hard and do tremendous damage. But Russia would like to see it end, and Ukraine would like to see it. And I think it's time to end. And a lot of very brave people, a lot of people that are dead right now, unfortunately, because I've said, and nobody's disputed it, that if the election weren't rigged and stolen, 2020, you wouldn't have had this war, would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years, never was even thought to happen. And I spoke with President Putin. I got along with him very well, despite the Russia hoax, which was a total hoax. He used to say, what is going on over there? But it was a total hoax, as he knew and as I knew. But I spoke to him, and we'd talk about Ukraine. I've said it before. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He didn't do anything about it until I was gone. And then a lot of really bad statements were made by people, by a lot of people, I guess, but by...
I mean, to this day, people still think that Trump worked for Putin, even though it's been disproven in every way, shape, and form. People still run with this lie. I mean, and it's kind of crazy because, like, it's kind of the funny thing, because Trump, he made a lot of mistakes in his first term. But the funny thing is, though, the Dems, they don't really never bring up those mistakes. If anything, they always bring up Russiagate, Russia. When, I mean, it's the furthest thing from the truth, and they could actually focus on the truth. But hey, man, they were so distracted trying to make this man a Russian puppet that I guess they missed the mark. And the sad reality is for the Dems, I guess, that no, Trump wasn't working for Putin, and he definitely ain't working for them now. And if you feel like that because Russia's winning the war, then I'm sorry, but you're just being delusional, because Ukraine never had a chance, even though they have fought bravely.
A certain president that we had who was a disaster.
Mr.
Yes.
President, do you anticipate going to Ukraine if you can get to an agreement? And I know
I
you
have no
said
problem
earlier,
with doing it. You know, I have no problem with doing it. Don't anticipate it. Would like to get the deal done and not necessarily have to go. I've offered to go and speak to their parliament. And, you know, if that would help, I don't know if that would help. I think it would probably help, but I don't even know if that's...
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I know.
Always.
So I'm not sure that it would be really necessary, but if it would help save 25,000 lives a month or whatever it may be, I would certainly be willing to do that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
No, behind you.
And how about
Where are you from?
from Ukraine?
Good, I had a feeling.
Public broadcaster.
Good.
And how about Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant? Have you discussed this question?
On what?
Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
Yeah, we discussed that at length today. As you know, it's in pretty good shape. It can start up immediately, almost immediately. And it's one of the things I discussed with President Putin. And they were talking about the nuclear plant. It's probably the biggest in the world, just about the biggest anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? And President Putin's actually working with Ukraine on getting it open. He's been very good in that sense. He wants to see that open.
I think it's called Zaporozhye, but it's one of the regions that well, Putin has a lot of dominance in, and they took over the nuclear plant in that area, and Ukraine actually relies on this nuclear plant for energy. Now, in the deal, they've agreed that they will split the energy, like that. Well, half it goes to Ukraine, half it goes to Russia, and that's what they're trying to do right now. So we'll see how that works out for them, or if Russia takes the whole region, I'm not even sure they'll even have access to it anymore.
And he hasn't hit it with missiles, hasn't hit it with anything. It's a big danger to do that for everybody. But they're working together to try and get it. It can open very quickly. It's in pretty good shape. And the people there have been there for years. The people there running it. They have 5,000 people in that plant. Can you believe it? I learned that today. 5,000 people. It's the biggest plant of its kind in the world. And they're working together to get it open. They could maybe get it open quickly. That's a big step when he's not bombing that plant. It's a big step.
Mr. President, in the readout from Moscow, they talked about the creation of some working groups.
Yes.
Would be set. Can you tell us about what those working groups would entail? And also, if you wouldn't mind, what is the message that you will give to Putin when you speak to him after your meeting?
So the working group is going to be composed of Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, General Raisin Kane, Marco Rubio, and a few other people that we're going to be putting onto it. I think Pete Hegseth should be in that working group. He knows the territory very well. He's been fantastic at what he's doing. And they may add one or two people. And likewise, Ukraine's going to have some very good people that were at lunch today that enjoyed the lunch today a lot. It's more than they thought, right? But do you want to say who may be on your working group?
We now, as I said, that we work with Steve and Jared. We worked our Rustem Umerov and also Deputy Minister Kislitsa and also General Natov, and they will continue work in this group. And of course, if we will go further, and I hope that really we will have decisions in January, as I said, about all these documents, 6 documents, and of course, we will continue work on this so they know what to do. Yes.
And that working group, by the way, importantly, will also then be working with Russia. Okay? Because to work with ourselves doesn't really solve much of a problem. So they'll be working with Russia. Yeah, please.
President, you said this morning you weren't a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll take to get this last little bit, as you say, finished? What are we talking about?
So if it went really well, maybe a few weeks. And if it went poorly, longer. And if it went really poorly, it's not going to happen. That would be a shame.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. The reason why Trump, he's offering to speak to Ukrainian parliament is because these are the guys who'd have to confirm the land concession. They would have to give the okay, like, okay, we're giving up land. We're going to go ahead and pass it so we can get this war ended. And that's what's going to end the war. I'm sorry, but you've been lied to. It ain't Russia putting down their arms is going to stop this war. Sadly, it's Ukraine giving up land. That's what's gonna stop this war. Is Ukraine giving up land, and that is what's gonna get Russia to stop. Well, according to Russia, and let's be real, since they're the one winning it and they're the ones the aggressor, we just gotta take their word for it. And trust me, I don't trust Putin as much as you do, but since he's pretty much winning this war, we gotta take his word.
There's that chance also. It's possible it doesn't happen, but in a few weeks we will know one way or the other, I think. But if it went really well, but it could also go poorly. I mean, we could have something where one item that you're not thinking about is a big item breaks it up. Look, it's been a very difficult negotiation, very detailed. Sonny has settled 8 wars. Some were going on for 35 years, and we got them settled in a couple of days. Some of them.
I mean, yeah, the problem with this is that you're dealing with a superpower, and like it or not, Russia is a superpower. There's only 3. It's us, China, and Russia, and y'all better remember that, because for some reason we thought that we could proxy Ukraine into a win against Russia, a superpower. More weapons, more people, more land, more everything than Ukraine, and somehow we gave the American people the delusion for 2 years straight that Ukraine is winning this. They can win this. And now that the peace deals have been written out, everybody's over here trying to call Trump a Russian agent because Ukraine is failing on the battlefield. The peace deal reflects the Ukrainians' efforts on the battlefield and sadly, or their progress on the battlefield. Because their effort, I mean, hey man, they get an A for effort, but an F for progress. Because, well, they're losing land.
It was going on for 37 years. I settled it in one day. But this is a very complex one.
You want to put odds on it? What the
No, I think we'll get it done. I don't want to say when, but I think we're going to get it done. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, you in the past have suggested a trilateral meeting between both Presidents Putin and Zelensky.
Right.
Something that is also on the docket.
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Or just send a gift.
To see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him. Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he'd call me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right. They made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars and we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, you know, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things, and we have things that they want very badly. But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible made-up fictional thing by Crooked Hillary and by Adam Shifty Schiff and bad.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you don't know that, bro, Trump being a whole Russia agent is a lie, I'm sorry, but you're completely delusional at this point. It's been proven, guys, verified that, yes, Trump is not an agent for Russia, is not Putin's puppet. And I'm sorry, but just because you don't like the results of how the Ukrainian war is ending doesn't mean that Trump is working for Putin. Actually, it just means that, well, Ukraine was never doing that good on the battlefield to begin with.
People.
And here's the thing: we tried, guys. We tried to economically strangle Russia, squeeze them, crush their last leg that they were standing on, and it ain't work. They're still attacking Ukraine. They attacked them on New Year's. It's only 3 days, and they attacked them. So I just want to let y'all guys know we tried. We got India to stop buying oil from them. We try to get China to stop buying some of the oil from them, but that ain't work. They just stopped buying some of their alloys they make their steel with. I mean, what else could we have done? We already got sanctions on them. So what, adding more sanctions? They're already buying oil in Chinese yuan. Like, what else did you want us to do besides put boots on the ground? Because we're not doing that for Ukraine.
Sick people. They made it up. It was all a made-up hoax.
Oh, and shout out to my man Ty Russell. He sent the 6-7 for 6-7 jewels. Appreciate the support.
But it kept us really from dealing with Russia. Kept Russia dealing, from dealing with us. So, but despite that, we got along, and I don't know. I think we're going to get there. I know him very well. I think we're going to get there.
Did you discuss any time, location, meeting place?
Yeah, we're discussing a lot of things. No, look. I was on the phone with him for almost, I guess, 2.5 hours. They're just telling me now. That's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Trump, President Zelensky mentioned maybe a meeting with European leaders back in Washington. Would that be in the next few weeks?
Well, in Washington or someplace, yeah. These leaders that I just read, these are great people. They've spent a lot of money on helping Ukraine. And look, they're doing it for themselves also, meaning their country, because Ukraine's a very important country for them in particular. For us, it's very important. To me, it's the lives. We're thousands and thousands of miles. We're protected by a thing called the Atlantic Ocean. And lots of.
I mean, Trump is even starting to realize, like, bro, why is this even that important? Like, why are we throwing all this money out here? Why am I putting my neck out here for these guys again? It's like, okay, yeah, it's important to Europe, but I mean, why is it important to us again that, Putin doesn't have Ukraine? Trust me, if he asked that question out loud, I mean, trust me, we'd all be sitting there like, you know what? That's a really good question. Why do we give a damn? Because, I mean, let's be quite honest. We don't get anything out of it. Everything is being fear-mongered on. Like, they're trying to tell us that, oh, well, if Putin takes Ukraine, Europe is next. No, trust me, he's not trying that. And here's the thing: do they have a sophisticated army or not? Because on one hand, y'all fear monger that they're gonna take you guys after they're done fighting Ukraine, and on the same hand, these guys, you're saying that, oh, well, they were struggling to defeat Ukraine, so how can you think they're winning? Okay, then how the f can you think they're going after Europe?
Other places, to be honest, and they're not. They're right there. But we're working together with them as we should be. But I'm doing it to save lives. We're not spending any money. Biden gave $350 billion away. And the president was nice enough to give us a contract to take out rare earth and things. So we'll see how that all works out. We have a contract, but we appreciated that. He was very good. But we'll see how that works out. But if you think about it, we're going to have. I really believe we're probably, Mr. President, by far closer than ever before with both parties. We had some times when he was close and President Putin wasn't. Then when President Putin was close and he wasn't, you saw that in the White House. But
epic time. Yeah, when he said, "Look, you don't have the cards," and that should have been an eye opener for everybody. Trump kind of let the cat out the bag twice. Like the most recent one in his political interview when he said, "Well, Russia's winning the war, so you got to expect some land concessions." And then it was in the first time in the White House with Zelensky when he's like, "You don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. I don't know where you thinking that you have the cards to even get a good deal, but you don't have the cards." And that should have been a wake up call to everybody. But instead, everybody was going like, "Well, why didn't he respect Putin? Why didn't he respect Zelensky? He should show him more respect. He's losing a war and his people are dying because of it." Like, bro, are you guys serious? Like, stop using emotion. Let's use some logic here.
Both want to see it happen.
Mr. President, in your conversation with
You're saying that you've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing, and nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine on the battlefield. Yeah. What's your message to their families whose loved ones died fighting?
Well, look, I mean, the message is so obvious. It's what a shame. They died in a foreign country, and some are celebrated people. They're very celebrated. But so sad that a thing like that would happen. Yes, ma'am.
President Trump, obviously security is a major issue for the Ukrainians.
Right.
Did you offer any promises, any assurances today?
Well, I did. We want to work with Europe, and Europe is going to take over a big part of it, as you can imagine. They're right there. But we're going to help Europe 100%, like they'd help us. Yes, ma'am. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, when your conversation...
Who are you with?
Andrea Shala with Reuters.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did.
And
they're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today. But they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Did Russia agree, or did Putin agree to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take place?
Not a ceasefire. And that's one of the points that we're working on right now. No, not a ceasefire. He feels that, look, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position. The president feels strongly about that or something, but I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You have to understand the other side. And
yeah, you do.
I'm on the side.
Yeah, you got to understand the other side, not be delusional. It's like, yeah, understand the other side is understand that Putin is winning the war. Sadly, it's like we didn't want it to be true, but it's true. Okay, guys, Putin is winning the war. That's why he still has 20% of Ukraine. And let's be real, that's why the peace deals are weighted or overly favored towards Russia. I don't even know how else to put it out there towards you. I mean, like, if you're reading this piece deal, you're not going like, okay, yeah, Russia's obviously winning, because if Ukraine was winning, then everything would be favored towards Ukraine. Hell, they might even be getting Russian land if they were winning. But that's just not the case. Now, is it? And shout out to my man Jet, member for 5 months. Says, hey, Set, I'm that much closer to drinking age. Hey, man, shout out to my man, the Jet. Wait, your birthday? Shoot, shout out.
At peace, I'm on the side of stopping the war. So, but I think that's a problem that's going to get solved. Yeah.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate in the referendum?
What do you mean, people where live?
The people that left.
If we speak about the people who are abroad, who are not on the territory of Ukraine, I mean, as in Poland, Germany, we have millions of people. Yeah, they have a referendum. It's the same of elections. In the same way how people come and vote, they have rights for this. And of course, they have to come. That's why if we will come to referendum, yes, if we will come to such decision, people need infrastructure for this, and it's not simple, and that's why we spoke about it. It can't be in one day, very quickly. It's difficult because we need infrastructure. When you have millions of people, you have to build it in Europe, mostly in Europe for today.
President Trump, I know you sound an optimistic note here, but what happens in a few weeks if things sputter? What are you prepared to do?
They keep fighting, and they keep dying. No good.
Whoa.
But if things don't happen, they keep fighting and they keep dying.
Well,
and we don't want that to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. President Putin doesn't want it to happen either. Okay. Thank you very much.
Man, Zelensky's face just like damn near turned white when Trump said that. It's like, oh, they keep fighting. Like, yeah, they gonna keep fighting and they gonna keep dying. Well, all right, guys, let's go ahead and see what CNN got to say about this. What are Ukraine, Russia preparing for large-scale provocation to disrupt talks? I mean, yeah, I guess so. We'll see how that goes.
Ukraine says Russia
But
is, quote,
let's not forget that there was an attempt on Putin's life. They tried to send drones at his one of his residents, and it didn't work out so well. So this is probably one of the reasons why they're getting attacked like this.
preparing Ukraine says Russia is, quote, preparing a large-scale provocation to disrupt the U.S.-led talks to end the war. The new comments come after Russian President Vladimir Putin said this week that Ukraine targeted one of his residences in a drone attack, but U.S. officials say the CIA believes that never happened. Ukraine's Foreign Intelligence Service posting overnight that it predicts a, quote, armed provocation by the Russia Special Services resulting in significant human casualties, adding to falsify evidence of Ukraine's involvement. It is planned to use fragments of Western-made strike UAVs. UAVs are drones. Joining us now is the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. Ambassador, thank you for being here. When you hear Ukraine saying, look, Kremlin is preparing this large-scale attack that is going to have heavy damages for civilians, would that be surprising to you at all that Russia does this to try to derail talks?
No, Sarah. This is what the Russians do. They have lied about, as you just said, they've lied about these attacks, and the CIA called them out. They lied earlier, Sarah. This is a pattern. Putin said when he invaded Crimea in 2014, he said those weren't Russian troops. Well, a couple months later, he admitted that they were Russian troops. And then before he invaded big time, the enormous invasion in 2022, Putin and Lavrov.
Let's be real, though. I mean, Putin lies to us. We lie to Putin. We told Putin that NATO won't go past Germany. What do? We said that we won't put NATO on your borders. What do? So I'm sorry, but we can't expect Putin to sit here and tell us the truth when we've also lied to this man like 24/7. Like, let's be honest, almost every single time we've lied to this man. So it's kind of funny how we kind of do expect honesty out of him. And I'm pretty sure Putin don't expect honesty out of us. Like, just going to be honest with y'all.
The foreign minister said, no, we're not going to invade Ukraine. Well, we know what happened. So the point is, they do lie about these things. And the Ukrainians are right to be careful about another false flag operation.
I'm curious what you think the United States should do, because Ukraine had said, look, this peace plan is 90% ready, according to Zelensky. What should the United States do in response if indeed this attack comes to fruition, Russia attacking Ukraine in a major offensive?
This will demonstrate that the Russians are not serious. We've known this, that they're not serious, but this will further confirm they're not after peace. They are after Ukraine. And they've said that, Putin has said that over and over. He wants to eliminate Ukraine, destroy Ukraine, have Ukraine capitulate, surrender. That's what they're after. They're not interested in these negotiations. They want to derail these negotiations.
I mean, all right, now, come on now. Now, that's just propaganda right there. First off, bro, Putin has never said he wanted to destroy Ukraine. Because let's be honest with you, he could if he wanted to. I mean, the man got nukes. He got hypersonic missiles. And Ukraine cannot stop this man's missiles. So if he honestly wanted to decimate Ukraine, he'd have did it a long time ago through hypersonic missiles and nukes. Like, let's be honest. You could tell he's doing this strategically. And if you know the story or if you know the word on the ground, is that, he's trying to protect ethnic Russians. So let's just be real here. He's kind of taking his time where he's slow rolling Ukraine, and he's not doing them he's not acting like somebody who wants to just destroy all of Ukraine and just rule it with an iron fist. Seems like he just wants the ethnic parts, or the ethnically Russian parts. And, he'll be a happy camper. Now, do I believe that personally? No, but that's what he's saying on, in public.
And that's what's happening. So, in answer to your question, what do we do? What do the United States do? We continue to work with the Ukrainians and the Europeans to make Ukraine defensible, to make Ukraine able to defend itself. And we put pressure on Putin to come to the table, stop the war, stop the killing.
I do want to talk about Zaporizhzhia for a while. Reuters reported that Putin has told.
I mean, here's the thing. If Putin used a nuke, bro, who gonna do anything about it? Like, if India was to use a nuke, we could do something about it. Pakistan, sure, but bro, if Russia uses a nuke, what are we gonna do about it? Like, please tell me. Exactly. Nothing. We're just gonna sit there and be like, oh shit, those effing monsters. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And it will be a very sad thing, but I stand on the opinion, if he was to nuke Ukraine today, we just sit there in sadness and there'd be nothing we could do. We're not gonna start World War III over it. I mean, maybe Europe might get into it with them, but they're not going to beat Russia. So tell me, what will we do? Because I don't want it to happen. I'm just saying, if it did, what will we do?
His generals that they've got to keep fighting to capture Zaporizhzhia. And we're seeing reports of Ukrainian forces under intense fire there. If Zaporizhzhia falls to Russia, what does the fallout from that mean?
So the Russians continue to grind forward, and Zaporizhzhia is one place, Pokrovsk is another, in Donbass. They are making small gains at great cost, incredible cost. There have been some reports about how the Russians treat their soldiers, and they treat them very badly, and they kill them. They're at great cost. They're grinding forward. In order to take all of Zaporizhzhia, in order to take all of Donetsk, it'll take. Now
you see how they're kind of telling you a truth with a little bit of a lie. Like, oh yeah, Russia's gaining, as they were lying to you, telling you that Russia was at a stalemate. But no, Russia's gaining, but at a great loss, guys. I mean, they're losing a lot of soldiers just to take land. So don't worry, guys. We have it under control. No, the F y'all don't. No, y'all don't. Because trust me, that's what you got to tell people to make us feel like, oh, well, I guess we're not losing that bad. No, guys, we are. Because even when CNN even got to admit that, well, they're taking land, but at a large number of Russian lives. Yes, we're talking about the army that's like, what, twice the size, 3 times the size of the Ukrainian army? Okay.
Months, if not a year, before they can do that. So they're making grinding, slow progress. They'll try to continue to do that. We can help the Ukrainians stop that progress by providing them the weapons.
I do want to ask you how concerning it is, though, when analysts say, look, there are towns that are slipping into this gray zone, as they call it, neither fully held nor fully lost by Ukraine. How do you deal with that situation?
You reinforce the Ukrainians. You give the Ukrainians the ability to stop this grinding progress, the grinding movement forward on the part of the Russians. The Ukrainians have demonstrated for 4 years now that they can stop the Russians with given support from the Europeans and from the Americans. They can do this. They don't want soldiers.
Bro, they're getting support now. Like, they're getting support right now. So what are you talking about? And they're still losing land. Like, that's a delusion right there. It's like, well, if we try harder, we give more, that they can probably get some back, but they're not. And we're already giving. So what are you talking about? Like, don't sit there and act like they're not being supported right now.
They don't want American troops on the ground. They want the weapons to be able to stop the Russians. And that's in our interest. That's in the U.S. interest for the Russians not to win, take over Ukraine, threatening the rest of Europe. So what we can do, we can support the Ukrainians with the weapons and put pressure, the economic pressure, enforce the sanctions on Russia so that they don't have the money to keep pushing forward.
The CIA recently assessed Ukraine was not targeting a residence used by Russian President Vladimir Putin, despite his allegations to President Trump that was the case. But obviously the backdrop of all of this is the ongoing high-level attempts at diplomacy and peace. My question to you is, how do you view the current relationship between battlefield public messaging and diplomatic peace negotiations?
Public messaging on the battlefield by Russia is designed to weaken Ukraine, weaken American support for Ukraine, and divide the Europeans. And so it really doesn't have that much relationship to what's happening on the battlefield. Now, what's happening on the battlefield is strong Ukrainian resistance. But let's understand also that the major objective militarily for the Russians is to shut down Ukrainian traffic out of Odessa and the ports on the Black Sea. And so their movements in Zaporizhia.
No, I'm seeing some of the delusion in the chat, and they're going like, well, they may be gaining land, but they're crawling. Set is like, bro, I thought y'all wanted them. I thought y'all wanted no land to be taken. I thought y'all wanted it to be a stalemate. Now y'all over here moving the goalposts. Well, it's not like they're just taking like miles and miles of land by the day. Set, they're crawling. Yeah, they're taking more land by the week. So I may agree with you that they're crawling, but they're still taking land. So if they're progressing by time, I mean, come on now. Like they're crawling, really? That's what you're gonna say? So you're gonna admit that they're taking land, but just slowly. Really? Even if I gave you that, you're still saying that I'm right.
Are worrisome indeed. I think we have to keep our eyes on the military situation, Omar, because Putin really has no desire to end this conflict short of obtaining his objectives, which is all of Ukraine. And so he uses this diplomacy to stall, to divide allies, to separate us from our natural interests in Ukraine. And he's going to continue to throw out disinformation of things like efforts to attack his residence. By the way, that was a summer residence that was supposedly attacked, which he wasn't at in any case. It's a pitiful attempt by Russia at disinformation, but we can expect to see more of that. And hopefully the administration will stand very firm behind Ukraine with more support, more sanctions on Russia, enforcing those sanctions.
More sanctions on Russia. I mean, like I said, like it's not really going to do anything. They already got sanctions on them. I mean, what? We're going to ban them more from the American dollar bar them more from the American dollar as if they're not already. I'm really wondering, like, well, where the common sense is in this. All I'm hearing is sanctions. And I'm just like, all right, look, like, bro, we already got sanctions on them. Throwing more sanctions on them is not going to stop this war. Actually, it's just like a gesture of aggression at this point. It doesn't really do anything. It just shows that you don't like them.
Funding to Ukraine, and I'd like to see a resumption of U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, especially in the air defense area.
New Russian claims are threatening to further derail efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Russia says 24 people were killed after a Ukrainian drone struck a New Year's Eve party in a Russian-held area of southern Ukraine.
Damn.
CNN has not independently verified this claim. And this comes as Russia remains defiant after U.S. intelligence says Ukraine did not, repeat, not target a home used by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Yesterday, Russia handed over part of what it says is a Ukrainian drone containing data proving Ukraine targeted the Russian home of Putin. Here with me now is CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel Leighton, thanks so much for joining us. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Russia of actually staging this attack on Putin's own home inside Russia.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. And let's use common sense. I mean, why would they need to stage it? I mean, like I said, Russia is already winning the war. And if they were losing, why would they want to stage it to keep it going? And I mean, if you guys want to go off the premise that, oh, Putin just this insane madman or something, then I mean, yeah, you can go off that, but it don't make much sense, to be quite honest with you. He's actually proven to be a pretty cold and calculated person. But I mean, yeah, the emphasis on the cold part. But yeah, it don't really make too much sense on what they're saying. But hey, let's hear him out.
Vowing it will retaliate against Ukraine. What do you think that response potentially could look like?
Well, this is going to be really interesting.
It's like, why create a false flag to hit Ukraine when they're already striking Ukraine? like, what sense does that make?
Because if Russia does retaliate, what they could do is they could launch a mass attack. In fact, Ukrainian intelligence has warned that the Russians are basically preparing to conduct a mass attack where they would have mass.
Oh man, shout out to my guy Jay. He's like, they had 350 billion, yeah, in money and weapons, still lost 20% of land. What he's smoking literally is like, bro, we gave them billions and a whole lot of weapons, and they still lost 20%. It's like, come on now, man. Like what else you want us to give them? Like, come on. Like, at this point, we got to see where this is counterintuitive. And then this, the reason why we didn't give them the Tomahawk missiles is because we were going to be sending what, $1 million missiles at $40 drones. And who the hell want to do that?
Civilian casualties on a Ukrainian target.
The Russians have been doing that all the time now.
Exactly. And so this is the thing, the Russians, when it happens, allegedly happens on the Russian side, they raise the issue as an international incident, basically. But when it happens in Ukraine, it becomes so common that you almost become immune to it. You almost become numb to it. And that's basically, there's this real dichotomy here where, on the one hand, the Russians are conducting attacks on civilian targets. The Ukrainians try very hard not to do that. So there's a different way of waging war by each of them. There are situations where Russian civilians have in fact been killed or injured in Ukrainian attacks, but they're fairly rare compared to the attacks that Ukraine is suffering at the hands of the Russians.
The Russians have been attacking civilian targets inside Kyiv, the capital, apartment buildings, schools, churches, hospitals. They've been going and just bombing all these various places.
That is correct. And in fact, the latest attacks over the New Year's holiday have been an indication in Kyiv of those kinds of attacks. There's video showing apartment buildings that have been decimated, at least in part, where certain floors are uninhabitable. And that really becomes a problem for the Ukrainians. Plus, of course, we can't forget the infrastructure. The Russians are going after the Ukrainian heating infrastructure, the electricity grid. So they're trying to make life really miserable for the Ukrainians in an effort to break their will.
And Ukrainian forces now say they are under what they call intense pressure in the southern part of the country right now of Ukraine. They say they are vastly outnumbered, and the Russians have taken large swaths of territory the past few weeks alone.
Bro, man, I'm sorry for that one, but man. And let's be real, these guys are on Ukraine's side. And even, bro, CNN is like, I'm gonna be real with you, dog, but there's reports on the battleground that Russia's taking large swaths of land. So, I mean, you're saying one thing, but the results on the battlefield tell another story. And that's the problem. I mean, here's the thing, bro. Right to the real death toll comes out. You guys are really going to be sick to your stomach.
This to affect what are being described as peace talks.
Yeah, well, I think peace talk is definitely an optimistic term to use in a particular case like this, but it is absolutely true that the Ukrainians are under a lot of pressure, especially in the Zaporizhia region. And what that could mean is that the Russians are, in essence, getting ready to do an encirclement move against Ukrainian positions in the Donbas region. That could be one alternative. The other thing could be that what the Russians are trying to do is make a direct line so that they can go after a place like the city of Dnipro, which is right on the Dnieper River, and that could potentially cut Ukraine in two, and that is something that, of course, the Ukrainians have to guard against very much.
So do you think it's possible this war could come to an end this year, this new year?
It's doubtful, Wolf. I mean, anything is possible, but given the positions of both sides as far as their diplomatic positions are concerned, as well as the military situation, I think it is a bit premature to predict that the war is going to.
Yeah, I agree with him on that one. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, guys, as we go ahead and get on to the next video here, because we're going to go ahead and get into foreign news. And let's see what they're saying over here at First Post. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it.
Уважаемые граждане России, дорогие друзья.
Let's talk about the war in Ukraine. Will it end in 2026? Well, it started in 2022. It's been almost 4 years. And this week, it looked like an end was near. Ukraine said they're close to a deal. So did US President Donald Trump. He said he was optimistic. But the Russians had other plans. First, they said that Ukraine tried to kill Putin by bombing his house, and that Putin himself delivered a New Year message, and that has left the world with more questions than answers.
Уважаемые граждане России.
You have taken on the responsibility to fight for your native land, for truth and justice. Millions of people across Russia, I assure you, are with you on this New Year's Eve. They are thinking of you, empathizing with you, hoping for you. We are united in our sincere, selfless, and devoted love for Russia. I congratulate all our soldiers and commanders on the coming new year. We believe in you and our victory.
Oh man, shout out to my man Kenyon for sending in the hundreds. Appreciate the support, my friend. Shout out. Oh God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Like always, Putin is keeping everyone guessing. The Russian president spoke barely for 3 minutes. And out of this, how much time did he devote to the war in Ukraine? Just about 30 seconds. Like it's a side note. Putin's message was brief and carefully worded. There was no mention of the negotiations, just praise for the Russian soldiers. Putin said, Russia will achieve victory. Now compare this to his address in 2022, the year when the war began. He spoke about Ukraine for nearly 9 minutes. And now just 30 seconds. And that was not the only difference, by the way. In that last speech, 2022, Putin was not standing alone. He was flanked by uniformed officers, and he used the opportunity to attack the West. But yesterday night, the Russian president appeared rather subdued and vague. So what's the status of the war? Well, there are two parts to this question, the talking table and the battlefield. On the talking table, it's Ukraine and the United States. They're working on a peace deal. They say it's 90% ready, but Moscow remains non-committal. On the battlefield, Russia is pushing for more gains. Russian soldiers have been given new targets. They have to create more buffer zones inside Ukraine, and that would pose a new challenge for Kiev. It would test Ukraine's already stretched military. Basically, even as the talks continue, Russia wants to lock in its gains on the battlefield. And the biggest sticking point is land. Putin's core demand is to take over the Donbas region. He refuses to budge from it. He already controls almost 90% of the Donbas. He wants Ukraine to give up the rest. Of course, Zelensky is not keen on that, so he's been stalling. He says there should be a referendum to decide on this. He's also suggested a demilitarized zone as a compromise.
Ukraine does not need a Ming-style meticulously drafted trap. Signatures under weak agreements only fuel war. My signature will be under a strong agreement, and that is exactly what every meeting, every call, every decision is about right now. To secure a strong peace for everyone, not for a day, not for a week, not for 2 months, peace for years. Only then will it truly be a success.
So this is where the negotiations are stuck. In his speech, Putin promised victory to Russians. That's a sign that he won't soften his stand. So expect Russia to build pressure on the front line and push for more territorial gains. Also, these pressure tactics are not limited to Ukraine. They're spilling into Europe's backyard in the Baltic Sea. Finland has seized a cargo ship. It was sailing from Russia. The ship is called Fitberg. It was traveling from St. Petersburg to Israel. It was intercepted and diverted to Finnish waters. The Europeans suspect that the vessel damaged an undersea cable, one that links Finland to Estonia. Finnish police are investigating these claims. They believe this is a case of sabotage and that this ship was dragging its anchor to damage the cable on the seabed. If true, it won't be a first. Throughout this war, Europe has witnessed similar incidents. From power cables to telecom links and even gas pipelines, everything has been targeted. NATO says the entire region is on high alert. There are 8 NATO members around the Baltic Sea, so NATO has increased its presence here. It has deployed ships, military aircraft, and naval drones. European officials say they're concerned because these incidents form a pattern of hybrid threats and unconventional warfare. So even as the so-called peace talks continue, Putin is playing hardball and keeping Europe on edge.
The world. Yeah, I'll give you. Yeah, that's true. Especially when he was flying the drones over Finland. No, wait, I think it was Finland or Poland. These guys had a whole meltdown over that. So yeah, he's definitely keeping them on their toes. And maybe it is a threat saying, look, man, if you guys think about getting involved, it can be you. You guys are right there, and we could touch you guys as well. I mean, sounds plain and simple. It sounds like what he's saying is, look, bro, it's either stay out or join in. But don't get mad when you become a casualty. And I'm hoping that, these NATO countries kind of take the hint on that one and not try to force war with Russia. Because for some reason, that's kind of where the EU is going, is they want war with Russia for some reason. Don't understand why, but hopefully they'll abandon that endeavor. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to our guy Mandani. We're going to take a little bit of a break from geopolitics and let's get over to Mandani, because I believe he was sworn in a couple days ago. Everybody had a complete meltdown about it. He's Muslim. He's sworn in on the Quran. Oh my God. Well, guys, let's just wait for the policies. Let's not judge him on his faith. Let's just judge him on the policies. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right to it. Let's see here.
Mayor Zoran Mamdani, not even 48 hours into his new administration, is facing fresh backlash over his stance on Israel as well as anti-Semitism, specifically what to do about it and how to define it. The controversy stems from a document the mayor signed yesterday that revoked all executive orders signed on or after September 26, 2024 by his predecessor, Eric Adams. If that date doesn't ring a bell, it was the day Mayor Adams was indicted on federal corruption charges that were ultimately dropped. In Mayor Mamdani's words, it was, quote, a date that marked a moment when many New Yorkers decided politics held nothing for them. The controversy lies in the details of two of those revoked orders, one signed by Mayor Adams on June 8th of last year, titled Defining Anti-Semitism. The now revoked order endorsed a definition adopted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance that reads, quote, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. The order goes on to cite a number of examples of anti-Semitism offered by the IHRA, including calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust.
Yo, I mean, bro, hold on now, dog. That goes against our free speech. If people want to sit there and, exaggerate, or they want to call into question the Holocaust numbers, then let them do it. They're wrong, but let them do it. I mean, they have freedom of speech to do so, and there should be no form of restriction on our freedom of speech that says we can't sit there and, I don't know, cast doubt on things, even if it offends people and it turns them red in the skin. It don't matter. All right, but denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, I mean, who's doing that? I don't know who's doing that one. If anything, they got all the self-determination in the world.
Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor and holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel.
All right, yeah, that's effed up. I agree with that. Now, we shouldn't hold all Jews accountable for the actions of Israel. That's effed up. Let's see here. But denying the Jewish people the right of determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist. It is though. Hold on now. It kind of is. Let's be real. And it was funded by the Jewish mafia that was sending weapons over there to three Israeli terrorist groups that was basically kicking the Palestinians off their land. I mean, and then let's be real though, you kind of segregate them. There's like a whole lot of supremacy going on in Israel. So they're not lying. And to sit there and say that's anti-Semitism, I mean, come on now. That's just being critical of Israel, which is allowed, which should be allowed, by the way. But according to Eric Adams, I guess he had a problem with it.
Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel. The IHRA list of examples also includes drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Now, we should note that the Adams executive order states this order is not intended to restrict speech or conduct conduct, that is protected under the First Amendment. Anti-Semitic acts are criminal only when they are so defined by law, and this order does not establish civil or criminal liability for any acts.
So what is all right? So what you doing then? Just writing in for the hell of it, for funsies or whatever? Like, oh well, just to prove to you I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm just gonna write this with no legal repercussions. I'm like, I don't know, bro. It's kind of threatening. It's like you're pretty much trying to say what we can and can't talk about. And you're trying to say, but psych not. Oh, I'm not really telling you what you can and can't talk about. I'm not trying to impede on it. I'm like, all right, then what the hell was you writ this for? Like, what was even writing this? Because it's gonna piss people off. But all right, I guess. And shout out my man Gaming. He said should have to push it into law if it's true. Yeah, it's true. He said, and shout out to my man Sid. He said, look up what happened in Venezuela right now. Yeah, we captured they captured American soldiers, well, not American soldiers, but American citizens. Were they soldiers or citizens? Sid. We're gonna get into that though, because trust me, I got it pulled up.
Also revoked by Mayor Mamdani
Dorian,
was an
I missed
executive
that.
order Adams signed last month prohibiting city
Wait, hold on.
agencies
Right
from
now.
participating
Let me see.
in what's known as the boycott, divest, and sanctions campaign against Israel. The timing of that Adams order was seen by some as an obvious attempt to cause a political problem for the incoming mayor. The Israeli Foreign Ministry has already weighed in, posting online, quote, on his very first day as New York City mayor, Mamdani shows his true face. He scraps the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and lifts restrictions on boycotting Israel. This isn't leadership, they say. It's anti-Semitic gasoline on an open fire. Jonathan Greenblatt, head of the Anti-Defamation League, said in part Mamdani should have used his first day to show leadership by creating more safeguards to help protect Jewish New Yorkers, not.
Okay, yeah, breaking. Shout out to my man Sid for breaking this real quick. So as of right now, the USA breaking. The U.S. Army Apache attack helicopters are absolutely annihilating Fort Taina in Caracas, Venezuela. This is key military installation in the country's capital. I mean, look. And they even got a video. Nice little. This is the Apache helicopter. You can't really see the Apache helicopter, but you can sure see that gunfire. I'll see if I can find a little bit more footage try to roll out more as it comes out, because this just came out about 9 minutes ago. So this is pretty fresh. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it. Where were we here? We were at. Man, damn it, Sid. You distracted me. Okay, now I'm just playing. But now I know where I'm at. Here we are. We're about Mamdani overturning this speech law that Eric Adams set in.
By dismantling apolitical measures established by his predecessor and confirming our publicly expressed concerns. Mayor Mamdani has responded to the criticism this afternoon.
So I was proud yesterday to sign a number of executive orders that will give my administration a clean slate to get to work on delivering a new era for New Yorkers.
Yeah, we are striking Venezuela right now. As of right now, we are doing land strikes on Venezuela. And bro, do we even get Congress approval? Like, hold on now. Like, wait. I didn't. All right. We'll see how this works out, because Lord knows tomorrow is going to be a frenzy all over the news, if not already, because it's like about to be 3 a.m. So I doubt these guys are going to pick this up. But Twitter runs, or X runs 24/7 when it comes to news. So I think we even got Odin Schroeder, who just went live pretty much saying, are we striking Venezuela right now? And yes, we are.
One where they can envision living an affordable and dignified life. And my administration will also be marked by a city government that will be relentless in its efforts to combat hate and division. And we will showcase that by fighting hate across the city, and that includes fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism. When we speak about the IRA definition that you asked about, protecting Jewish New Yorkers is going to be a focus of my administration. And I also know that a number, as you said, of leading Jewish organizations have immense concerns around this definition. And so what we will do is actually deliver on our commitment to protect Jewish New Yorkers in a manner that is able to actually fulfill that.
Joining me now, Amy Spitalnik, CEO of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs. First, do you see Mamdani's actions as anti-Semitic? This idea that he's revoked these two, executive orders by his predecessor?
Look, there's broad debate within the Jewish community about whether the IHRA definition should be codified into law or whether it should simply be used as a resource. Our position is that it is a critical resource to help guide academics, law enforcement, educators, government, and others to understand anti-Semitism, to identify anti-Semitism, but it shouldn't be legally binding. And so because there is broad debate within the Jewish community around this question, it's important that it be reflected in what our government does. The bigger question for me is how this administration actually puts forward a constructive, proactive policy to keep the Jewish community safe, not simply by responding to these fights around definitions, but putting forward real investment, real policies that will protect the Jewish community at a time when we're seeing escalating, increasingly violent attacks.
I do want to ask you about that because Mayor Mamdani did not revoke the city's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, which was created under Mayor Adams, I think last year, but he did revoke an order that adopted that definition. What is your take on how he should move forward? What you think he should do to protect the Jewish community here? New York has the largest Jewish community.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to go ahead and switch off this story for a little bit because, yeah, like I said, Trump or the USA just hit Venezuela. I mean, we got the Apache helicopters flying through. And we got all types of video now circulating the internet. I mean, circulating the internet for real. So let's go ahead and go to one of these videos here. This is the video that came out within, 23 minutes.
We begin with breaking news at 11 o'clock. There are explosions happening right now in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. Video going viral on social media. They're showing powerful explosions happening in a number of places in the sprawling capital city. And more video showing what appears to be Chinook and Apache attack helicopters flying across the city as these explosions continue. Residents in the city also posting about the sound of fighter jets flying over the city as well. Now, the Pentagon has moved an armada of Navy ships, including the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier and all of its support ships into the Caribbean Sea just off the coast of Venezuela. But there has been no official word from the White House or the Pentagon of a U.S. military operation targeting sites in Venezuela tonight. But it is clear from the videos that we have seen that some type of military operation is now underway. And for several months,
yeah, obviously.
Some type of military.
I mean, bro, guys, look at this. This is what I just caught. This is going on in Venezuela. I mean, Jesus. And it's happening all over the internet. We even got my man there, Don Lucas. Okay. Let's see what it is. Confirmed there are strikes happening in Venezuela, guys, as we speak.
Okay.
Caracas. Oh, and appreciate you, game. It's pronounced Caracas. Got you, set. Caracas is pronounced Caracas. So yes, Caracas is being struck.
Pues llámame mamá. Vamos bien, Michi. Vamos bien.
Huh. Now, you know what's crazy though? It's absolutely crazy because I think we're striking them because, like I said, this came out, let's see here, about 9 hours ago, right? 9 hours ago, this came out, and what, an hour ago, we're striking, or 2 hours ago, now we're striking Venezuela. But check this out, guys. Check this out. Because this is one of the reasons why I think we struck Venezuela.
Gathering information as a source tells CNN Venezuelan security forces have detained at least 5 Americans. The details about those captured in recent months have not been released. Trump administration officials believe Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro may be trying to build leverage as the U.S. steps up its pressure campaign. With us now, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and CNN senior military analyst, Admiral James Stavridis. He's also a partner at the Carlyle Group, an international investment firm, and he served as commander of U.S. Southern Command as well. Admiral, I wonder what you think about this. They appear to have been detaining Americans, and it sounds like the circumstances vary. Some possibly involved in some kind of drug-related interactions here, but nonetheless, detaining them as Maduro is signaling a willingness to negotiate. What kind of leverage does that give him?
It gives him a fair amount of leverage, but certainly not something I believe the Trump administration is going to run.
And shout out to my man Sid. He says this was likely planned before. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, I would give it an 80% chance that it was planned before, 20% that they probably did it over the fact that he had 5 U.S. citizens. And let me be real with you. This is actually, I'm gonna be real with you though. They're probably gonna go with the they had U.S. citizens detained as because that's a really good reason, and it's gonna be a reason that they could probably sell to Congress, sadly. But we'll see how it plays out.
Away from, let's face it, this kind of activity we see over and over again, notably in Russia. Think of the Griner case where a WNBA basketball star is held on trumped up charges. We see it in Iran, where typically Iranian Americans get rounded up. It's a well-known playbook in the authoritarian state. So I think Nicolas Maduro is making a mistake here. My own read of the Trump administration is they're not going to back down because he holds a handful of Americans. Final thought here, Brianna. The logical question would be, well, what are we going to do about it? And the answer is all of our military contingency plans have annexes to both operation plan, contingency plan, to do everything we can to safeguard, extract Americans if necessary. Again, we've seen this playbook run before. I think we'll be well prepared to respond to it.
As he's signaling a willingness to negotiate, he's offering to do more to combat drug trafficking and access to Venezuelan oil. How are you reading this overture from him?
I would say it indicates that the pressure campaign the Trump administration began, I think, in earnest about 6 months ago, but increasing with the strikes on the drug boats, then moving to the confiscation of illegal oil being shipped out of Venezuela. Now the most recent reports of strikes on the shore of Venezuela. I think, in essence, we've gotten his attention, and now he's looking for an exit. And his idea of an exit would be, on the one hand, to conduct the kind of negotiations you correctly point out, particularly about commercial opportunity, about a willingness to concede some level of democratic oversight in the country. But on the other hand, as we started the conversation, he's grabbing up American citizens, thinking he can have some bargaining chips to play.
Which
is somewhat of a smart move.
Oh, yes, I'm going to step aside, right? There's a lot of discussion about the Trump administration here actually desiring regime change, and that this certainly isn't just about drug trafficking. What about the possibilities of the U.S., having some kind of interaction and it becoming perhaps more clear if that is the goal? How is that going to play out if the goal really is regime change? And could there be unintended consequences of that?
There can always be unintended consequences anytime there's a regime change. And we know that from bitter experience over the last 20 years in the forever wars. Regime changed in Libya when Gaddafi was overthrown. Regime change in Iraq.
I mean, Jesus. Regime change. Man, well, this is what it looks. This is what regime change looks like, guys.
huevón, durísimo, chamo. Ya vas a ver un incendio, pero una vaina. Oye, marico, oye algo, está pasando. Mierda, marico.
Boy, I'd have closed that door. Hey, nah, I'd have did the same thing. I'd have been like, you know what, man, let me just close this door, bro. Go back. I don't want to worry about this.
Puerto, papá.
¿Qué hacemos?
Close the door. Call the police.
¿Qué se queda allá?
Jesus. That got to be stressful.
Mira, huevón, durísimo, chamo. Ya vas a ver un incendio.
I'm thinking y'all dealing with high inflation, and now y'all dealing with land strikes and somewhat of a dictatorial government, and inflation and land strikes. Like, bro. Praying for
una vaina. Oye, marico.
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Mocaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú no estás explotando.
They were letting them have it.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, yo. Huevo. Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, yo.
Man, I'm telling you right now, guys, my timeline filled with it. So it's like, you know, it's going down right now. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back to it. He said breaking, explosion detonates in Venezuela capital. Did I see this one already?
Ok, levanta vaina. Pues llámame mamá. Vamos bien, Michi. Vamos bien.
Well. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to CNN, and then I got some other stuff to play about Venezuela.
Talks with the U.S. about drug trafficking and other issues. Nicolas Maduro told a Spanish journalist he would welcome U.S. investment in Venezuela if natural resources are what the Trump administration is after. Well, a U.S. official says Venezuela has detained at least 5 Americans in recent months. That official says people in the Trump administration believe Maduro is holding them for leverage.
Nah, that is true, Sid. Like, RIP Congress, they don't speak up about this. It's either that or, maybe Congress have a lot more war hawks than we thought. But, and maybe they're more aligned with Trump's agenda than we thought. Because you're right. We all were sitting here, under the pretext that, he's not going to do no land strikes until he addresses Congress. So we should all know about it before it even happens. And then, surprise, surprise, here we are. Land strikes happened in Venezuela. Don't even know if Congress was briefed or not. I doubt they were because, look where we're at with this. But we'll see. Everything should roll out by the morning if Congress got that, congressmen and senators got that late night call. So we'll see, guys.
Against the U.S. amid the rising tensions. Well, CNN's Sean Lingus joins us now from Washington. Sean, good to have you with us. So at least 5 U.S. citizens detained in Venezuela. We are hearing that the U.S. believes they're being held as leverage. What more do we know about their cases?
Right, Linda, we're starting to learn a little bit more. We've been making calls these last 2 days here in Washington, and I talked to the aunt of one of the Americans that we believe is in that category of being detained recently. and she's been frustrated by her inability to get through to the U.S. government. This is a 28-year-old man. He's from New York, and he was traveling in Latin America and didn't appear to commit any crime of any sort, but did enter Venezuela. And that the last his family heard from him was on December 8th. So it's been nearly a month. So that's one example. The other examples aren't quite clear yet, but we know that Maduro has a history of doing this, and as do other authoritarian leaders in Russia and Iran, where they can use detained citizens of Western countries as pawns in regional standoffs. But this obviously comes against an enormous amount of tension between the U.S. and Venezuela. That video you played of Nicolas Maduro saying he'd be open to talking was extraordinary, because it came the week in which U.S. the military conducted multiple strikes on boats in the Caribbean, and following a CIA drone strike on a facility in Venezuela. So his rhetoric doesn't seem to match the reality of what's been going on the ground. And now the families of these detained Americans fear that they're going to be caught up in this geopolitical standoff, Linda.
So Sean, Maduro in that video says he's willing to speak to U.S. officials. Is there any sense that the U.S. is willing to open up dialogue?
Look, I think President Trump has shown willingness to try to talk to anyone about this kind of thing. He's certainly one who.
But all right, though, let's go to that Nicolas Maduro interview they were talking about, because I actually got it here in English, I believe. So let's go ahead and get to it. Shout out Economic Times.
The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it. We're keeping it.
Where's it going? Are we going to sell it or put it in the strategic oil
Maybe we'll sell
reserve?
it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also.
Let's start.
Oh, and shout out to my man Bozo. Appreciate the support. He says, well, not says, but he sent a gift for New Year's Eve 2020. Oh man, sorry guys, but yeah, New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys.
About having
reading through a lot right now.
Serious conversations with facts in hand. And the U.S. government knows this, because we've told many of their spokespeople that if they want to have a serious conversation about the agreement to fight drug trafficking, we are ready. If they want Venezuelan oil, Venezuela is ready for U.S. investment, just like with Chevron, whenever they want, wherever they want, however they want. Hello?
And I mean, this goes with the reports I've been telling for a while now. I never really seen too much of a reason to get involved in Venezuela, because Maduro has been talking like this, well, since Trump has been talking about Venezuela, since he put them in the spotlight. He been said, yo, if you guys want the resources, take them. If you want the oil, take it. Just don't push regime change in this country. And that's all he wanted. But for some reason, the Trump administration was pushing regime change. When, to be quite honest, it would have worked out better in Trump's favor. He'd have just worked with Maduro. He'd have got the oil that he wanted. He'd have got the natural resources that he wanted, or the minerals or the rare earths that he wanted, without even having to waste any type of, artillery or military, or use any type of military power. I mean, this could have been done. This could have been honestly, this could have been hashed out just by working with Maduro, then trying to force this man out through military actions. But first, he tried military intimidation, but now military action.
Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, has signaled a potential thaw in relations with the United States, offering to engage in serious dialogue on drug trafficking, oil, and economic cooperation. Speaking in an interview broadcast by state television, Maduro described a brief but respectful conversation he had with U.S. President Donald Trump on November 21st. A 10-minute exchange that, he says, laid the groundwork for potential talks.
We have only had one conversation, Ramones. He called me on Friday, November 21st, from the White House, and I was at the Miraflores Palace. We talked for 10 minutes, and as I have said, it was a respectful conversation, very respectful. What did President Trump say to you? The first thing he said to me was, Mr. President Maduro. Excellent. And I said to him, Mr. President Donald Trump. And I think that conversation was even pleasant. But from there, the developments after the conversation have not been pleasant. Let's wait and see.
Start putting that boot on your neck.
And to the people of the United States, I say to you what I have been saying all along. Here in Venezuela, you have a people who are brothers to the people of the United States. In fact, I tell you, you even have a friendly government here. Let's start having serious conversations with facts.
I mean, you know what? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that, but let's be real, bro. It wouldn't be the first time, well, be real with you, American media gave us the wrong picture of a guy. It wouldn't be the first time, American media painted the wrong picture of a world leader just to convince us that it's okay to overthrow it or okay to overthrow this guy and cause regime change. And then usually when we do this regime change, it makes the country even worse. So where are we going with this? Oh, I know where we're going with this. We're trying to take over the natural resources and get their oil through force, but it didn't have to be like this, to be quite honest. But I guess it's how the Trump administration wanted it. Shout out to my man Jed. Appreciate the support. He says, not gonna lie, this does annoy me, but how is this any different than Obama drone program in the Middle East? So let's see first figures 2026 starting off with a bang. I mean, yeah. And according to CBS, only military targets were hit. So it's not like we're out there striking civilians, but these military targets, I mean, let's be real, people live near these military targets. So who's to say that civilians weren't caught up? I mean, I'm praying to God, none of them were caught up. So let's wait till that to come out. But according to CBS, nothing but military assets and military places were striked.
In hand. And the U.S. government knows this because we've told many of their spokespeople that if they want to have a serious conversation about the agreement to fight drug trafficking, we are ready. If they want Venezuelan oil, Venezuela is ready for U.S. investment, just like with Chevron, whenever they want, wherever they want, however they want. Hello?
At the same time, Maduro reiterated long-standing claims that the United States has attempted to undermine his government, citing sanctions, military pressure, and alleged efforts to seize control of Venezuela's oil reserves. Maduro's offer comes after U.S. strike on a Venezuelan port, which reportedly targeted an oil tanker, escalated tensions, and highlighted the high stakes surrounding Venezuela's energy sector. By offering to open Venezuela's oil to U.S. companies like Chevron, Maduro could significantly change the dynamic, turning a flashpoint of conflict. Accepting Maduro's offer could give the U.S. access to critical Venezuelan crude, reduce regional instability, and create leverage for diplomacy, while also undercutting the rationale for further military action. Earlier, President Trump had publicly signaled a tougher stance toward Venezuela, claiming that the United States was prepared to take decisive action to target drug trafficking operations and protect U.S. interests in the region.
You just referenced the lower amount of illegal drugs that are coming by sea, and you just said that you're going to start that same program on land soon. Are you just referring to Venezuela, or are you referring to other countries in Latin America?
Anywhere drugs are pouring in, anywhere, not just Venezuela. Yes.
Speaking of Venezuela, oil, what are we going to do with the oil that we have?
Going to do with what?
The oil that has been seized. The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it. We're keeping.
Where's it? Are we going to sell it or put it in strategic?
Maybe
oil
we'll sell
reserve?
it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
About Venezuela, sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro
Yes.
Venezuela would mean for them, of what coming
I have.
back and restarting
All
operations?
the big ones, yeah. I have. Yeah, please.
Why do you feel like this initiative was neglected for so many years? And does this come amidst the rising tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela?
We're talking about with Venezuela?
Yes.
Well, you had a different kind of a president before me. They didn't mind being ripped off. They didn't mind being robbed. They didn't mind drugs pouring into our country. They didn't mind the jails of Venezuela and Trinidad being emptied into the U.S., where they take over Colorado and other places. I do mind. So you had a different kind of a president. I hope people are enjoying it because we've never been respected more than we are now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their
By
full?
what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I don't like I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his, but everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago, this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown.
And I mean, man, now, as Trump go ahead and get into the Epstein files, let's just make sure we stick on Venezuela. Because, like I said, Twitter's blowing up over it. Let's just go through a quick little Twitter scroll, or X scroll. And yeah, Harry Sisson coming in. He says, CBS just confirmed Donald Trump ordered a military strike inside Venezuela early this morning. The capital city of Caracas, just make sure I pronounce, Caracas, has been struck with numbers of locations on fire. Trump, the guy who said no more war, just got us into a war. Well, Harry, not really. We struck them. Just because we strike them don't mean we're in a war. Now, when they fight back and we're fighting them back, then yes, that's a war. So no, Harry, but I'm be real with you. We are teetering on it. I mean, if they hit back and they start striking back, that would be considered a war. They shoot down one of those Apache helicopters and soldier dies. I mean, yeah, that's war. But us striking them is basically like the Iran situation. Like, just because we struck Iran didn't mean we went to war with Iran. But I don't like where this is going. Just like when I said I didn't like the situation in Iran where that was going. But it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. As we're continuing to see, more and more footage rolling. And apparently, like, there's total mayhem going on because everybody's now trying to leave the freaking city, as they should. I mean, like, come on now. People are ready to go. I mean, the cars are just flooding out. People are just flooding out.
Está como loca caminando, mira.
But all right. And that's just pretty much a footage of what's going on the ground right now. Like I said, this stuff is coming out by the minute. I mean, breaking, total mayhem in the streets of Caracas. Man, I keep wrapping that up. But Venezuela, after President Trump ordered strike on Venezuelan military sites. This operation just started about an hour ago, and the country's already on its knees. Well, I wouldn't say on its knees, but they definitely running for the hills. I'll tell you that right now. They're definitely running for them hills, as they should. But all right, though. Let's see here. Anything else on our guys on Venezuela? Because this definitely took me off. I mean, hey, man, this caught me off guard. I mean, who'd have knew? Who'd have knew they'd have started it off tonight? Honestly, I thought they was going to hit Iran before they hit Venezuela, to be quite honest with you, especially how Trump was positioning himself online. But all right, before we go ahead and get into Venezuela, let's get into a little bit of a lighter topic, kind of funny. But yeah, the shamans, guys, the Peru shamans have made some, predictions that I think we might want to listen to. I ain't all with the voodoo, but I'm be real with you. It was kind of funny what they were predicting and, a bit concerning. But let's listen to our shamans. All right, guys. Shout out to the Peruvian shamans. Shout out to these guys.
Peru. On a beach in Peru, ancient ritual meets modern politics. Each year, a group of shamans gather in Lima to make predictions about global leaders and conflicts. This time, their warnings focused on Donald Trump's health, the future of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro, and the course of major wars. The ceremony, filled with symbols and tradition, has a mixed record of accuracy, but it continues to draw attention for how it places today's biggest political figures inside a centuries-old practice, raising questions about belief, symbolism, and the way we look for meaning in uncertain times. Here's a story with more.
On a quiet stretch of Lima's coastline, where the Pacific meets stone and sand, the future is treated like a guest that can be invited in. Every year in the Miraflores district, a group of Peruvian shamans gathers by the sea for a ritual that blends ancient belief with modern headlines. They arrive dressed in Andean ponchos and elaborate headdresses. They bring flowers, coca leaves, incense, and symbols older than any republic. And they come with one purpose: to look ahead. This year, their visions traveled far beyond home. The ceremony unfolded with chants and smoke. Then came the predictions, and then the warnings. The most striking one was directed at the United States. The shamans said President Donald Trump would fall seriously ill in 2026.
Wait, what? Like, bro. So President Trump might get sick in 2026. All right, guys, like you heard it here first. The shamans are making their predictions. You know, they're out here talking to their spiritual deities or gathering knowledge from what they call it. I forgot. What was it? I mean, the infinite intelligence or whatever. Yeah, they're out there grabbing the knowledge out the air, predicting the future. And apparently Trump might get sick. And you know what? It's possible. I ain't going to say it's impossible, but it's definitely possible.
Shamans said President Donald Trump would fall seriously ill in 2026. And then they warned the United States to prepare itself.
That's what it is. The infinite intelligence. Yes, they're just pulling the future out, the infinite intelligence in the universe, in the ether that's all around us. Great. Now it sounds like I play with spiritual rocks.
The United States should prepare.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man. He's the lunatic libertarian. I kept calling him the lunatic liberal, but it's lunatic libertarian. Okay, guys? But I'm really reminding myself. Shout out, he said, shout out Wag the Dog. Great movie. The world is a movie, man. It sure is. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, bro, you turn over and Trump is bombing Venezuela or striking Venezuela. I mean, then you look over to Iran, and apparently these guys are working on their missiles. Israel's freaking out and wants to attack them. Trump is saying, oh, I'll attack you just because you're having protest problems. I'm just like, bro, is this a script? Did y'all write this out at the beginning of the year and just said this is how we moving? Because, man.
Because Mr. Donald Trump will fall seriously ill.
The timing of the claim made it hard to ignore. In recent months, Trump's health has drawn growing attention. Early in his second term, a photograph of his bruised right hand raised questions. Later, social media users began pointing out swelling in his ankles and marks on his hands.
Oof.
The White House eventually confirmed he had been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, a circulatory condition common among older adults. Around the same period, Trump's absence from public events during a holiday weekend fueled speculation about his death. The vision, however, was not entirely grim for the US president. Alongside illness,
and shout out Sid. He says, this what you voted for? Me? You know damn well I didn't vote for this. I was on the side of no new wars. I mean, Sid, I thought, well, I'm pretty sure, Sid, you heard me when we first struck Iran. I was heavily against it. I was even going against some of my own supporters when it came to it. I was like, no, I'm heavily against the strike on Iran. I'm all for no new wars. There was a way to handle this without getting military involvement, just like there's a way to do this without military involvement. But for some reason, we always skip to military involvement. Like, it's quite irritating. And this is what I voted to avoid. But look at Trump just dragging us in it almost like every other president. It's kind of irritating. I will be real with you. I did not vote for this. Actually, I mean, I stand on the opinion with my man Myron Gaines. I mean, look what Vinny posted. Well, not Vinny, but Benny Johnson, this guy, who might be Benny Johnson, the guy who just maybe, possibly, allegedly gay. He just might be gay, guys. Apparently, he leaves his wife downstairs crying while he goes upstairs and allegedly messes with, of age guys. Nothing pedophilic, but let's be real. But more video emerges of explosions in Caracas, Venezuela, and here come Myron Gaines going like, "Yo, we didn't vote for this shit." Oh God, we did not. We did not. I'm gonna have to like that one. All right, though. Let's go ahead and get back to our shamans, man, as they tell us the future.
Around the same period, Trump's absence from public events during a holiday weekend fueled speculation about his death. The vision, however, was not entirely grim for the US president. Alongside illness, the shamans predicted a major shift involving Venezuela that might cheer up Trump. According to the shamans, President Nicolas Maduro will leave the country in 2026. Not through arrest, not through a dramatic collapse, but by fleeing and avoiding capture.
In 2026, we see Mr. Nicolas Maduro defeated. Nicolas Maduro will flee Venezuela. He will not be captured. He will flee Venezuela.
There were hopeful notes too. The shamans predicted an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine, a quiet sentence in the middle of a loud world.
The conflict between Russia and Ukraine is in conversation, as if they were calling for attention. I see this conflict will end, it will finish. They will raise the flag of peace.
As the ritual continued, symbolism took center stage.
Well, hopefully, like I said, this isn't a full-on war. Let's not play stupid now. It isn't a full-on war. It's just a strike that, well, I personally disagree with because I feel like we could have worked with Maduro without having to do military strikes. But, hey, we'll see how this goes because, like I said, it's not a war. It's just a strike. And, we'll see where the Venezuelan army takes this. We'll see what Maduro does. Until then, we did a military strike, and we don't know if they're going to retaliate or not. And I hope they don't. It'll be in their best interest if they don't. And we can just get this done over with. Hopefully the Peruvian shamans are right, and this guy just runs off into the sunset, never to be seen again.
Large posters of world leaders, including that of Donald Trump, Nicolas Maduro, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and Volodymyr Zelensky, were laid out on the ground.
And trust me, if you don't think I don't know the history of these guys, trust me, we work with these guys for years. We gave them back one of his drug trafficking friends and a family member just for this guy to hold a fair election. He did. He didn't actually. He stole that election. Fair election. He stole a fair election, ironically. And now we're dealing with him now. And this is the reason why we honestly don't trust him to keep his word. Even though he was pretty much throwing everything at us, like, look, you can have the oil, the rare earth minerals, you can have the resources, just, don't attack. This is what Maduro's been saying. This is why I have the opinion of him. Like, you know what? Maybe we could have worked with him without having to, strike Venezuela. But hey, we struck Venezuela, so we're gonna have to see where that goes. This is the route that the president took. We will see where his leadership guides us. He either guides us into a war or the surrender of Maduro. A or B.
Around them sat skulls, flowers, coca leaves, and thick clouds of smoke that drifted toward the ocean.
And guys, take the shamans with a grain of salt. Come on now. This is just for fun.
History offers both misses and moments of accuracy. In 2024, they warned of a nuclear conflict between Israel and Gaza, which clearly did not happen. But the year before that, they correctly predicted that former President Alberto Fujimori would die within a year. He passed away months later from cancer.
Oh, damn. Hilarious. But all right.
Before the ceremony began, the shamans consumed hallucinogenic brews made from ayahuasca and the San Pedro cactus.
Always hyper.
These plants are believed to open visions of what lies ahead. The warnings were stark, but they were just predictions, spoken once, recorded briefly, and left behind.
But all right. And shout out to my man Sid. He said it looks like Maduro has made a statement. Probably on next, if anything. But all right, guys, let's get off our favorite Peruvian shamans. He gave us that, you know. I mean, hey, guys, when I first seen it, I was like, all right, this is hilarious. So you're telling me they're taking ayahuasca, predicting the future? F it. I'll hear it out. You never know. You never know, man. Truth comes from most unlikely places. But all right, guys, Trump on the right side of history by supporting the Iranian protests. So we're going to get into that. In the meantime, though, I'm also going to look for what my man Sid has been talking about. Because like I said, everything is coming out by the minute, by the second at this point.
With President Trump's new threats against Iran hinting at potential U.S. military action there as Tehran cracks down on widespread demonstrations, with the latest clashes turning deadly. Over the last few days, protests have erupted in dozens of cities across Iran, sparked largely by the worsening state of the country's economy. Inflation is soaring, and Iran's currency has fallen to a record low against the U.S. dollar. These appear to be the largest demonstrations in the country since 2022. That's when mass protests erupted over the death of Mahsa Amini, who died in police custody after being arrested for not properly wearing her hijab. Human rights groups say at least 7 people have died in the recent clashes. And just this morning, President Trump weighed in on the arrest, writing in a post on social media, quote, "If Iran violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go." The president did not elaborate on those threats, but it does come just days after President Trump issued this warning to Iran about its nuclear and ballistic missile programs following a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
And speaking of Iran, I hope they're not trying to build up again, because if they are, we're going to have no choice but very quickly to eradicate that buildup. Iran may be behaving badly. It hasn't been confirmed, but if it's confirmed, look, they know the consequences. Consequences will be very powerful, maybe more powerful than the last time.
Iranian officials are hitting back, with a senior advisor to Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, alleging without any evidence that the U.S. and Israel are stoking the protests, posting on X, quote, "With the statements by Israeli officials and President Trump, what has been going on behind the scenes is now clear. Trump should know that U.S. interference in this internal matter would mean destabilizing the entire region and destroying America's interests." Joining me now, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, and also with us, Iranian journalist, author, and women's rights activist Masih Alinejad. Thank you so much both for being here. Masih, I'm going to talk to you in just a moment. I am going to start with our reporter Monica Alba here, who's in studio with me to set the table here in terms of the White House reaction. They're obviously...
Now, I'm be real with you, when it comes to the whole like Iranian thing, or with Trump's little threat to Iran, I don't like it, because I'm just like, all right, bro, you're telling me we're about to get involved. You're willing to bring military involvement into Iran over what? A protest that has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us at all. We gained nothing from getting involved or anything like that. So why are we threatening Iran over what? How they handle? And I'm be real with you, I don't agree with the killing of protesters, but these are their citizens. So you're telling me we're going to put boots on the ground for other people and what's going on in their country? I mean, I thought we were trying to stop being the world police. And like I said, this is kind of not a good reason to get into it with Iran over a protest. Unless you're one of these, I don't know, these like war hawks for Iran. Like, because there is people who will do anything to get into a war with Iran. And they're in our government, sadly.
Paying very close attention to what's happening in Iran. What are your sources telling you, Monica, about that post by the president, that very stern warning?
Look, this is a president who decides when he wants to engage on foreign policy, and sometimes, despite maybe some of his own advisors.
All right, let me go ahead and get to these super chats. He's like, why can't they tell us the future lottery numbers too? I mean, literally. And yeah, he said, looks like Maduro made a statement. I'm still looking for that statement. Let me know if you find it. And then shout out to my man, the Lunatic Libertarian. Appreciate the support, my friend. He said a programmed, divided world which destroyed itself. How do we unite through cooperation? Can we get past labels, titles, categories? Is humanity doomed? No, humanity isn't doomed, though. But we do got to lose all of this, superiority. Honestly, everybody has some type of superiority complex. You either have it through your race, through your religion, through your people. It's like through your politics. Everybody has this superiority complex where we try to put ourselves above one another, even though we're all equal in the eyes of God. But due to this superiority complex that we take on through various reasons, yeah, this is what caused a lot of strife in the world. I mean, honestly, you can you can even blame the Venezuela war through our superiority, through our military might. It's always about superiority. There's always some type of superiority complex that's being acted out in these atrocities, I swear. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Shout out to Tove. She says, morning, Shug. Hey, morning, Tove. Hey, shout out to the supporters. Appreciate you guys.
Cautioning him, he decides what he wants to put out there, what message he wants to project, and one that I think
But I mean, hey, look, as soon as everybody in the world starts seeing each other as equals and not trying to villainize each other, that's where we, get to world peace. That's where we start working together. When we stop trying to villainize each other for either thinking differently, looking differently, believing differently. Yeah, when we stop that bullshit, we'll be on the path. We'll be on the path that God set for us. But until then, man, the devil we're in the devil's playground. Sorry. But yeah, until then, we're in the devil's playground.
administration, the White House would argue, fits into his own approach and strategy here, which they believe is peace through strength, right? They believe in trying to sometimes put out these really heated words, this escalated rhetoric, sometimes using this very intense language to send a message, even if it's a threat that may not necessarily have an action that is followed through on. Though the White House, again, to be clear, has not clarified exactly what the president meant when he said that the U.S. is essentially, quote, locked and loaded and ready to go and could perhaps intervene in Iran, which would be extremely significant to intervene in their own domestic and economic unrest right now.
And Monica, you have that fiery statement by the Iranian official. Is the administration concerned about an escalation in this moment?
And remember that we have seen this back and forth, certainly last summer when the U.S. did bomb those nuclear sites in Iran. You did see Iran eventually at some point retaliate on a U.S. base in Qatar. No U.S. service members there were killed, but certainly there was the fear of that and retaliation. And at the time, the president said if there was going to be retribution against U.S. military members, that would then be met with the fiercest of responses. So you can see obviously how this can get to a place that is very intense and dangerous and potentially explosive. Yeah. But at the same time, the White House is being, I think, very careful about what they want to say. They are certainly just pointing to the president's own comments. And he has used language like this before when talking about North Korea and other hotspot areas of the world.
You know, it's interesting, Monica, because it does come after you had President Trump meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who was basically there warning the president about his concerns that Iran was trying to rebuild not only its ballistic missile program, but its nuclear missile program.
I mean, I'm be real with you, already rebuilt his ballistic missile program and even advanced their missiles. The main concern is that these guys might be progressing towards a nuclear weapon or progressing toward restarting their enrichment program, which we have no proof of. We're just saying that. All right, guys, no proof. We're just saying it because, it's Iran. It's Iran, man. You got to fearmonger on Iran to get, war in the Middle East
as well. And I think that context is essential here. This is a moment where the president seemingly is trying to project this message of what the U.S. can do, its capabilities, not just when it comes to, again, this warning about the protests, but about potentially rebuilding those nuclear weapons capabilities. And also that ballistic missile program, according to Israeli officials, that seems to be a more immediate concern and one that Prime Minister Netanyahu conveyed in person to the president at Mar-a-Lago. And the president had very harsh words for Iran, too, saying that if they do build that up, if they continue with this.
And let's be real. It seems like the president's moving the goalposts. I mean, it went from your nuclear weapon. Make sure you better not be messing with no nukes. You better not be trying to do enrichment. to, oh, well, you better not shoot your protesters. I'm like, whoa, bro. Who are we to even get involved? Like, I understand nukes and because that could be our problem. But what they do with their protesters, I mean, you may not like to hear us, but that's their problem. Like, it's America first. So what are we doing interfering in our protest in Iran? Like, bro, it's basically a color revolution that we're doing right before the American people's eyes, and they're going for it. We're literally going for it as if we haven't seen this playbook before.
Nuclear development, that there will be a very forceful response potentially.
And here's the problem. As soon as we attack them, guess what? They're going to stop fighting and unite against us, just like they did last time.
All right, Monica Alba covering all the different angles of this developing story. Monica, thank you so much. Great to see you. Really appreciate it. Masi, let me turn to you now. Happy New Year to you. First of all, thank you so much for joining us.
Before we get into this young lady real quick, let's just go ahead and do a quick little social media scan because, I mean, this guy wild. This is one of the best days of my life. The West is back. Fuck Putin's little puppet Maduro and fuck communism. Long live fucking freedom. And then the guys with a bunch of flags in his profile cheering war. It's like, yeah, it do be them. It do be them. Then there's Jack Hinkle. He's a communist. Jumper's a traitor. But, I mean, he loves America. I'll give him that. And then you got, of course, Jake Shield. Do you know that Trump and Epstein allegedly raped 2 girls? Bro! Damn. All right, then. I mean, I know he disagrees with the strikes, but damn, who knew he's going to start pulling out the Epstein? Well. And then, of course, we got Nick Schroeder. Let's see here. President Trump in October. Maduro doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. We are now entering the find out stage for Venezuelan dictator. I mean,
he has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right.
Yes.
You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
But yeah,
he has.
And I guess that is the fuck around and finding out part. All right, let's see. America has to come free the Venezuelan people from Maduro. This guy, bro, I swear to God, this guy supports almost any freaking war, bro. This guy's irritating. The guy Ian Miles Chong, right? Oh my God, I hate the warmongering bastards, but it is what it is. But all right, let's go ahead and get right back to the video and refocus on Iran. Because, like I said, it's a lot going on when it comes down to Twitter. I'll tell you, well, or X, I'll tell you that. But as more comes out, I'll go ahead and let you guys know. All right, let's go ahead and get back to this lady right here.
As I know that this is a somber time for you because you are paying such close attention to what is happening on the ground in Iran. What can you tell us about what you're seeing and what you're hearing and what the root of these protests really is, Masi?
Brave people of Iran, they took back to the streets. And I have to say, the forceful message of President Trump showing his support to Iranian protesters, warning the regime if they open fire, then the United States of America is ready to rescue them, gave hope and strength to the people of Iran. And they took back to the street, large number of people. Right now, they are in the streets. You know why? Because this is the first time in the history that the people of Iran are not seeing that the United States of America's president finally is standing in the right side of the history. Because President Obama, when in 2009, people took to the street facing guns and bullets, not only.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna say it out loud. It's a pretty freaking dumb idea to get involved with Iran over a fucking protest. I'm just gonna be real. It's a really stupid idea. I mean, I'd give it to Obama on that note then. Yeah, just because there's a protest going on in Iran don't mean we should put boots on the ground over it or threaten to attack them. I mean, that really don't make too much sense. Like, I get the Iran sentiment, but over a protest? Come on now. It's like, what won't we attack an adversary country over at that point?
Kept silent, but he sent a secret letter to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to get a nuclear deal. And President Biden, while people were getting killed, I myself was a target of assassination plot. The U.S. officials were the target of the Iranian regime's assassination plots. President Biden handed out money, billions of dollars, to the same killers. So now this forceful and a strong message gave hope to people. This is the time that Iranians really need to see actions, immediate actions. For instance, right now, my sister, the representative of the Iranian regime, is here in New York. Or the tweet that actually you showed from Ali Larijani, the senior national security advisor of Ali Khamenei, threatening the U.S. interest, the U.S. soldiers, saying that he's angry with President Trump's support of Iranian people, and he's threatening.
I'm probably gonna lie. I kind of get it. It's like, yo, you're threatening to strike me over a situation that's going on in my country that don't involve you in the slightest. Actually, if anything, y'all the one who's causing it with the sanctions, but you want to strike me over the protests happening over inflation that's due to the sanctions that you guys are putting on me. But you're gonna strike me for this shit? Hey, now I'd have been losing my shit too. I'd have been like, what is going on? Well, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, oh, all right, thought-provoking question. Can we mix tribal community concepts with a global cooperation scheme for equality and mutual human assurance without corruption or greed? How do we stop the cycle of madness, warlords, empires, and, well, kings? Man, bro, the problem is human nature, like I said, is that whole superiority thing. And also, I mean, people love power. People love power. I mean, that's why we still got kings like Shaws, and I mean, we got dictators till this day. I mean, shoot, look at China. That man's been in office for like 2 decades at this point. So I don't know, just the way it's ran is the way the elites like to run things. If we don't take a power, it actually is up to the people. You know, it's actually so funny. It's kind of crazy how we're really one of the few countries that turned against our like wealthy elites. Like it was pretty much Britain and France and those guys. Like we're pretty much the only people that took the tyrannical boot off our neck. Other countries have yet to do that. I mean, the Indian people, they live under a tyrannical boot, to believe it or not. China, I mean, come on now. We all know that. Venezuela, the problem is that we're in America, we're probably one of the few people in history that actually stood up to a tyrannical government and made our own way. And that's what a lot of these other countries got to start doing. They got to start standing up to the tyranny. And I know what you're saying, like, Seth, well, why are you against the Iranian protests? I'm not against the Iranian people protesting. I'm against us getting involved because the Iranian people are protesting. If they want to solve if they want to overthrow their government, let them do that on their own without our help. Because every time we help, we make things worse. So let's see what happens when we just have a laissez-faire approach, a hands-off approach, just like how our government's supposed to be.
The U.S. interest. How ironic. His daughter lives in America. The children of many Iranian officials right now living in America, they don't deserve to have luxury lives in America while their parents are killing. Shayan, only 28-year-old, now got killed right now in Iran. 7 people got killed.
True.
So they don't have, they should not be here in New York. The representative of this regime killing innocent people, why they have to have the privilege of diplomacy while they don't understand the language of diplomacy. So that's why I think this should be the immediate action that the White House can consider. We are very thankful for the strong message, but we want to see action. Otherwise, innocent people will get killed more and more.
And Masi, we should note your bravery in testifying against the people who plotted to kill you. They are now behind bars in jail because of your bravery, because of your ability to stand up to them. You are asking the administration to take action right now. Can you be specific? What exactly do you want the administration to do?
You know, if I say that, many people will see this like as a radical action. It is not. I want President Trump to target those who order massacre, killings. You know, when Qasem
So you want us to target all government officials, aka starting a war with Iran. That's what you want. Like, you see how crazy these people sound? And she's coming from an emotional point. And I get it. Like, she's coming from an emotional point. She's been like, she's probably lost family members and all this stuff to the tyranny of the Ayatollah. And I get it. But you got to understand, that's not a rational plan. That's not rational thought when you wanted to sit there and be like, oh, we should just target the military officials in Iran. Okay, and what do you think gonna happen after that? What do you think is gonna happen? You think it's gonna be a peaceful regime change? Like, oh, everything, oh, we're gonna bring in the Shah again, and everything's just gonna be how it was back in the 70s? Nah. We gotta let the Iranian people win that for themselves, sadly. And for some reason, we just don't want to let them do it because Israel's so thirsty to get these guys out of power. And here's the thing, I don't like the Ayatollah either. I'd rather Iran go back to the 70s, but if we gotta force it and it never works out for us, then I'm gonna be real with you. Why are we even trying? Like I said, look. If Iran was threatening to attack us, okay, great, decimate them. But they're threatening to attack their own citizens over a protest. I mean, I know it sounds effed up for me to say this, but that's not our business.
Money was
really, Venezuela is more of our business than Iran. To be quite honest with you, at least that's in our hemisphere. At least that goes along with Trump's plan for hemispherical dominance. So at least that goes along with the plan. Iran, I don't know what type of side quest this is, but it ain't a smart one.
Moved by President Trump. I remember many analysts in the West actually called him national hero. But guess what? Right now, people are burning his statue in the street. So if we don't take out the lives of dictators and terrorists, they will take out the lives of innocent people. My sister, my heart is broken. You think that when I say that my family are safe in Iran? They are not. But Iranian people, they sending me message and they say that we're not going back home because if we go back home, if we don't win this battle, the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei will take revenge. He will hang us. He will kill us.
Hold on now. I'm sorry, but this is just a protest. You're acting like you're going through a whole civil war. And it might actually turn into a civil war for all we know. So let's go ahead and wait because these protests are getting out of hand. They're popping up all over Iran in different cities. So this could turn into a civil war because that's the way she's trying to frame it. Hey, maybe it might be heading in that direction. But as we know now, as we understand it, these are just protests.
Risk.
Which, let's be honest with you, but let's be real with you. You can, for taking an opposite position to the government, people have protested in Iran before without getting executed. So it happened. But these protests are a bit more serious because we got merchants shutting down shops and people getting violent in the streets. So it's a little bit different.
And I believe that President.
Oh, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, go ahead and pull that up right here. Our checks and balances have been corrupted. Man, ain't that the truth? Civics is not trained. Tyranny upon us is by our federal government. We, the people, have to become united. Yeah, that's true. Like, we actually got to get down to, honestly, we just got to get down with holding our side accountable or holding all politicians accountable. I know one thing, and even on the right and really on the left, is that, bro, we don't hold our side accountable. We let them do whatever, and then we run the game and play the whataboutism. It's just like, all right, let's stop playing the whataboutism and let's just hold both sides accountable. I always just say, it seems like the left wants war with Russia and the right wants war with Iran, and it seems like both sides wants war. Well, when are we going to hold both sides accountable for what war did they want? And just be like, well, we shouldn't want war at all. So y'all need to take a pick. Is y'all anti-war or I would say to the liberals, because they're the main ones who want to push on this. Oh, all the Republicans want is war. You guys want war with Russia. What are you talking about? It's like you guys just act like your war is just more, I guess, important or I guess more ethically or morally right than ours, which I don't know. You may have a point there, but to be quite honest with you, you're still wanting to rush into war the same way the Republicans do. And we got to hold both sides accountable for that. Both sides do inside trading. Like, we got to hold both sides accountable, just trying to pick and choose and on which one we want to pick. Like, oh, on the right is Dan Crenshaw, on the left is Nancy Pelosi. Oh, but your side gets more. Who gives a damn? It's just be stopped completely. But we don't even want to force our politicians to do that. We damn near let them play in our face and not pass the no trading bill and just play in our face, just like they did with the Epstein files. Played in our face. And I'm gonna be real with you. Not one riot, not one protest, not one demand for, not one public stance of we're not paying taxes or something like that. I don't know. Like, we got to have some form of protest that actually hurts the government that's going to make them do what we want because they don't give a damn about our votes anymore. Shit. At this point, both sides damn near rigging the election, so they don't even got to worry about us anymore. That's just me giving y'all the truth.
Trump can specifically, as I said, send a message by asking Elon Musk to provide more Starlinks for people, because this is the regime that they shut down the internet in bloody November. In 3 days, they killed 1,500 innocent people. You mentioned about women life freedom uprising. When Mahsa Amini got killed for the crime of just showing a bit of her hair.
Yeah.
When people took to the street, they killed more than 700 innocent protesters. Now they opened fire again.
Look, lady, I hear you, but I don't want to go to war with Iran over protesters. Like, bruh, protesters. Like, we really hear what they're telling us, guys. They want us to put boots on the ground, military strikes in Iran for protesters. I mean, bro. Not even an allied country at that point, too. It's like the only time the Iranians are our allies when they're turning against the government. Other than that, they're Islamist extremists and we should hate them all. But as soon as the protest happens, they're our best friends all of a sudden. Man, get the fuck out of here with that. But all right, though, next video. Let's go into the foreign news. Okay.
Will Donald Trump attack Iran again? That's the big question in West Asia right now. As we speak, massive protests are underway in Iran. People are rallying in cities across the nation. There have been violent clashes and buildings have been destroyed. Until now, at least 7 deaths have been reported. This is the 6th day of public protests in Iran. They began over the economic crisis in the country. Their currency,
and shout out to Mars for sending a New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 joules. Appreciate the support. I just seen it. And shout out to my man Kingen for sending the gift as well. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Rial plunged earlier this week. It slipped to 1.42 million against the US dollar, meaning $1 is worth 1.42 million rial. This made shopkeepers in Tehran hit the streets. Soon,
they need a barrel. They need a barrel of their currency to get $1. Like, what is this? Like, Jesus Christ, what is this? Germany? Like, bruh, 1930s Germany? Like, where are we living? Well, I'm sorry, my bad. A little bit further than that, like World War I Germany, post-World War Germany.
Things escalated. University students joined the demonstrations and then ordinary citizens began rallying. Take a look.
Oh, damn. They stoning security. Oof.
In the middle of this chaos came a message from Donald Trump.
Yeah, which was wild as hell when I read this. I was like, bro, what are you doing? If Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, I mean, bro, really? All right, but the United States of America will come to their rescue. Like, bro, why? Bro, why? Like, what are we going to do? Like, what? Like, fly helicopters out there and bring them all into America? What, migrate a whole bunch of Iranian people to America? Or what, we're just going to strike them because they're treating their protesters terribly? Like, why? Why do we got to come to the rescue? But I guess it is what it is. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. God fucking damn it. Damn it. All right. It is what it is.
Or rather, a threat
head around
from
it
Donald
now.
Trump. Here's what he wrote. If Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Now, it's not clear what Donald Trump means here, but the words locked and loaded sound ominous. Is Trump talking about a military intervention? If he is, Iran says it's ready too. An advisor to their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has responded. This is what he said, and I'm quoting again. Trump must realize that U.S. intervention in this internal matter will lead to destabilizing the entire region and
Damn. I mean, yeah, I can see that. All right, with statements from Israeli officials, of course, the Israelis official has got to say something crazy about Iran, and the real Donald Trump, what was happening behind the scenes have become clear. We distinguish between the position of the protesting merchant and the actions of the sabotage elements, which Iran is trying to say that that there's a color revolution. These protesters are being ran by Mossad. Yes, I mean, they got masked men running around cutting down Iranian flags and all that good stuff. And I mean, let's be real, the Iranian people ain't doing all that now. But that's just what Iran's saying. You never know. They could just be trying to blame Israel for some strange reason. You never know. But all right. And Trump must realize that U.S. intervention in this internal matter will lead to destabilization. My bad, but destabilizing the entire region and destroying American interests. The American people must know that Trump is the one who started this adventure, and they should pay attention to the safety of their soldiers. I mean, well, bro, what do you mean by that? But I mean, true. Let's be real, though. If we try to fly something over there, they're pretty much saying that, look, you caught us slipping with the B-2 bomber, see if you can do it again. I'm pretty sure we can do it again. That's just me speaking confidently as American, but I wouldn't want to do it again because I'm also on the mindset that we should just leave this to them. I mean, like I said, they're dealing with their own citizens. I'm not sure why we're even getting involved, and we're trying to make this such a public spectacle as if it's our people out there getting hurt. And the only reason why we're wanting to get involved because we want regime change in Iran. The only reason.
Destroying America.
I mean, you think we give a damn about those protesters? You think they give a damn? No, they don't. They don't care about these fucking protesters. They just want war with Iran. They want a regime change in Iran. They want the Ayatollah out of power. And they're just seeing these protests as a vehicle to get to it.
American interests. Well, here's the thing. A U.S. president threatening Iran is not new.
I mean, true. And shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. Shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He said, mad. Mutually assured destruction, literally. I mean, here's the thing, though. Yeah, I could see how taking down or striking Iran and trying to take them out is going to cause some problems in the Middle East. And here's the thing. Who's to say that they're just going to accept the Shah or they're going to accept the guy that we put in? I mean, then there might be a free-for-all for power, and then we're going to get somebody even worse than the Ayatollah. And I mean, bruh, do we really want to roll the dice on that? Well, some people do. Some people do. And then shout out to my man Sid. Let's create more refugee crises. Like, bro, son of a bitch. You got a point. Yeah, that's true. It's like, what are we trying to do here? Create more refugees by taking in the protests? Oh, well, we want to take you guys in because you're against the Ayatollah. So what? We're just going to migrate these guys instead of, I don't know, leaving them there to maybe try to fix their country by themselves. I don't know. Let these guys progress by themselves without us getting involved. You'd be amazed what happened. You'd be amazed. Like crazy as hell. Crazy as how we were literally threatening to strike these guys over protests in their country, in theirs, not ours, but theirs.
We've heard that many times. But this is a U.S. president who has already attacked Iran. That was in June last year, June 2025. Trump bombed Iranian nuclear sites. And this week, he has threatened to do it again. Listen in.
Now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, and if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them.
Iran's regime is being cautious. They're accusing Donald Trump of using the Libya playbook. And what's that? What's the Libya playbook? Libya saw huge protests in early 2011. The U.S. used that unrest to launch a military operation to topple the Libyan regime of Muammar Gaddafi. Almost 15 years later, Iran is fearing a repeat. The question is, will things go that far? And to answer that, let's look at the situation inside Iran. How bad are things? Well, the economic pain is certainly real. The US has imposed crippling sanctions on the Iranian economy. Inflation is around 40%, 40.
47,
Growth forecast
exactly.
is minus 2.8%, meaning the economy will actually shrink this year, minus 2.8%, and the currency is in free fall. In the year 2022, $1 was equal to 430,000 riyal. Today, it is 1.42 million riyal. So yes, the public anger is genuine.
Boy.
People see the regime spending money on proxy wars. They
True.
see the regime funding the Houthis and the Hezbollah.
True.
They see regime.
No, I'm be so honest with you. That is very true because I get it. Just to be real, like I'm all for the protests because I get the bullshit that the Iranian people are seeing. I mean, hold on now. We're spiraling out of control when it comes to our currency, but you're out here trying to promote regional stability by supporting the Houthis. I mean, by helping out with what's going on in Gaza. Is like, bro, like let's worry about ourselves instead of you trying to give out money to all these other Muslim countries or other Muslim countries. Like it don't really make too much sense. And don't you think this is further hurting your people since you're spending on things that's not really helping your guys' economic problem? And they're not really trying to send weapons, not trying to sell weapons or anything like that, bro. They're damn near building it to give it away to these other guys to defend themselves, and mainly the Houthis.
Leaders throwing lavish wedding parties, and in contrast, the people themselves are struggling to make ends meet. This contrast has angered the people of Iran.
And of course, there is a water shortage problem as well. Like, let's not forget the water shortage problem. But right now, these guys are more concerned about the high inflation that's making everything basically unaffordable.
There are reports of slogans being raised against the Ayatollah and of government buildings being attacked. Yet the official response has been surprising. Iran's president took complete blame for the crisis. He says, don't blame America, blame us.
People are dissatisfied. We are at fault. You are at fault. Do not go after America as the one to blame. Do not go after, some other person to blame. It is we who must serve, and they must be satisfied with us. It is we who must properly manage our resources. It is we who must find a way and solve the problem.
Probably one of the most sensible guys in the Iranian government. The Iranian president, and if you haven't recognized him, he did an interview with Tucker Carlson, and he's actually pro-U.S. He's actually the party in the Iranian government that actually wants to work well with the U.S. That's why it's going like, look, bro, don't even try to turn this on the U.S. This is like, bro, you guys mishandled this. Like, I get that you're going to try to blame this on the U.S. for them placing sanctions on our government, and yeah, that got a lot to do with it. But, I mean, Russia ain't suffering like you guys, and they got sanctions too, just like, Iran does. And they're not suffering like they are. So, yeah, I mean, I like where the president's coming from. He's saying we need to blame ourselves instead of trying to scapegoat on America because the protesters ain't hearing that bullshit.
President Masoud Pezeshkian is a moderate leader.
Yes, he
Maybe
is.
that's why he's striking a conciliatory tone. But on the ground, a crackdown is underway. There are reports of violent clashes between protesters and security officials. Last we checked, around 7 people had been killed. But will this unrest spiral into a revolution? Will it draw in the US military? Honestly, the script is not new. We saw even bigger protests in 2022. That's when a young Iranian woman died in police custody. Her name was Masha Amini, and her crime? She did not wear a hijab properly. Masha Amini's death triggered huge protests in Iran. Public property was torched. Even the Ayatollah's posters were destroyed. And yet, the regime survived. They used force and brutality to quell the unrest.
Oh, wow.
This time, though, the regime is weaker. Their military was degraded in the war against Israel, plus senior leaders were killed in Israeli airstrikes.
True.
Also, let's not forget the Ayatollah Khamenei is 86 years old with no clear successor. So the timing of this unrest is a worry. Which raises the second question, will the US get involved? With Donald Trump, you cannot rule out anything. But the fact is, the US military is calibrated elsewhere. It is targeting alleged drug boats near Venezuela. It is also focused on Taiwan after China's mega drills. So an operation on Iran at this point would make little sense. But like I said, this is Donald Trump. You cannot rule out anything. A lot will also depend on how the protests unfold in Iran. Tehran is set to implement a new budget this year. Their plan is to increase tax revenue by 63% if they go ahead with that budget.
Yo, That's probably one of the reasons why too. They say, yeah, we want to increase taxes by 63% when your people already suffering. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. It kind of sounds like we just need to keep our hands off. We don't even need to do anything. These guys are cooking themselves. They're just terrible leaders. They don't give a damn about their people and their economic woes. Kind of reminds me of a certain government I know or that I'm under, sadly. But I get it. I can relate.
The public anger may rise. So it's a very tricky New Year period for Iran. Let's see how the regime handles it.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news? From battlefields to negotiation tables, from internet outrage to real-world injustice.
But shout out to our people over there at First Post. Now let's go ahead and get into the Young Turks. You know, for my guys on the left, because you know they had a field day with this one. They definitely had a field. Actually, well, before we get into the Young Turks, let's go ahead and do a quick little scroll down in social media or a Vex to see what's been going on. All right, here, U.S. military vet Mark Wayne to current service members attacking Venezuela. The American people are not behind you. Oh, really? Well, let's see what you got to say, buddy.
And be celebrated as a hero. Yo, so it's being reported right now that Caracas is under attack, getting bombed from the air, possibly from drones. There's been reports of blackouts. This is a message for all active duty. If you ever get this, I want you to know something, that America is not behind you. This ain't like the Afghan war.
Whoa, dog. I'll always be behind the servicemen. It's just I'm not with the president, but these guys got to follow their orders. I'm always going to be with them, but I may not be what the president's telling them to do. I don't like how y'all trying to put shame on our service members for this. Don't do that.
War in the Iraqi war, where you got to come home and be celebrated as a hero, have romantic movies made for you in Hollywood. Nah, America is like, what the fuck right now? So,
which is true. We are like, what the fuck right now? We're just literally sitting there like, bro, are you serious? Like, wait, what? Striking these guys? I mean, I thought we were going to strike Iran first, and I was in disagreement with that. But I mean, Venezuela? Oh, shit. But here we are, guys. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
Oh, understand, if this ever I hope this gets to some fucking Navy dudes. If you are in the Navy, if you are in the Air Force, and you are behind the bombing of Caracas, Venezuela, America is not behind you. You will not be celebrated as a hero. You're a piece of shit.
Whoa.
You are a piece.
Yeah. See, bro, that I can't get down with that type of message. You trying to shame military men into not doing what they need to do or doing what they're ordered to do. I can't get behind that. I'm being so honest with you. Like, I don't like the idea where people try to shame military men just to try to get them to what? Follow the orders that you want them to do or to act how you want them to act. Okay, bro, then come a general or something. Other than that, sit your ass down. But all right, here, Venezuelan citizens can be heard screaming, the Marines have arrived. Ooh, man, you can see the fire in the distance.
Marico.
All right. Is that all they got right there? Of course, you got more footage coming out of these strikes and all from all angles, really. I mean, whatever they hit right here was important. And highly flammable. And then, of course, you got this right here. U.S. forces, Delta Force had just landed on Caracas. The Apaches. Troops on the ground, basically. Setting up posts. Who the hell are we attacking? Uh-oh. Yeah, guys, this might be a little problem. Initial reports indicate that the U.S. Marine Corps have launched an amphibious assault operation north of Caracas. Further details are still emerging. Yeah. All right. All right, now let's see what the Young Turks got to say about this. They say neocon Don threatens to attack Iran. Oh, at least they made it rhyme. I mean, I'm a little bit impressed with that.
Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tom Massey, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon agree with us that we should not go to war with Iran. We should not do regime change. We should not work for Israel. Oh my God, what an amazing, miraculous development. Please don't let that slide by you without noting, oh my God, the country's coming together.
As protests continue to occur across Iran over economic.
You know what? I can see that. He's like, shout out City said prediction. 95% of MAGA will defend this. Will be defending this. Bro, I can see that. I can see that. I would have hoped for a 50-50 split, but to be quite honest with you, yeah, I could see MAGA. I could see us defending this, to be quite honest with you. I could see them doing it. Why? Well, I mean, look at Benny Johnson. I mean, he's most likely going to be defending this. I mean, you've seen Nick Schroeder. I mean, Alex Jones, maybe. Actually, I wonder how Alex Jones is seeing this as well. No, I'm gonna go look at all the major. Look, we're gonna see tomorrow. All the major MAGA pundits, all the major MAGA talking heads are gonna come out. They're gonna state their opinion, and we're gonna see what they're saying about this. Because I mean, Lord knows Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and them are gonna disagree with it. But I mean, you're gonna have Mark Levin come out and support it. Ben Shapiro's gonna come out and support it. Benny Johnson's gonna come out and support it. I mean, we'll wait and see for more names. We'll see.
Issues there. President Donald Trump is weighing in, issuing yet more threats against Iran and its government, not explicitly over nuclear issues like led to the war that he started there, but this time saying that he will protect any protesters that are killed by the Iranian regime. We've got a lot of details on the violence that's already occurred there, but Cenk, first off, what are your 2 cents?
Yeah, so I think we're gonna have coverage of the.
Oh yeah, since pretty much making his little correction. He says it's about Venezuela, which is right. No, you're right. They are gonna, bro. Everybody's, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. They're gonna defend Iran and Venezuela. I mean, you already see how much they were doing for Iran during the first strike, how they're trying to defend that. And shout out to Charlie Kirk for being one of the few guys or one of the big talking heads that said, no, we're not for it. So shout out to him and RIP him for that one. Like, he was a real one. But no, like, bro, you're right. 95% of MAGA most likely will be defending the strike in Venezuela, even though we was on the position of no war. And here's the thing. This is not, I mean, be real with you, Sid. This is not an actual war. This is a military strike. Now, when we start retaliating, going back and forth with these guys, that's going to be a war. Then we can go ahead and call it. And we're not going to sit here and wait for the declaration of war to call it, like some people like to do.
This that you're not going to see anywhere else, because of course this is all about Israel. That's obvious, right? But the question is, why might Israel not be in favor of this regime change? They definitely want regime change in Iran, but maybe not this one, and hence the call for bombing, because if you bombed, it would actually end this insurgency. So we're going to tell you why. It's really important and interesting. Let's give you all the facts first.
Fascinating and complicated. So let's talk first about what has already happened. We have escalations coming, but so far on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, there were fatalities that were actually reported coming out of these demonstrations. There's a lot of lack of clarity in some of these cases, but we'll give you the best information that we have. So the semi-official Fars news agency and human rights group Hengao said 2 people had died during clashes between protesters and security forces in the city of Lordagen in southwestern Iran. 3 more people were killed in Azna. And so the total number of fatalities is believed to be somewhere between 6 and 8, which is obviously very tragic for just a couple of days of protesting there. There are right now conflicting reports in most of these cases about whether they were demonstrators or security forces who were killed in the individual cases. Human rights groups say that multiple protesters have been killed, and there's video going around showing security forces firing on groups of demonstrators. So it is certainly plausible that there have been fatalities there. State media is saying that members of the security forces have been killed by protesters who are armed. That's possible, I suppose. Believe that if you wish. Independent outlets haven't been able to confirm the truth just yet. Obviously, difficulty getting information there. But regardless of the facts and of the death count, which almost certainly will rise over the next day or two, this is how Donald Trump greeted it on Truth Social, saying, "If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter." And just in case it wasn't clear, it's from President Donald J. Trump. So that's strange that he leaps to the defense of protesters halfway around the world when he has hardly been a fan of protest here in the United States. Remember, of course, he was so aggrieved by the last round of No Kings protests that he put out a deepfake video of him literally dumping poop all over protesters. And many people are worried about what will happen when he deploys the military ahead of the midterms, as he's almost certainly going to do. But he is implying that they are going to come to the rescue of anyone who is attacked, which doesn't sound, Cenk, like just a bombing thing. We're going to come to your rescue, not avenge you. Not if you kill them, we'll kill you. He's making it sound as if he's going to send troops into Iran to protect protesters there, which I would doubt, I suppose. But what do you think?
So first of all, obviously it has nothing to do with the protesters. Obviously it has nothing to do with protecting Iran. Yeah. Like, let's just get to the real issue here. So Israel wants to attack Iran again, but again, let's be more clear. They don't really want to attack Iran. They want us to attack Iran. Why? So first they said nukes. We got rid of their nuclear facilities that didn't have nukes, but okay, the facilities are gone, everything is gone. Then they moved to missiles, and people were like, everybody has missiles. Like, now we're gonna attack Iran over missiles, right? And they're like
literally, I remember when they did move the goalposts, being like, oh, well, now that we took out their nuclear enrichment capability, oh, they're advancing their missile defense system. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on now. Like, look, y'all was fear mongering over nukes and we understood that threat. But now to sit here and complain about missiles is insane. And now we're going like, oh, well, now they're having a protest and they're shooting at protesters. I mean, sad story, bro, but that's not our problem.
No, like that's all warm-up act anyway. Regime change. We need regime change. Now, why do they need regime change? Because a lot of you might not know this, and in fact, I didn't know it until pretty recently, but now that I've done a lot more research and now know some people from the region, et cetera, and have some sources there, it turns out most of the Arab governments are run by puppets for Israel. And so like, if you say anything against the Israeli government in Jordan or Egypt or Saudi Arabia or UAE, you will be arrested. If you say something not against the Saudi government, which you'll also be arrested for, but against the Israeli government, you're gonna get picked up by Saudi intelligence or Jordanian intelligence. So these are all puppet regimes. And so what Israel thinks, okay, if I knock out their missiles, that's a temporary win. If I knock out their leadership and I now control the leadership of that country, fill in the blank, Iraq, Jordan, et cetera, well, then I own that country. And that lasts for a long time. So that's why at the end of the day, no matter how many times we bomb Iran or any of these countries that they want us to bomb, it's never enough until they get the regime change, because the point isn't the bombing, the point is the regime change, put in an Israeli puppet, control the Middle East forever. Yeah. Okay, so that's the battle plan. So which then, John, leads us back to the protesters, is a bit of a problem for the Israelis.
Now, now it is true that we do basically pay Jordan and Egypt to play nice with Israel. Well, yeah, Jordan, Egypt, and Turkey to play nice with Israel. But I'm not really sure about the whole, these guys having Israeli puppets in their government. But we do pay these guys off to play nice with Israel. That I'll tell you.
Fine. You want the regime toppled? Yes, but if the regime is toppled, they don't want an organic insurgency to replace that regime. They need it replaced by our puppet, and hence why America has to do the bombing and the replacing. Because if the Iranians replace their leadership on their own, and God forbid they go to democracy, that's a best case scenario for us,
pretty much,
progressives, populists, etc. We don't want to
not go exactly. He's like, yo, says, so we paid protection money to the mob of the Middle East, basically. Yeah, in a way, we're basically paid protection. Or yeah, we pay protection to Jordan, to Turkey, and to Egypt to not F with Israel, basically. And of course, we throw in a little bit of threats there as well, because I mean, let's be real, man. We could pay them off, but money only goes so far. You got to give them money and a bit of a threat. Like, here's some money, but we will kill you if you do try to do anything against Israel. That's kind of how we present it. But at least we give them money first.
Deal with Iran or Israel. But given our druthers, would we want a grand Ayatollah or the mullah regime? No, we want a democracy in Iran, right? And the people of Iran to be represented and to be free. Israel does not want that. In fact, a huge part of the reason why there are no democracies in the Middle East outside of Turkey and Israel is because Israel actively tries to prevent it. If the Jordanian people got their way in a democracy, Israel would be in a lot of trouble. Jordan would, all of the Jordanian people support Palestinians, but their leadership doesn't. And that's the same of almost all of those countries. So that's why they want us to bomb, partly because we got to put the puppet in, not them. But the other reason, John, is if you bomb Iran, what's going to happen? Everybody's going to rally around the flag. It's going to strengthen the Ayatollah and kill off this organic uprising, which Israel doesn't want.
Yeah.
They want them toppled, and then we have to bomb and put in the leader. So that's the game that's being played.
Yeah, and that's why it's important when sometimes I think Donald Trump and like the right, it's like a part of the way that they're trolls. They like to pretend to agree with you, but not at all for the same reasons you might think. Like Trump is against like wind energy. So why does he say he doesn't like wind energy? Is it because he likes, the oil and gas industry? Well, yeah, but he's not going to say that. Is it because it spoils his view and he cares more about his view than the fate of the world? Yeah, but he's not going to say that.
That, and let's be real, the people who make wind energy, those wind turbines and all that, China. So we don't even profit off it, and we're mainly enriching China when we switch towards green energy, especially when it comes to the little wind turbines and solar panels that are all made where, or majority made where, in China. So yeah, that's also one of the reasons as well too, because China also put switchers on there to shut down solar panels that we buy from them. And who's to say they wouldn't do the same thing to the wind turbines? So maybe we shouldn't depend on a form of energy that's being dominated by a country that don't like us too much. Just saying. I'm just saying, putting a little bit of logic out there.
It says to protect the birds, so that maybe environmentalists get on his side. He doesn't give a damn about the environmentalists. And you might think, hey, well, weren't we really supportive of Iranian student protesters a couple of years ago? Yeah, he's not though. He doesn't give one damn.
Oh, and this is not me shitting on green energy. I'll be quite honest with you. Like, the potential for green energy is great. It's just the way that it's being implemented right now is kind of being done off the backs of, the citizens. Like, look at the UK and or in Europe and their green energy initiative. They're paying more on their electricity bill because they're trying to push towards green energy. Yeah, so that's the problem. It seems like green energy can't really prosper unless it's on the backs of the citizens. And it shouldn't be like that. But for some reason it is.
About a single protester in Florida, let alone in Iran. And so don't be deceived into thinking, oh, okay, well, I don't like Donald Trump. I don't really want us to get more involved in more conflicts, but I guess at least we could finally make good on the desire for democracy. There's not going to be any democracy. This has way more in common.
Bro, to be quite honest with you, if there was a democracy that came out of us overthrowing or causing a regime change, then that's a miracle. But what's most likely is going to happen is that there's going to be a whole bunch of warlords, and there's going to be like a 3-4-way war in Iran, which is going to cause further economic instability and more killings or more deaths. So yeah, I'm not really sure if we're going to get what we want or we're going to get what we envision. The vision sounds nice, but the reality of what's going to happen to our actions, trust me, it's not going to be what you're envisioning right now.
American adventures in replacing Iranian governments back 60 years ago or whatever than it does anything having to do with democracy. And so there are some people fighting back against this. Thomas Massey, almost Turk of the Year, he tweeted out, we have problems at home.
Oh, shout out Tony Tigress. Appreciate the support. She sent in sent a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my man Kingan sending the hundreds. Appreciate the support, my man.
It shouldn't be wasting military resources on another country's internal affairs. Military strikes on Iran require congressional authorization. I get what he means there, but that's kind of a joke right now. The idea that Donald Trump would ever have to go to Congress for this sort of thing. It should, and I would love for Thomas Massey, maybe Ro Khanna, to actually make that a legal thing, but unfortunately Donald Trump doesn't give a damn what Congress thinks. And this threat isn't about freedom of speech in Iran, it's about the dollar, oil, and Israel. So Israel and Israel's desire for regime change, as Cenk pointed out. There's some interesting other elements that we should definitely discuss. One is that Mossad has posted social media messages encouraging the protesters to rise up. Here's one comment. Let's come out to the streets together. The time has come. We are with you, not just from afar and verbally. We are with you in the field as
Nah, the boldness, bro. The boldness. Basically letting you know that they in there. The Mossad. Y'all couldn't just shut the fuck up about it. Y'all really put yourselves out there. Like, I'm be real with you, this is leaning more towards the credibility that you guys are operating in this protest. I'm be real with you. It leans more toward, like, you're giving that little story a little bit more credibility. But let's come out to the streets together. Together? What do you mean by together? Bro, you're the Mossad. You're supposed to be in Israel. But, okay, never mind. Well, it's the Mossad. They do spy work all over the Middle East and in America. I mean, come on now. Let's be real. America's an obvious. The time has come. We are with you. How are y'all with us? I mean, y'all, like I said, y'all supposed to be in Israel chilling, watching from afar. Not just from afar, but you should be from afar and verbally. I mean, basically, they snitched on themselves. I don't know how else would you read this. When the Mossad comes out and pretty much says, hey, yo, we're standing the streets together. The time has come. We are with you, not just from afar and verbally. We are with you in the field as well. Oh, really? Are you now? Oh, I mean, the Israeli intelligence agency is in the field with the Iranian protesters, just like the Israeli intelligence were in the field when they bombed the nuclear, they bombed the nuclear plants and killed all of their, also close to all of their nuclear scientists and their family members. Assad was in the field then too. Crazy how that works out, huh?
Well, we're with you in the field as well. I don't know if that's true or not, but they certainly want the message to be out there that, I mean, I'm assuming I know what you're going to say about that, but take a swing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could be just normal psyops to confuse and bewilder your opponent, but I think what's more likely is they're trying to delegitimize this actual organic uprising.
Well, and justify.
Saying, we're right next to them. Remember this uprising, Mossad's in the crowd.
Yeah,
you would only say that to delegitimize it,
or to
Iran,
to make it more legitimate for the Iranians to devastate them. Like, well, now this isn't organic. This is a foreign intelligence operation. Like, if you actually, first of all, why would Mossad be weighing in on any of this?
Literally.
But obviously that's the effect that it's going to have. It almost seems too obvious. It seems ham-fisted for Mossad.
Bro, literally, like, hold on. Like, so Israeli secret intelligence or Israeli intelligence is literally saying right in our face that, yeah, we're with the protesters. Now, we're not just saying this on a Twitter post. We're not saying this from Tel Aviv, but we're actually in the field with you guys. We support you guys. I bet you fucking are. I bet you guys are, bro. This is crazy. Like, bro, the snitching, the self-snitching, bro. Like, the audacity of it, the confidence of what they're doing right now is astounding, just to say it in our face and knowing that nobody's going to question it.
Which has done some pretty sensitive and subtle.
But John, you have to remember that's for the Iranian audience, and it's almost for the Ayatollah, so the Ayatollah can say, "See, Mossad is in the crowd. That's why I had to kill them," which then gives Trump an excuse to attack and then put in our regime. So that is not for U.S. consumption. And we're about the only show talking about it. Like, if you turn on television or you go to the New York Times, you're not going to get any of that, right? They're not talking about how Mossad is in the streets in Iran. That would be
like, brother, as MAGA, I would have to disagree with you on that one. I mean, I agree with you on the Venezuelan part. Like, that's common sense. If we want the guy out of there, we want him out of there ASAP. Let's scare him out with land strikes. As much as I disagree, I mean, it's common sense. But getting into Iran over protests. Like, over a protest, no threat to us or anything like that, or allies or anything, just they're protesting. Like, bruh, I mean, I don't know where the common sense is there, but I can hear you on Venezuela though.
Anti-Semitic to repeat what Mossad literally put out in public on their own. They're like, what do you mean? Are you trying to say that we're doing this for Israel? You're all anti-Semites. I mean,
but all right, though, let's go ahead and get on to our people over here at CNN who got something to say about it. All right, let's see here. Trump warns Iran after protests turned deadly across several provinces. All right, let's get into it.
MAGA backlash to President Donald Trump's latest threat to Iran.
Aren't people teasing right now that Samantha Powers and Hillary Clinton must somehow have gotten invited to the Mar-a-Lago New Year's Eve celebration because the president coming out today saying, hey, we're locked and loaded. Isn't that straight from the Samantha Powers and Hillary Clinton playbook?
Steve Bannon,
Whoa!
Trump's chief strategist.
Whoa! Yo, somebody grab this man Andrew Wilson, bro. Tell him to get his ass like, bro, what? Bro, this man's bloodthirsty. He said, look, communists gotta die. That's all. This man's a Christian, by the way. Communists gotta die. You can get mad about it, but they are fucking communists. I do, in fact, support the widespread military killing of communists. I mean, bro, can you please just say the Maduro regime? Please, bro. Please. Because you're making it sound like you don't care that civilians get caught up in this. And I'm be quite honest with you, bro. A lot of us don't share that opinion. What the fuck? Like, bro, somebody grab your mans. Jesus. But, all right. Somebody grab Andrew Wilson, bro. Somebody tell that man to calm down. I know you lost a debate about that one girl who called out your wife, but, bro, no need to take it out on the Venezuelan people. Like, bruh.
Of course, he knows exactly how his old boss would feel about being compared to Hillary Clinton and Samantha Power. Those comments coming after Trump posted this just before 3 a.m. this morning, mind you, saying, quote, if Iran shots, I think he meant shoots, and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go, end quote. Protests, we should note, are growing across Iran as inflation rises and the nation's currency plummets. So far,
hold on, guys. This is coming from Laura Loomer. And look, bro, I hate Laura Loomer as well, but the bitch got connections, okay? The bitch got connections, the crazy ass loony Loomer. She's what was it? I think she's like a press liaison for the Pentagon. Yeah, I know she runs press for the Pentagon. So, all right, sources tell me that well, Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela. So, is this a woman? We'll see. All right, though, but the vice president of Venezuela is going to be announced as the interim president of Venezuela today following U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela and the announcement by President Trump that Nicolas Maduro has been captured by U.S. Special Forces and flown out of the country. Well, that was quick. Well, goddamn. That was quick as hell. Like, we got that, but we was in and we was out. Well, that was easy. Well, I mean, you'd have thought it took a little bit longer than that, but I guess a couple strikes is all it takes. You know, we get them, we capture them, and now we got this. Man, who is she? Man, who is this lady here? A woman. Yeah, we got this lady right here. You know, I'm not too keen on female leadership. You can call me a sexist if you want. It is what it is, but I mean, hey, it's better than Maduro, I guess. I guess we trust her more than Maduro. I mean, huh. So what are we trying to do here? What? Invoke no, I'm not going to say that out loud. F it, I'm going to say it. What are we trying to do? Weaken their leadership by putting in a woman? Sorry, women, if that offended you, but I'm just being real here because that's what some people like. I mean, that's what people like to do. Or that's how people see, you know, a country when they have a female leader. Hey, man, look, the world's a sexist place. What can I say? But all right, I was just looking into this lady who's about to be the interim president. And all right, just this lady right here. But yeah, according to Laura Loomer, apparently we got what we wanted. Now let me see if I can go ahead and find confirmation from Trump. Let's go ahead and get back to CNN covering Iran, the Iranian protests.
Quote, if Iran shots, I think he meant shoots, and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go, end quote. Protests, we should note, are growing across Iran as inflation rises and the nation's currency plummets. So far, though, the president's words are just that, words. The White House official tells CNN that they are not aware of any actions taken or increases in troop levels in the region. But it's not just Bannon breaking with Trump when it comes to Iran. Soon to be former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, quote, President Trump threatening war and sending in troops to Iran is everything we voted against in 24. Trump voters spent the week threatening a tax revolt because they are so furious about the never-ending waste, fraud, and abuse of their...
Which I'm for, by the way. I mean, you know, a lot of people were talking about, yo, let's stop paying our taxes. Like, F it. because we're tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse, and we're paying into this, and it's not really getting fixed. There's no people getting arrested right now, and we're tired of it because y'all just letting us know that it's going to continue, and maybe it'll stop continuing if we, I don't know, stop paying taxes, stop giving you guys a budget that you guys spend recklessly at the tune of $6.8 billion. Oh, my bad, $1 trillion. Like, I don't know. Maybe if you guys, and I remember I held this position before. I'm like, maybe we do need to cut taxes dramatically. Give these guys a smaller purse to work with, and watch how carefully they start spending money once they have something. They have a smaller purse to work with. Let's cut that $6 trillion to $3 trillion. Let's see them overspend then.
Hard-earned money going to foreigners and to foreign wars, end quote. So let's get off the sidelines, head into the arena. My panel is here. First, I do want to go straight to senior White House correspondent Kevin Liptak with his new report.
And shout out to Jason. S.E.T. That was a tag team. They snatched up Maduro. Shout out. All right, bet.
Reporting, Kevin, is there any military muscle behind the president's words?
At this point, what we've heard from officials is that no troops have been added to the region. Their preparation levels have not been changed. And what one White House official told us is that the president hasn't taken any action and that his words here were really meant as a strong warning. So it's not exactly clear what precisely has been locked and loaded, as the president puts it there. He's being kind of characteristically vague about what his intentions are. I do think when you talk to officials, they do sort of describe a hypothetical list of actions that the president could take that would stop short of firing missiles into Iran. For example, he could take a step akin to—
Hey, man, shout out to the sis TB. She says, oh, and shout out to the baller alert. Gotta go ahead and give it to you. She says, hi, I've been with you since about the beginning. Man, I already know, sis. I appreciate you. Don't let the assholes get you down. Keep living hopeful. Just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. By the way, we support the president of Venezuela, who was voted in, which was the lady. Yes, the lady that won the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, you know what? I support her as well. I'll be quite honest with you. I always respect people who stand up to tyranny, and that's something she was doing. And it seems like, the interim president, which is going to be their vice president, as we work our way to get this young lady back in. Because right now, I believe she's in like Norway, enjoying her time. Because Norway's actually a nice little country. But yeah, she said, by the way, we support the president of Venezuela, who was voted in, and has been in France or something. Yeah, she's in the Oslo, Norway right now. So that's where they got her to. But yes, I know what. Like I said, I'd be okay with them bringing her back. I was just fearful because I don't know why. I always get a little fearful when we have these strikes and we don't know where they're going. We don't know the end result. I always got to be safe and put out there like, guys, this could go good for us or this could go really bad. And right now, guys, it went pretty well. We got what we wanted. We struck. We got them. Well, allegedly, we're going to wait for confirmation. But according to Laura Loomer, who basically runs press for the Pentagon, it sounds like we got Maduro. And so let's hope for the best. But appreciate you, TB. And once again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, sis.
To what President Biden took back in 2022, the last time protests flared up in Iran, which is to use American technology to bolster internet connectivity, to essentially allow some of these protesters to get around the regime's attempts to crack down on information. You hear potential talk about sanctions, on regime figures or on sectors like the banking or oil sectors. Of course, Iran already has loads of American sanctions on it, so it's unclear.
And shout out to TB, because now the call-in link is that been posted to the post tab. So if you want to go ahead and get in here, if you are a member or if you donate at least $1 to the stream, you can go ahead and hop up in here, because I know I know Sid and Gaming probably gonna come up here, and Sid probably gonna talk his shit. And Gaming, man, I want your military analysis on this. So, all right, guys, let's go ahead. I already posted it in the post tab in the main page, so there it is.
Those could have. The other hypothetical that you hear discussion of is potential cyber action.
Like, sure, I'm ready for Sid's "I told you so" moment at this point. But yo, Gaming, man, it's all good, my brother. It's all good, man. Yeah, go ahead.
I can't say that I haven't seen. I didn't see this coming. Just given all the military information, like, nah, I didn't know that this was going to happen. But given what I've seen up close and personal with special warfare, I ain't gonna lie, and I'm gonna leave it there. This is exactly what I've seen happen. Like I said, up close and personal. Middle of the night.
Hold on now. I do got to read this out from President Trump. This is what Sid was talking about. So the post from President Trump, what I guess about 3 minutes ago, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald Trump, man, son of a bitch. 11 a.m. I mean, I'm gonna have to be up for that.
Yeah. So, hey, I also want to do a shameless plug.
Go ahead.
So I got my YouTube set up. I just got to finalize some details. Of course, said I'm gonna talk to you about that in the Discord.
No problem,
But yeah, got my YouTube set up, so I'm gonna be doing the same thing, streaming and gaming and covering news topics too. If y'all want to check me out. So yeah.
Man, but actually, no, so crazy though. Shout out to my man Jay says, Sid, you gloated too early if they actually got Maduro. Low key though. They probably might have gloated too early. He's like, man, son of a bitch. Like, what you mean they got him? Yeah, but Maduro captured. I mean, superpower doing real superpower shit. I mean, hey, I'll say it. I will say it. Maybe I might have been like a little bit harsh, maybe too early. I'll say that. I'll admit I was wrong on that end.
What I didn't want it to turn into was a freaking sandbox 2.0. But looking at it now and just, you know what? Nope. I'm just gonna leave it there.
Yeah, we got that guy. Hold on. So we struck like, bro, maybe like an hour ago, and we already got this man, his wife, out of there.
But you got to think about it. They already knew that it was going to be calculated like this. Like, they already knew there was going to be chaos. They don't fly Chinooks in there for no reason. As soon as they said that Chinooks were in the area, anytime you hear a Chinook being in the area of operation, assume that there's Marines or there's special warfare. Special warfare, more specifically, Marines are just a distraction.
Now, and look, man, just because I'm a very cautious person now, look, I'm glad it worked out like this for Venezuela. I'm so happy. But that doesn't mean it's going to work out like this for Iran. So let's not get it twisted, guys.
Well, also Set.
Yeah, what's up?
Just because this has happened doesn't mean we know how it's going to work out.
Good point.
Even if Maduro's gone, like, we're just assuming that this is all going to turn out great. They're going to get the president that they voted for. There's not going to be any more destabilization, but we should have all learned the lesson about celebrating victories too early. And I don't think I gloated too early because of like whatever that commenter said. I still don't support this, even if it was successful, because I feel like this type of stuff needs congressional approval. Like, that is our system. President can't just in the middle of the night decide he gets to do whatever he wants. And the 30-day period on the strikes, that's already gone up. That's already over.
So my thing with that is, and here's the type of legality that people don't realize. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but please listen from a dude that was on the inside. When y'all say, "Oh, well, we need to go to congressional approval," here's the thing: the power of the presidency originally did not need congressional oversight, and when you go through, they tell you that. Originally speaking, it was just George Washington making decisions on his own. The entire state of the regulation for where president needs to notify Congress is in the event that we need to go to war. If there is a decisive strike to either deter, to mitigate, or to, in instances like this where a gray area lies, where we need to kind of enforce some things or give people a healthy little bee slap on the face to get them to act right. This kind of what that 30-day or 90-day notice is. When you look at the actual instruction, he doesn't really have to notify them so long as it's within 21 days or like 3 days or so. And it's
No,
a
this is an
notification.
act. This is an act of war. This is an act of war. Any other country, if a different country tried to do this to us, I know it sounds outlandish and could never happen, but engage with the hypothetical. If they came in the middle of the night and took Trump and the First Lady Melania, we as a country would consider that an act of war. So it would not be out of the realm of possibility for Venezuela to consider this an act of war, even if Maduro is unpopular.
Okay, so check this out. There's one key thing that you guys are missing. Well, not you guys, you people that say that type of stuff. Y'all realize that the U.S. military, including the Pentagon and all of the security administrations, they have an entire legal team that comb the United Nations definitions for different things. What's considered an act of war? What's considered not? What's considered by definition of act of war, since that came up, is if we started attacking civilian populations, if we just started attacking hospitals, if we started attacking.
No. Those are war crimes. Those are war crimes. I'm talking about
I know. Stop, because certain war crimes are also acts of war. I don't know why civilians.
We never just start attacking civilians and hospitals out of we don't do that.
I know. Listen. So, just because it's a war crime, and a lot of civilians get this messed up, just because it's a war crime, that also doesn't mean that it's not an act of war. I need people to really combine those two things. You can still do a war crime that
but just because it's not a war crime doesn't mean it's not an act of war. I'm saying this is an act of war.
What is the president's job to you? We have the three powers. What does
the president's job is to make sure the laws are faithfully executed.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. That's what it's.
No, he's the chief.
Yeah,
that's his title. Congress has the authority to declare war.
Sid, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna shut you down on here, because again, you never even learned what his actual job is. His job, by definition, and you can go look this up on the U.S. government's website, is commander-in-chief. It is to command the U.S. Armed Forces. It even says that. Hold up, stop.
Nope. You're wrong. The president's job says he must faithfully execute the laws. That is the president's job.
And what are the laws of the president? What are the laws of presidents?
The laws are whatever Congress makes. The laws are made by the lawmakers.
No. The president's job.
They aren't. The laws are not made by the lawmakers. Is that what you're saying right now?
Stop with the red herring, because you're trying to hop from one argument to another. Let's stick to what.
I said the laws are made by the lawmakers.
Stop over talking. Okay.
All right, guys, hold on now. Let's make sure we're having a respectful debate. What's the prompt here? Like, what are you guys debating? So I can make sure we're staying on target here.
So he asked me what the president's job was, and I said it's to make sure the laws of the land are faithfully executed. That's
not my question. That's not my question.
You did
That's
ask
the one he
asked.
asked. No, okay.
Okay, well, man asked that, and then you jumped in.
All right, go ahead and let gaming clarify then.
Who tells Congress what to do?
The people.
Do they?
Okay, can I jump in?
Yeah, they vote them in. They vote them in.
Okay, who tells the justice system what to do?
The justice system usually decides how the laws are meant to be interpreted.
And what is being interpreted?
The law.
The Constitution. So,
at the highest level, yeah. The Constitution is the supreme law.
Interpret the law, then the Congress is in charge of everything. Just because we voted it.
No. Do you agree there are laws and things that won't be included in the Constitution?
I don't think
this year we'll have to. No, there's not.
I don't know. I said I don't think that there should be, because the Constitution.
Okay, well, in practice, is there?
In practice, there is.
Yeah, and they are held up as constitutional. Yes or no?
Even well, they are said to be, but that doesn't mean they are. I mean, there are a lot of
Because
laws.
we have a legislative branch that is, they are lawmakers. They're supposed to make laws. If the
Hey, Sid,
Constitution
can
was
you
the only
stop
set of
talking
laws,
for a second so I can make my point? I need like a good 5 minutes of silence.
5 minutes. Okay.
All right. So let's just get this in order. Because, like I was trying to say before, and you told me no, his job is to enforce laws. Let's make sure we have this entire thing laid out. The president's job, according to the U.S. Constitution, as prescribed, the U.S. the President of the United States leads the executive branch, enforces laws, acts as commander in chief of the military, conducts foreign policy, and serves as head of state. Now, when we go
I didn't
in,
come here to argue with an AI
no,
overview. Okay.
it's not an AI overview. Also, this is
It
also
was.
on the. Okay, let's go to .gov since everything's an AI overview. I said I need 5 minutes of silence.
Who has the authority to declare war?
You confused the authority to declare war with the power of the president's ability to conduct strikes. Two different things.
Well, I've already asserted this is my belief that this is an act of war.
Okay, so now I'm on the executive branch website.
Okay.
Again, the president. Okay, so please be quiet and listen.
I never denied he was the commander in chief. Once
we
war
stop?
is declared.
Sid,
hold on now,
stop.
guys. Now, hold on now, gaming. You're gonna have to actually address his argument because I think he's interrupting you because you're not really addressing the argument. Remember, he's framing this as an act of war, so I believe that's the real argument.
I know.
Is this an act of war?
I'm trying to address that claim, and in order to do that,
I never denied he was the commander in chief. I think the commander in chief's duty is to prosecute war once it's declared, not to just start war.
Okay, I get that. Let me rebuttal. Let me lay out my facts. It's impossible to teach somebody that won't shut up.
All right.
Okay,
I don't go ahead and mute everybody, but gaming. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Okay, so for some proper groundwork, because this is important. Under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, this is off of the executive branch, the White House Archives.gov. Under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, the president is responsible for the execution of enforcement of laws by Congress. That's the first one. 15 executive departments, each led by appointed 14 members of the president's cabinet to carry out the day-to-day administration of the federal government because he serves as the head of state. So overall, the state of the U.S., he is the head of state. So he carries out the day-to-day task. They are joined by other agencies such as the CIA, Environmental Protection Agency, blah, blah, blah. He also has the power to sign legislation into law or veto bills by Congress. Executive branch conducts diplomacy, and here's the key word that a lot of people be forgetting. Well, they be like, his job is to enforce laws. It's a common misconception. The executive branch conducts diplomacy with other nations, and the president has the power to negotiate and sign treaties, which may be ratified by 2/3 of the Senate. The president can issue executive orders, executive officers, or clarify and help implement existing laws. Federal crimes, starts going over the Constitution some more. And then in terms of the diplomatic relation, if you click on, it's really far down there, it gives you some links about what his what his responsibilities are. And in that diplomacy section, he can also use force if necessary or if provoked. He can enforce pre-existing agreements or go use the power of the state, such as sanctions, which are delegated to him by Congress to go after certain countries. By definition, sanctions are what's known as financial warfare. You're shutting out other countries from the open market. If
Okay,
that's
you did not know where you were going with that. I appreciate you being like condescending and
I'm
saying
not
you're gonna
even.
teach me
I'm
something,
not.
but I
I'm
didn't.
not
I
even
didn't need to
done.
be read. I didn't need to be read what
I'm
the
not
president
even
does
done.
either. I
I'm
understand
not
what the
even.
president does. If you want to
I'm not
have the
even done.
argument that I'm here to have,
I'm.
and not be condescending and be like, I'm going to teach you what the president does, and then haphazardly read the fucking White House's post or on what the president's supposed to do. That's not what I'm here for, bro. I know what the president does.
Okay, so did you miss that part where I talked about his diplomatic powers, or did you just
Yeah,
want to
I did
jump
not
in?
miss that part. What I'm saying is this
Okay,
was an act of war, which is
it
in the
is not an
purview of
act of
Congress.
war. It is not an
Okay,
act of war.
yes or no? If a country decided they should kidnap Trump and Melania, would we see that as an act of war? Would we see that as an act of war?
I'm not answering your question until you answer mine because you like to talk a lot. Yes or no? When President Barack Obama dropped more bombs than any other president without congressional approval, and the Republicans made a huge stink about it for 4 consecutive years, was that or was that not an act of war?
It was an act of war. They didn't make a huge stink about it, and they Obama was acting under the AUMF. So
Okay, so that's the same existing. That's
authorized
the
by
same.
Congress. No.
That is the
Do you know
same
what the
existing.
AUMF is, military guy? Can you explain that to me?
The AUMS allows the president to make quick thinking decisions.
No. The AUMF was specifically supposed to be tailored to people that helped carry out or provide aid or comfort to the people that carried out the attacks on 9/11. And that got
Okay,
expanded
so
way all the way to ISIS and all this other stuff that we probably don't agree with.
Basically,
Are you going to argue that
the
Maduro is part of the attacks on 9/11 and authorized under the AUMF?
If I can respond without you shouting over me, sure.
Well, you interrupt a lot too. I have to talk fast and shout to get my point across.
Dude, I was talking at the beginning of it and you wouldn't stop interrupting me every 5 seconds. You do this a
you were
lot.
reading the fucking White House's duties.
Even before that. So it seems like you're coming into this not really wanting to hear what somebody has to say or lay out their argument, and you just want to shut somebody down.
If I came in here and I was like, let me teach you something.
All right, guys. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get in between this one real quick because I do believe what you guys are talking past each other, and I want to have a bit more of a structured debate. Now, let's remember, but like Sid made an argument saying that this is an act of war. Now, an act of war is a military action by one country against another that is intended to provoke conflict or occur during an ongoing war, serving as justification for hostilities, and can range from direct attacks like missile strikes to supporting proxies, signaling a stopping of peace and permitting military response. While lacking a single universal legal definition, it involves armed conflicts between nations or their forces. All right. So now, what I just said right there, does Sid have a point or not?
No, he does not, because by definition, this is not an act of war, especially considering the United States has legal basis pre-existing under the Biden administration for why we went in and taken both Maduro and his wife. These were pre-existing things under the Biden administration. We had a paper trail. Also, every single military action is ran through legal justification first. Otherwise, we wouldn't even televise it. Hence CIA, NSA, and Black Ops. If this is an act of war, it is the crummiest act of war I've ever seen.
All right, now Sid, you can go ahead and respond to that.
Okay, I want to know what the legal justification under Biden was. I'm not denying that. Yeah, they have JAG officers, they have lawyers, but to suggest that the military lawyers can get something wrong or fabricate some excuse.
I'm not saying that's right either. What I'm gonna answer that question directly. And Set, correct me if I'm wrong. Maduro basically made a trade agreement with the United States to hold a free, fair election, and he didn't. And the Biden administration had been asking him to do it because in exchange for his son, he was not his son, but one of his close friends or whatever, he was supposed to had held a free and fair election because it came up under the Biden administration that they weren't holding elections fairly and people were putting pressure on the Biden administration to do something. And we had convicted his people of crimes in the United States, in New York, of all places, by a grand jury. So
no, he held elections. He just didn't. He stole them.
Yeah, but he didn't accept.
That's a far cry from like the next step is just unilateral, war.
Well, we
And
didn't.
I know you're going to say this might not turn out to be like a full scale war where they fight back. It might not, but it might,
That's
and
not.
it's very reasonable.
That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm saying at all.
I know
That's not
Scott
what
was
I'm
making that point earlier. We shouldn't call it a war right now, but I think we can call this an act of war. And I think that if you applied this standard to any other country, we would say that is an act of war. If we just went in and kidnapped their heads of state, whether or not we had good reason to believe they were legitimate or not, like we could say, if Russia didn't have nukes, or even if they do, couldn't we just say, well, they don't hold free and fair elections? But if we went in and kidnapped Putin, or tried to, would that not be considered an act of war? Just because Venezuela might be weaker, that it's not an act of war? That makes no sense.
All righty. Wait. Any response to that, or?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, you can hold it to that same standard, but at the same time, it's just speculation. The definition is what the definition is.
Yeah, and so I read the definition. Well, like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, like, there's nothing more to say. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. We don't know or know what it's going to pan out to be. So, speculating on it all day. I mean,
well, an act of war cannot be outcome determinative. We could nuke someone and they wouldn't retaliate, but since they didn't retaliate,
I highly doubt that.
This is a hypothetical. We could nuke someone, and if they didn't retaliate, we wouldn't say, well, that wasn't an act of war because they didn't retaliate. I mean, it can't be outcome determinative. Like, there has to be acts of war that are that on their face regardless of how they're responded to.
I mean, technically, we could call the war on terrorism a huge melting pot of active war, first perpetrated by by Russia and then perpetrated by the U.S. and Britain and a bunch of other places.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Now,
guys, I'm gonna be real with you now.
Irrelevant.
This would be considered. Well, we've been doing acts of wars on Venezuela for a minute because blockades or invasions of territory are considered acts of war. And did we not just do that?
I actually agree with that. I do agree with that, and I wanted Congress to have more say in that.
If we're gonna have this same unilateral, I just want to make sure you're being fair across the board. You're not BSing me because it's just the U.S. because people tend to do that. Do you say the same thing about what China and Korea is doing? Do you say the same thing about what some of the Middle Eastern countries like Yemen and Iran is doing?
Yeah, I don't think the U.S. is the only country that engages in acts of war. I'm a big critic of China. I'm a big critic of North Korea. I'm a big critic of Iran. I'm a big critic of Russia.
I don't take you for a China sympathizer.
Huge critic of Russia, by the way.
I haven't heard him criticize. No, I'm not saying he hasn't, but I've never heard him criticize Russia. But he's also on. He's like rare. Like me and him are not rarely on at the same time.
Nah, he put me on to like the reckless killing of Christians that was going on in Russia and Ukraine.
Good Lord.
Sid, how do you classify the drugs coming into our country?
Have I classified them?
How do you?
From my understanding, Venezuela isn't even the biggest perpetrator of drugs coming into the country. Those drugs are likely going to Europe. And then what I've seen recently, maybe this has been disproven, but some of the debris that has washed up on shore has been like marijuana. Well, I don't know that we'd all agree that marijuana boats are blown up in the sea.
That's still Schedule 3. It's still considered an illegal drug.
Are you kidding me, man? Do you think that we should be blowing up like boats bringing marijuana to Europe?
I mean, we have rules.
If they're doing it illegally,
that's not our rules, man. Our rules are not.
No, I said we have rules, and if we say we don't want this over here, we're gonna deal with it. If it comes over here, we can't get mad. Nobody can get mad when we decide to handle it. However, we decide to handle it.
Over here in Europe, I mean, it's widely known that most drugs are coming through Mexico through land, and most people that bring in fentanyl are American citizens. I mean, SET can fact check that. That's true. A large portion of
the question I asked. The question I asked is the drugs coming in from Venezuela. How do you classify that? Do you classify that?
I'll tell you how I don't classify them. I don't classify them as WMDs. I don't classify them as chemical warfare. I mean, they cause mass tragedy and mass casualties, but I don't think they're weapons.
So hold up. So check this out. And I'm on uslegal.com website. Legal use in context. The term warfare is often discussed in legal context. With international law, military law, humanitarian law is relevant in cases involving military engagement and rules of armed conflict, human rights violation during warfare, and the biggest one, the one that I alluded to earlier when you said I wasn't really talking about nothing, economic sanctions and their legal implications. Sanctions are technically a type of warfare.
I agree, but
Also,
that's not kinetic
hold up.
warfare.
Also, no, it's still a type of warfare. Also, hostilities,
Yeah,
acts of aggression. Hold up, acts of aggression, engaging in conflict, typically military, broad term encompassing very conflict types. This could be they give definitions like the war on terror, for example. This could also be the war on drugs, for another example. Direct fighting between armed forces, more specifically,
I have to jump in there. The war on drugs is not a declared war in the way that you're talking about. It's not.
They give that as an example.
It's a colloquialism. It's a, like
acts of aggression or conflict can include non-military actors broader than warfare, which would technically play into Guest Dude's part about launching drugs over here.
Yeah, but those are likely non-state actors that are engaging in a criminal business enterprise wherein citizens choose to purchase these drugs and choose to take them themselves. I mean, I've sat and listened to conservatives forever tell me that addiction is not a disease and that we don't actually need to like treat it like one. Now to say that we need to like ruthlessly target everyone trafficking drugs in the United States. I mean, where does that end? Like,
so I'll agree with you halfway. I've been telling people that, so my thing has always been, addiction is a choice until a certain point, then it becomes a disease. That's the way I've been taught from SARP, which is a substance abuse rehabilitation program. They make everybody kind of go through it. That's the way that they say it. It starts off as a choice and then it morphs into like a disease. So I like half agree with you unless like I get more information on that, but that's kind of where my mind is with it. And I agree with you. If you're gonna sit up here and be all gung-ho about the war on drugs, you also need to be gung-ho about helping people not even engage with this stuff in the first place.
well, here's the other thing is like, if you agree that it's a choice, I mean, what other weapons, like Trump classified them as WMDs. What other WMDs, whether it be nuclear, biological, chemical, come over the border and then you buy them from like a drug dealer or a dealer of chemical weapons or biological weapons, and then you take them and
the
then
whole
you
hood
harm
got
yourself with them.
WMDs.
Well,
yeah.
It's kind of a I know I'm not denying what you're saying. It is kind of a silly point for him to even say that because it's not rational. I mean, I can let me play devil's advocate like Sid does for just for a little bit. I'm not saying I agree with this, but here's the one tiny sliver I could see where he's going with that. Well, people consume different inactive and active versions of drugs that don't really inactive and active versions of viruses or pathogens that don't really wake up till a certain period of time and then they cross the border and then they spread it to everybody else. I mean, you really have to like stretch for that one.
Yeah, because that's unintentional.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to stretch for that one. That's why I was like, let me get this one like wild scenario out there. But no, if he classified it as WMDs, that was stupid.
But it also seems like the whole drug thing was a fake pretext. Like, even Trump has slipped on that a little bit and said it's pretty much for oil. And now Maduro's been taken out. I mean, is that going to stop drugs? Is that going to stop the cartels? I think no sane person here would say this is going to stop the multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar drug business in South and Central
absolutely America. Not. Like, we all know that's not. I mean, the problem with this type of situation is that you have just enough truth mixed in with just enough lie. Historically speaking, Venezuela and the people of Venezuela have been wanting U.S. intervention and have been doing everything they can to get their woes and their cries brought up to the UN, and they've been falling by the wayside. So, on one hand, there is a very strong argument to be made about U.S. intervention. But on the other hand, from our perspective, from me, you, and S.E.T and everybody else's perspective, you know, snatching up the oil tankers and the LNG tankers and using them is kind of like, bro, if this was really about the drugs, you could have made those ships drop anchor right at the blockade.
But all right, guys.
I think there was. I'll say one more thing. I think there's a bunch of good ways and valid reasons Trump could have actually came and sold all of this to the American people. But what you just said, and if I take that on good faith, which I don't have this opinion of Trump, but what just happened tonight was sold to us based on truth and lies, is what you said.
Yeah,
we should not accept being sold any sort of war, potential war, military conflict based on lies. I'm sorry. That's just so tired. And I'll say one more thing. Like you were saying when we were talking about Iran tonight, and you were talking about Iran, that they should just get this done themselves there with the protests. I mean, that should apply across the board. Even if this is successful, do we need to go around to every leader we don't like? And since this
That's
one was
crazy. I made the
successful-
same argument for Venezuela. Actually, I did say, yo, maybe we should just let them, do their own regime change instead of getting involved.
Yeah, because even if they want military or U.S. intervention, who knows how this will turn out? You know, what if the societal problems and societal ills don't work out, even if we establish this
and that's the
person that actually won the election, and there's more civil unrest, and then we have this on our hands because, we kind of caused it a little bit.
Right, and that's the nature of the big. And it's not just on, and a lot of people keep forgetting that, Trump is just a person with a certain degree of power. Who knows who's talking? And I'm not giving him no excuses because ultimately he's the one that made the decision. But let's play key factors in. Who knows who's in his ear talking what hot BS? It's the same. It's probably the same people who are in the ear of some of these protesters who are trying to influence them. Freaking.
All right, now, guys, hold on. Now, I do got to interrupt a little bit because I do have a tweet coming in from Dan Bolzarian, ex-US, used to be in the military and all that good stuff. He says Trump attacked Venezuela and kidnapped Maduro, which is illegal under U.S. and international law. According to the U.S. Constitution, a president may not initiate an attack on a foreign country without congressional approval.
I rarely agree with that guy.
I know.
Almost never.
So wait. So let me say this. I'll be man enough to say this. I was wrong because I didn't know that. I'm saying it live on air.
Oh man.
Well, thank you. A lot of people don't do that, and sometimes I could even stand to do that.
But the president does have short, limited emergency actions.
Yeah, that much he does.
That cannot not
like nine months.
Not to break the law, though. Not to break the law.
But all right. So I mean, Dan pretty much summed it up for us on that one. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to see what how Al Jazeera is breaking this. And let's get right to it.
Interrupting your programming. We apologize for interrupting your programming. We're going to return.
My bad, Jet. My bad. He said it was a tactical operation. Congress not needed. Well, sadly, I guess Congress is needed, especially during an operation like this.
Well, we'll see how it shakes out.
We apologize for interrupting your programming. We're going to return now to some breaking news out of Venezuela. At least 7 explosions have been heard in the capital, Caracas, accompanied by a number of low-flying aircraft. Loud noises have been heard in the southern area of the capital, near a major military base, and the area is reportedly without electricity. A column of smoke is visible. The Venezuelan government's made no comment at this stage. The explosions were first heard around half an hour, 40 minutes ago. It's just gone 2:30 in the morning in Venezuela. We're going to go now to Lucia Newman, our Latin American editor, who's coming to us from Santiago. Lucia, what can you tell us?
Oh my God, pause
Yes,
it,
I'm
Seth.
hearing the same thing. That
Yo.
I hate it. Seth, you called it. You called it. And I'm pretty sure Sid called it too. Because if this is illegal, then they probably, because I was thinking this in the back of my mind, they probably sent some CIA operatives down there to cosplay as Americans to knowingly get themselves captured. And they're going to use the fact that, like y'all said, U.S. citizens are down there to justify military action.
Yeah, I mean, well, see, that's where I first got, because as soon as I heard the story, the first story that came out was, okay, yeah, there's U.S. citizens that are being detained or captured. And then all of a sudden, you know, like 4 hours after that, we're striking Venezuela. And now we done captured Maduro. And then here's more news. Venezuela's defense minister is alive and has released a video message calling for an anti-imperialist and liberation war against the American empire. So it's looking like, damn, we took the king off the board and these guys are still playing.
Because here's the thing, even if they don't like Maduro in Venezuela, this is still stepping in their business more than most people are going to want.
Yeah.
And
La grande violación de la Carta pisoteando el derecho inalienable.
all right, yeah, it ain't got no subtitles. Well, this is gonna come out tomorrow in English, most likely. But yeah, that's what
about
we're doing.
Article 2?
It's like the same thing they were saying on TYT earlier with, if we started getting involved in those protests, it might have a rally around the flag effect where they start supporting these.
Yeah, but I take everything that the Young Turks say with a grain of salt because
I do too. I'm no fan of those guys.
Those
Trust
guys
me.
suck.
That was a good point, though. I mean, that's a fair point that they made.
Yeah, it is.
All right,
How's
now
that
we can all
for-
pay attention to the pirate Trump, because ARG, give me oil. Give me
Arg.
But all
Money.
right, let's go ahead and get back to Al Jazeera.
45 minutes ago, there were explosions heard and smoke was seen rising from Fortuna. Fortuna is not that far away from the presidential palace. It is the main military base in Caracas. It's a key center there. And a series of explosions
He said, I have some context to add.
throughout the area.
Sure, go ahead.
I think it's something, and you can fact check this because I might get the number wrong, but I think it's something like 60% of our oil refineries are on the southern coast of the United States and within reach of missiles from Venezuela, which would have been one good way to get people on board with something like this. But if they wanted to retaliate, they could. If our air defense systems don't work, let's say, which they probably would for the most part, they could take out up to 60% of our refining capacity from Venezuela.
I mean, and that is a problem.
And what about Article 2?
What do you mean?
The Emergency War Act.
That's not Article 2.
And now we can't count this as an emergency, sadly, because remember, like, if anything, we're the emergency to them.
Yeah, if they had started striking us, maybe I'd want the president to just start retaliating. I think that's more what that is for. It's like not for preemptive strike.
Right. Yeah, but right now, I mean, boy, does the Trump administration got a lot to answer for in the morning.
And to add to what Sid was saying, it's in total about 62%, according to the numbers from. Oh, here it is. No, that's 72, but yeah, it's about 62% from the Department of Energy is on the U.S. coast, and about 72% of all that is just the ports that we use to import, mostly along the coast of Texas.
All right,
with over 500,000 of those plants being in Texas.
So, Article 2: the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. Basically, it's term limited, so up to 6 months of occupation with about 3 months to withdraw. considering that this started in late August, that falls within that 6 months.
Remember, but a blockade. We didn't occupy him. We established a blockade on him.
Well, I mean, I'd say if we captured Maduro, we entered the land, right?
I mean, yeah, now, but let's be real. We're kind of waiting on what these guys are going to do. Where are they going to turn over because we took Maduro? Because the defense minister is acting like they're ready to fight us, regardless if Maduro's there or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like the sound of that. But, I mean, that's what usually happens, though. These guys tend to galvanize around their sovereignty as a country or state, and they tend to lash out against the, aggressor. It happens all the time, and I'm not sure why we expect, human nature to be different. At this point, it is just human nature. We expect them to act differently, but they never do.
I mean, there is a chance they might, but it's such a gamble. I don't know why. Like, there's no way they're going to win a war against the United States. That's off the table. But yeah, you're totally right that one of them could, or a group of them, or whoever could decide, you know what, we're not just going to take this line down. We're going to show that you can't just take a leader that you don't like or you say is illegitimate, and that's that,
Yeah, you gotta understand what the framing. I'm pretty sure the framing is if we let them do this, then they'll do that, then they'll do this. If we don't stand up for ourselves now, we'll become American puppet state. And that's pretty much how the inspirational speech is going right now in Venezuela, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
back to all right, but hold on, back to Al Jazeera now. All right.
Then there was a blackout. We're also hearing that ambulances were heard, sirens are being heard there right now. People are being evacuated, presumably soldiers and other people to that fort, Tuna, which I can assume was the target of whatever it is that happened. But we don't know exactly how this explosion happened. Was it an airstrike? Was it some kind of a sabotage? Was it an accident? No information has yet been made public by the government, and we're not hearing any other news right now as to what could have caused this explosion. But it's certainly you have to keep in mind that U.S. President Donald Trump, which has surrounded the area around Venezuela, and who had said that he did not rule out strikes within Venezuela itself to go after what he called terrorist targets, terrorist narco trafficking targets, as he called them, and which he said were being run by the cartel of the Soles, which is allegedly, according to the United States, run by the Venezuelan army. So that, if this is the case, Fortuna would be a likely target. This is, of course, speculation at this point. But for a long time now, we had been hearing from people in Venezuela that they were afraid that something could happen, or that they believed something could happen. There would be some sort of attack precisely there.
Lucia, as you say, it is speculation at the moment, but it also comes, as you point out, at a time when the US President Donald Trump has talked a lot about wanting to go after so-called narco-terrorists around Latin America, particularly around Venezuela. Can you give us some context about the campaign that has been waged by the US recently, and particularly that pressure that is on Nicolas Maduro, the president?
Well, first of all, we know that President Trump has set a $50 million ransom for any news, any information leading to the arrest of President Nicolas Maduro, whom he has labeled a narco-terrorist leader of Venezuela. Then, of course, we know that they have sent the largest naval deployment and military deployment around the Caribbean seas surrounding Venezuela ever seen in recent times, certainly in that part of the world. And he has been consistently authorizing attacks against boats, small boats, which allegedly are carrying drugs, but there has been no evidence of this ever made public. And then this has escalated over the last month, I would say, and weeks, where the President of the United States announced that there had been a ground attack, he didn't say exactly where, in Venezuela against what the United States called a narco-terrorist base or laboratory. That also was not made clear what it was. In both these cases, the president of or the government of Venezuela has not confirmed that attack took place. But now we're seeing that Fortuna has been attacked or has been the victim of explosions. That's all we can say right now, because we don't know what these explosions were caused by at this point.
No,
but they are very serious, and they're being seen all over the capital.
It's actually funny, you know, people are calling this on X the 1 hour war. Like, that is literally the name of this conflict right now. It's called the 1 hour war because it literally took 1 hour to go in there, strike him, take Maduro, and bring him into custody. And of course, you know, we got his defense minister, you know, wilding out, talking about how he wants to fight American imperialism, but we'll see how far that goes. But breaking news, though, Iran has raided a couple buildings that where they believe Mossad agents to be, which is wild as hell. So yes, Iran raided homes of Mossad assets who was organizing violent riots. Man, what did this? They did snitch on themselves on the X though.
Yeah, and here's what I have to say about that. Now, one thing I did tell you a while ago, Set, was that there were some people that were frustrated with the Iranian government. Now, a lot of those sanctions had been pretty much snowballed since 1979. And that was the U.S. way of trying to pressure the Iranian government to do a regime change. That's all the information that I've seen. However, yeah, Israel was heavily involved in that pressure campaign too. And I don't know whether or not these riots are from the old Iranians who want their country back, and Mossad is just acting like Antifa and providing the means, or if all of this was like embedded Mossad posing as Iranians. But from what it looks like right now, it looks like the latter.
Already? No way. All right. Well, breaking news. You know the guy I just showed you a video about?
Yeah.
The U.S. has assassinated Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Lopez.
Are you what?
Bro.
No.
The bro came out with a video. No way. I'm gonna look more into this, but bro,
dude was just on the news not even that long
talking,
ago.
And this came out an hour ago, and they're saying that he's assassinated. But I'm like, bro, we just seen the video. I'm gonna look a little bit more into this, but no freaking way. Because the video I just showed. Yep. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the same guy. So this guy right here, the guy we just watched the video on, they're pretty much saying that he's dead already. Like, already. And source U.S. media. All right, I'm going to look that one up then. He's dead already? Already. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ, we're making quick work of these guys. Huh.
Yeah, you say he's being seen all over the capital, and certainly, Lucia, as you talked in your first answer about the fears of local residents, as so far we have seen the United States very potshot at boats in the ocean. This certainly, if this is in any way linked to the United States and its recent campaign, certainly represent a high escalation in where things are at between the two countries.
Absolutely, it would be. It hasn't been confirmed. Usually, we hear from the president of the United States or someone else in his government saying, "We've just done this."
Hey, Set, pause it real quick.
Be listening carefully to.
So, from CBS, The Guardian, BBC, APAS, a whole bunch of APAS and BBC. It hasn't come through the news cycle yet, but a bunch of outlets, not just the U.S., are also reporting that he is, in fact, KIA.
Yeah, I'm looking on ground news. Let's see. Venezuela Maduro capture falling out. And then we got, I ain't came in through on my side yet, but you said it's already damn. They're already confirming it?
Yeah.
Killed in action. Bro, what did he do? Step off the damn podium and we shot him? Like, shit.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like dude took a smoke break and got domed.
Man, like he was ready to fight, but as soon as he walked out there for that smoke break, the sniper was on post. Like Jesus.
They was like, "Come with me, my guy. Come with me."
Let's see here. I mean, wow. Heroic people of Venezuela, soldiers of the fatherland. Oh, okay. It was actually like a breakdown of what he was saying, but yeah, he's dead. Man. I mean,
this ain't even, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit patriotic, but at the same time, this is kind of unfair. It's like beating up on a kid.
Literally, I didn't think it was gonna be. I knew it would be like easy, but not that easy. Like we got Maduro up out of there. We took out the defense minister, so now their entire army is running around with his head cut off. I mean,
nah, they're gonna take out, if they're going this hard, this fast. The next targets on their list are gonna be all of their generals, because remember, you need to, whenever you're doing an operation like this, you need to decapitate everybody. Which means that not only do they have the defense, not only do they have special warfare on the ground in the Marines, but they also have CIA, NSA working the beat.
According to Sky News, Nicolas Maduro's capture was negotiated. Was a negotiated exit, and we still bombing their ass. Huh. All right. I mean, that's pretty much all that's coming out so far. Of course, we got some critics out here. I mean, one critic right here. Let me go ahead and show him. He's pretty. I believe he's going off.
I'm going to say this right now, and I mean this. Okay, Donald Trump, you've lost touch with your fucking base. You've lost touch with reality of what people actually want to see, and the people around you are either not telling you the truth or you're fucking in on it. And if you're not in on it, I would appreciate for you and I to have a discussion so I could inform you about what these people really want. Okay, so this can go on Twitter, and you can have your people call me, and I will get my fucking happy ass on an airplane, and I'll sit down and enjoy a motherfucking Big Mac with you, and we will fucking get real clear about what people actually want, because the motherfuckers around you are either full of shit or you're in on it.
Yeah,
I'm good with it. Believe right now. Okay, and here's the thing.
A lot of people believe that.
Yes, and here's the thing. Okay, I said on last show, you're going to go down as the president who had the opportunity to fix this country and chose not to. And you might say, oh, well, that doesn't really fucking matter. Well, you know what? It's going to matter, because your kids are going to get blackballed in America. Okay. Your legacy is going to be ruined. The Trump name will be a fucking joke. And I know you care about those things.
No.
And you should. And I truly believe that deep down, he still cares about America. Maybe I'm stupid for fucking thinking that. He needs to understand, and I stand by what I said on the last show, everybody who voted for him, everybody who stood for him, everybody who stood by him, you guys need to fucking put pressure on him.
Yeah.
Real talk. So, and it needs to be unrelenting pressure to do.
Well, my brother, it's gonna be a little bit hard when he has such a successful military operation. I hate to say it, but this was a successful military operation, or a successful military strike, overthrow, however you want to frame it. It was successful. So a lot of people, which I hate to say this because I don't agree with it, but a lot of people are going to carry this into the next attack on Iran. A lot of people are going to, oh, well, we did it to Venezuela. We could do it to Iran too. Oh, no, the fuck we can't. But they're going to try to frame it. They're going to frame it like we can. Sad reality of it.
Yo, yeah. I'm gonna head to bed, guys.
All right, man.
Sure, we'll find out more about this, all this, a couple hours from now. But have a good night, guys.
All right, man. You too, Sid. Appreciate you coming up.
Later. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, man. Shout out to our residential liberal, Sid.
Residential liberal.
So I don't know. That guy's saying that Trump is going against what his base is saying. I'm totally cool with this. I've seen.
I mean, I'm be real with you. I didn't want it to happen, but I mean, if you'd have told me to work out like this, I'd be like, all right, well, F it. In hindsight, of course.
I have 16 friends who are dead from drugs, and I know Sid said, "Oh, they're not the major," but I don't care. All those drug guys, take them all out.
Now, I will say I'm a little split on this, because there are some foreign things he's getting into that we didn't necessarily agree to. But in terms of this, I mean, Yeah, my thing is we had an agreement. The agreement was violated, and then he played in our face. On top of that, it's a common, well-known, and well-documented fact that a lot of these drugs are coming out of Venezuela up under his leadership. So it's not like we didn't know. Yeah, this was 100% justified. Now, an act of war, legality, that could be up in the air. But in terms of justification, yeah, we have that. And like I was trying to tell Sid, just because we take oil or whatnot, if somebody, to put it like this, if somebody come up in your house and you kick them out and you say, don't come up in here, well, I'm going to do this, that, and the other, and you decide to do something different, nobody can blame you because it's your house. You get to determine how you respond when somebody violates your rules. It's the same thing with the U.S. And sadly, there are a lot of people that have gotten used to the fact that the U.S. doesn't enforce its own boundaries. The U.S. just lets everybody walk all over us, i.e., freaking Minnesota, and we just put up with it.
Man, sadly. But all right, I'm gonna play a couple more minutes of this, then we'll move on to the next video. And after that, I'm gonna have to close out because I'm gonna try to make it back on here for 12 or at least like a couple hours after, Trump does his press conference on explaining what the hell was going through his head when he did this. But that's what I'll wait on. I'm gonna try to wake up for that because, like I said, it's about what 6 hours from now, 6-7 hours from now. So let's go ahead and get right back into Al Jazeera.
See if there are any announcements made. The U.S. president was precisely at a meeting with Israel's visiting leader, President Benjamin Netanyahu, when he announced that they had already carried out a ground attack somewhere in Venezuela, as I said before. But now, if this really has been caused by the United States in some form or fashion, which I can't speculate how at this point, then that is a huge escalation. Absolutely. It would be considered certainly by Venezuela and probably other countries as an act of war.
Lucia, just quickly, can you talk to us a bit about how the Venezuelan president has reacted to President Donald Trump and his statements so far?
I'm sorry, who has reacted? The president?
Yes.
Or the people of...
The president.
The president. Just 24 hours ago, or a little more than 24 hours ago, President Nicolás Maduro announced that he was willing to talk to President Trump to discuss concerns dealing with drug trafficking, with oil. Venezuela, remember, has the world's largest proven oil reserves in the world.
Too late.
It is a major oil producer and exporter, and sort of definitely trying to show an olive branch, to offer an olive branch to the Trump administration. But as far as I know, there has been no response to that whatsoever. He's also saying, President Nicolás Maduro, that the attacks on these boats are an act of international piracy and a violation of international law, and he calls it an act of U.S. aggression in general. But he keeps also saying that he wants peace and that he's willing to talk to the United States. So,
and we can see why now, because it only took less than a day to overthrow him, take out his defense minister, and ship this man off to I don't know where.
How's your mom?
And now we're going to try to, the interim president is the vice president now. And I'm not sure, did we appoint her or is she next up on the chopping block? If that is to be continued. But eventually we're going to have to bring that Maria girl who won a Nobel Peace Prize out of Oslo, Norway, and into, the presidency of Venezuela. And let's see how that works out. Because I remember Maduro laying a threat out saying that, if you put her in, this won't last for nothing less than 48 hours. Well, let's F around and find out since we're already here. We're already here. We've already went too far. Might as well just let it, might as well play it out at this point. All right, here. Let's go ahead and get on to the next video. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. This video called Christian Nationalism Meets America First with our guy, Nick Fuentes. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Maybe I'm more liberal than you. I don't know what the penalties would be specifically, But I think certainly the government needs to enforce some level of morality.
Yes.
Within reason. And I think what you're talking about when you say the perpetual indulgence, these are deliberately subversive, morally subversive. There's no positive good where that could be defended.
This is just one episode of a 10-part series with perhaps the most controversial man in America, namely Nicholas J. Fuentes. Now, the whole series will eventually be made public right here, with one new episode dropping each week on Wednesday. And we're not just talking about Nick's childhood experiences or what he did in college back in the day. No, we're focusing our exclusive attention on what Nick believes. What is it that Nick really thinks about race, women, Trump, Israel, Jews, masculinity, and even...
And you spend 10 hours talking about all that? I mean, all right then, kudos. All right, let's hear it.
More. That's what this series is all about. It's a one-stop shop to focus on the core tenets of Nick Fuentes' beliefs on the major headline issues of our day. Now, you're going to have to wait a total of 10 weeks for this to slow drip out to the public. However, for those of you who may be interested, you can binge watch all 10 episodes ad-free today by heading over to patreon.com and searching NXR Studios. And now, back to our show. This is the first of a 10-part series with Nicholas J. Fuentes. Each episode will drop once per week on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Central Time. Now, some of you may be wondering, why? Why would you sit down and interview him for over 10 hours? Well, one of the answers is because, to our knowledge, so far, no one else has. We didn't want to just do a one sitting where, hey, tell me about your college experience. Tell me about the time that Ben Shapiro blew up your Twitter account. No, we wanted to have a thorough, one-stop shop, deep dive on the core tenets of the man's actual beliefs. What does he really believe about faith, about politics, about Israel, about America, foreign affairs, men, women, Jews, Catholics, Protestants, the whole nine yards? Now, why? Why does it matter what he believes? Well, because he's not merely the most controversial man in America. For pretty much everyone under the age of 45, he's arguably also the most significant man in America. And whether you love him or hate him, your neighbors are listening to what he has to say. And so why not actually get to the bottom of it? Why not ask the questions that need to be asked? What do you think about every single major headline issue that matters in our day? Now, there's another reason that we chose to do this series with Nick. See, if you had a time machine and you could go back to 2012, 2013, 14, knowing what you know today about Donald Trump, and you could sit down with him back then and interview him for over 10 hours, would you do it? Even people who hate Trump, if they were honest, would say yes. Why? Because you see the man's significance. You can call me stupid, and maybe I am. Maybe as time goes on, there'll be egg on my face. But I think that the energy surrounding Nick Fuentes in 2025 and now 2026 is eerily similar to the energy that was surrounding Trump back in 2015. I'll go ahead.
All right. I mean, shoot, I'll admit it. Well, come on now. Who wouldn't want to interview Trump? The man bringing ratings. I mean, there are some lunatic Dems that'll sit there and turn that down. But I mean, like, come on. That was a perfect chance to grill the man that you said you hate so much that you said you can destroy him like a toddler. And y'all don't take it. Crazy. But all right, though. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
Nicholas J.
Yes.
Fuentes. In the flesh. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. So this is actually going to be a 10-part series. not just a one and done. You were gracious with your time, came out, spent about half a week with us last fall by the time that this is airing. And we want to do a lot of good with this series. And so it's going to be 10 parts. And we are reserving nothing. I gave you my word that, nothing's going to be behind the paywall or, keep it in the vault. You'll never get to see it unless you give us your money. We are going to have kind of some of the raw footage available for ad-free and early access. So if anybody is like, they're watching this, it's the first episode and they're like 10, it's 10 parts. I want to get it all, right now. So if you want to binge watch it, you can, and we're going to make that available. You hear about that a little bit later, how to get that. But if you're like, nah, I don't want to have to pay for it, it will all come out, but we're going to do one at a time. So one episode per week for 10 weeks.
Hey,
so
Set.
You go all the way through.
Just look in the chat in StreamYard. Just play the video, but look in the chat and StreamYard.
Okay. Going to skip this a little bit, but
First, let's start with the Christian nationalist piece. Obviously, they both run into each other. When you say you're a Christian nationalist, what do you mean by that?
I believe that America's a Christian nation.
Yeah.
Which is sort of in the name. Christian nationalist, America's a Christian nation. And I think that Christianity is an essential part of America's identity. Fundamentally, I think that America should have a Christian government, is what I think that ultimately comes down to.
Amen.
And if you want to get very specific and detailed about it, I believe that only Christians should be legislators, judges, and in the executive branch. I think that if Christianity is right and true, if God has a law, then our government should follow that. I think that's historically our identity. I think that's the truth. I think that's consistent with what our civilization is. So I would start there. I think that we should have a fully Christian government.
What do you think?
Man, like I said, I personally feel like that will go against the whole, freedom of religion thing, freedom of religion, proposal or promise that the forefathers laid out. Like, this is what they wanted, a freedom of religion. I mean, they went along to even study other religions just to pretty much prove that, no, they're serious about that freedom of religion in America. And no, it's not just different denominations of Christianity they were talking about. No, like, there were forefathers who held the Quran. Not saying they were believers of the Quran, but they held it as proof to show that, we even want the Muslims here, the Hindus here, and other religions as well. We want this to be a country where you can freely practice your religion. But some people kind of want to spin that into, no, they're only talking about Christian denomination. No, it was talking about all of them, like it or not. And I can get why you don't like it. Trust me, I ain't even mad at it. But all right.
I agree wholeheartedly. Lex Rex, the law is above the king. I'm actually comfortable with the king. I think just because of America's founding and history, I think we could functionally get there, but I don't think we would ever call someone a king. It's just not in our blood as Americans. There's an aversion to that. But even if there was a monarch, the law of God is still ultimately the ruler. Lex Rex, the law above the king. In terms of the law of God, we have all these statutes throughout the Old Testament, and then many of them restated and some new ones in the New Testament. But the summary of the law would be the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments, Exodus chapter 20. That really summarizes the law. And then Jesus.
Yo, and shout out to our contributor and host, Monty. How you doing, big dog?
What's up?
Hey, it's all good. My man sound like he just got up.
I literally did.
Man, bro.
I have no relevance. I rolled out of bed and I was like, oh shit.
I mean, bro, it's been
what up, Monty?
It's been a lot's went down, bro. A lot's went down.
All right.
Man, you
Catch
missed
me up.
so much juicy. Okay, can I do it?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
All right, so basically, Monty, what you fell asleep on, your fault. So we went up and so while Seth was covering some news, we kicked in Venezuela's door. It happened we kicked in their door. We went in, we got Maduro an hour later. And then while we were talking about the legality of it and all this other stuff, me and Sid got into a heated debate.
We got Maduro, like Maduro's out.
Monty, check this out. This is so this week they released the picture, and damn, we might have killed somebody in front of him.
Wait,
got him.
Damn. And then check this out.
Trump didn't fuck around at all. He said,
Wait.
fuck a foreign war. We're just done.
Check this out. It gets better. So while S.E.T was scrolling, he had showed us a video of the defense minister basically talking about how they're gonna stand up to American imperialism. And then minutes later, they were reporting that he was dead. And even I had to go and fact check, and 4 or 5 different news outlets were saying the same thing. Like, yeah, that defense minister died pretty much minutes after he made that speech.
And that lady, oh my God.
Okay,
you need to clip that. You need to clip that like whole 10-minute conversation of you guys on the live. That's going to be fucking hilarious.
So that Venezuela lady right there, the way I see the way it's being framed by the Trump administration, and is there are 3 things that can make this legal. Article 2, which gives the limited short-term power to the president.
I was about to say, yeah, he's completely legal under Article 2.
The second thing is that lady, they're considering that Maduro is illegitimate, and that lady's the real government of Venezuela, and she says, go ahead, come on in. And the third thing, oh crap, what was it? Short-term memory.
Both of those things are legitimate. It's not even reaches to say both of those things.
And the DOJ is kind of the ones who are going to say whether it's right or wrong, and they're on Trump's side.
And I was going to say, recognize legitimacy is a huge thing.
Yeah, absolutely. If we have maintained that Maduro is illegitimate and that she is legitimate, then and we go and do that, because we literally just kicked their door in and fucking arrested Maduro, it's no different than we went down the street and arrested a crackhead. Like that is legitimate.
Check this out. All of this happened within the span of an hour and a half.
I can't. God damn! I literally stayed up all day waiting for S.E.T to go live, and then I crashed.
Your fault.
It is. It's absolutely my fault. Damn.
But
man, you're here though.
In other news, I finally started working on my YouTube channel. I got this stupid waiting period of 24 hours. So
what? I didn't have a waiting period. They must not like you. It's because you're mixed.
Verification.
Yeah.
You know.
I know. I've had my YouTube for like 14 years.
Okay, so that's different.
Yeah.
I didn't just start mine. I was like, I've had it since 2000. What? Damn, I'm that old. 2012.
YouTube was around in 2001?
Yeah.
I think so. Wait.
Mine's from 2014.
Huh. I know I had YouTube for a while.
Nah, YouTube's from like 2006 because the oldest.
Yeah, I was gonna say 05.
Yeah.
I know that's when I first had it.
2006.
Nah. Okay, makes sense.
We older than YouTube, bro.
Dang.
Of course we are, but we're also older than Netflix.
True.
So we didn't kill Maduro. We just went and arrested him.
Beat his ass in the process.
The general.
Yeah. Why is he all bloody? Hold on. Go back to that picture.
Yeah, that was wild, was it not?
Street fight.
We beat the brakes off of him.
I mean, bro, look like we took out his main man's right next to him and then got him. Like, jeez. Still got his blood on his shirt. I was like, well, that's not the best picture, but it is what it is.
Hey, S.E.T, I would like an apology because we got into a heated debate about 2 weeks ago about whether or not it would be so easy to just walk in and take
it over.
I didn't expect it to be that easy, but
I mean, shoot, I said it would be easy. I just said that I don't think the people are just gonna roll over and accept what we did.
Bro, I remember that debate.
They don't have a choice now.
They really. I mean, we'll see.
Me and Monty were trying to like convince you, like this isn't gonna go. Like it's not gonna be a huge fight.
It's not gonna go the way you think it is.
I mean, I don't know, guys. Let's not count it too early.
I don't know,
I
bro.
mean,
They took out the defense minister basically.
they wouldn't have
50
reported
minutes
on it unless they were already out of airspace. He's sitting in Gitmo right now.
Yeah, it's a wrap. No, we got him. No, we got him. He's been captured and all that. Him and his wife.
Damn, that's what I'm saying. He's sitting in Gitmo right now. They're not going to bring him straight to the United States.
But let's see how the people react to this, because, like I said, but the way we took out the defense minister, we still, and as Gaming said, we still have other generals to go. But I will give you that. I will give you guys this. I will give you guys this, though. I mean, yeah, it worked out the way you guys pretty much said. Like, that's going to be a lot easier than what you think it is. And I was like, you know what? I'm actually happy you guys are right.
I mean,
my bad. But in all honesty, I'm happy that you guys are right.
Because, bro, like, the U.S. ain't just about to D-Day this crap. We have SEALs, Delta Force,
I was about to say, yeah,
Night Stalkers. Like, we have too many options.
And the best part about it is that we hit all of their military assets, like all of them, without having any other problems on top of that. I'm just like, all right.
So
what did I
so what gave it away? What gave it away for Trump is when he was asked, "Are you just going to go declare war on Venezuela?" He's like, "No, I think I'm just going to go kill him."
Like, bro, clearly, like, bro, they're calling it the hour war.
So
it's not a war. It's not a war.
So remember 3 weeks ago before Christmas when I said, if anything, he's going to take control of the airspace, basically shut down any chance that they have of like putting up an air defense and then just run in and kill stuff. I pretty much called it exactly how.
Bro, they speed ran a war.
They're trying to set world records and stuff.
Shoot, I ain't gonna lie. Well,
they're doing it like it's Subway Surfer.
Well, I'm personally impressed. It kind of just, look, like I said, I don't like going out into the world flexing our military muscles, but hey, when
if you're gonna do it, that's how you do it right there.
Yeah, that's how you do it. If we're gonna do it, that's how you do it. Because we wrapped this up pretty quick, and I think we kind of put the whole world on its toes on that one. They're like, "Whoa, you wrapped up Venezuela that quick?"
When I do drink beer,
You're right.
I drink Maduro.
God, I hate you guys.
Not Modelo, Maduro.
Oh man,
bro, it's like, and you know what's crazy about this is it's weird to feel a sense of pride in a sense because it's
as an American,
right? Because we don't get too many glimpses into just how well we could do something. Even though
watch out, China.
Even though I was in the military, like we were pretty tame. And
it's
like the world forgets that we can and will be about that life in a heartbeat. And today, tonight,
they mistake our charity for weakness.
Tonight, the world learned exactly why the U.S.
You don't fuck
doesn't
around.
have free health care.
I'm done. I'm be real with you. I mean, hey, he's standing 10 toes on the whole hemispherical power. And I mean, look, if things go our way, well, we'll get low oil prices, and and electronics will be cheaper because we're going to take advantage of our natural resources, aka the rare earth minerals.
Now, I'll tell you what, this sends a message to China for sure. Because I guarantee you, they didn't think we would have the balls to do it. And then knowing how quickly it went, an hour and a half, they're going to want to start looking at Panama a bit different.
Man,
they're going to want to start looking at Taiwan a little bit differently. Galactic, or like
it's galactic.
Yeah. I'm telling you, like it. We do not just, oh, you know what? Here you go, have Taiwan. No, that's not us. We're gonna do some shit like this. And what was Sid arguing the legality of it?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm crying. How'd you know that?
He called.
You and Sid know each other too well at this point.
Because he's gonna look for any reason.
He pretty much overshouted me the entire time, and I kept fumbling over my thoughts and getting jumbled up because the dude talks so much. It's like every 5 seconds interjection. I lost my train of thought like 5 different times.
That's why I'm usually so quiet, because it's like I have things to say, but then as soon as I'm getting interrupted, I'm like, geez, can I talk? but
No. You Almighty Sid has to have the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and last word.
But all right, guys.
But
all right.
that's
Wait,
wild.
Yeah, but we got him done out the way quick. I mean, hey man, at least you got something to cover on your next live.
Not to mention, we got him alive, which is you think it's easy to do. No, it's actually harder to take somebody alive than it is dead.
Facts.
Like, because so think about the amount of skill that has to go into. Because he doesn't want to go. He's not like jumping in the minivan.
I mean, did you see the picture? Did it look like he want to leave?
he's definitely sleeping with a gun under his pillow.
Hey, he could have just got his Red Wings. That's all. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, bud, no. It's like it. I mean, the efficiency. You can definitely tell the U.S. had way more intelligence.
The conversation was gaming and Sid are arguing about it. Trump's watching the live. You know what? Bet. Fuck it. Send him.
Oh,
that's what that conversation's like. Damn. I need to cover that. Damn.
Hey, I got some juicy stuff to cover on my live.
You're gonna do a recreation on Black Ops?
I'm weak.
Oh my god.
This is hilarious. Do a recreation on GTA.
Black Ops, what it should have been.
Nice. All right.
Yeah,
well,
so the way this is being going to be framed legally by the Trump administration is Article 2, the temporary powers, a direct threat against the United States. The lady who's the quote unquote legitimate president of Venezuela, and 3, the DOJ is going to back it up.
Yep.
And it's not even a framing issue. That is, that is what the story is. No one can. I mean, anybody can argue with it because we know Democrats, but that is, it was temporary.
We also know Trump's really good at chess, so he had lawyers that he sat with, and they discussed all this and how they were going to do it legally before they ever did it.
And that's why he's been going after these drug boats, to show that the United States is actually under an imminent threat. And that's why he's been publishing the fact that the drug boats have been being hit, because he wants everybody to be like, yeah, look, this is how often fentanyl comes to the United States from this place.
Yeah, because we know it's not posted up out there with a camera.
And all right,
Hold on.
I did have a video I wanted to get into. Now remember that, guys. I did have a video.
Let me say one more thing. This is exactly what Main Arbiter said was what I was trying to communicate to Sid, was that there is a legality, and he sat down with lawyers, and I'm pretty sure the topic of war crime came up, and they were figuring out ways to navigate around this. In fact, that's probably why it took so long.
And all right, now shout out to my man Kingen for sending in the 100 for 2 jewels. Well, actually send in a couple of those, so I appreciate you, my man. Now let's go ahead and get over to the video here with this now about an hour long of this little Nick Fuentes interview we're going to react to for a little bit. So let's go ahead and get right into it.
When you say you're a Christian nationalist, what do you mean by that?
I believe that America's a Christian nation.
Yeah.
Which is sort of in the name. Christian nationalist, America's a Christian nation. And I think that Christianity is an essential part of America's identity. Fundamentally, I think that America should have a Christian government, is what I think that ultimately comes down to.
Amen.
And if you want to get very specific and detailed about it, I believe that only Christians should be legislators, judges, and in the executive branch.
Amen.
I think that if Christianity is right and true, if God has a law, then our government should follow that. I think that's historically our identity. I think that's the truth. I think that's consistent with what our civilization is. So I would start there. I think that we should have a fully Christian government.
What do you think? I agree wholeheartedly. Lex Rex, the laws above the king.
And I do want to give you guys a little bit of time to respond to that. Let's go ahead and start off with Maine, what do you think? Would you like an all Christian government?
Well, I mean, I am a Christian, and I wholeheartedly believe in the Christian values over values of I'd say most or all religions.
Okay.
I still have a hesitancy to agree with it.
All right.
I completely.
All right,
Oh,
gaming.
sorry.
Gaming. Now, next, give like 1-2 minute responses. Gaming, you go next.
I'm pro-Christian government, yes. Obviously, that is my preferred choice, and for very good reason. However, I am also a little hesitant because, as we've seen in recent times, churches tend to get out of pocket with it.
Become cults when they get power?
Yeah, they become cults. They start messing with kids and all this other stuff, and they don't really stick to doctrine that well. So we should approach this with some degree of skepticism.
All right, Monty.
And I would argue, like the liberals argue, actually, all religions are basically the same deity talking about the same values. So I think we should have Christian values because they're the same across most religions. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, 10 commandments type shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we should never recognize a religion as more powerful than the other, because that's what putting religion in politics is. It puts one religion over another, which cannot happen according to our Constitution. You have a freedom of religion, and you don't have a freedom of religion if one religion is more powerful than the other. You don't have any constitutional right if you start eroding that right.
All right. And hey, I like what you're saying right there. Pretty much saying that, all religions should be seen equal in the United States, so we don't have one religion dominating the rest of them. Because I ain't gonna lie, it'd be real easy to become a religious supremacy state if we just had all Christians in here.
And then there are things like religion says you're not supposed to put tattoos on your body. You're not supposed to smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol. And, I mean,
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to the video.
I'm actually comfortable with the king. I think just because of America's founding and history, I think we could functionally get there, but I don't think we would ever call someone a king. It's just not in our blood as Americans. There's an aversion to that. But even if there was a monarch, the law of God is still ultimately the ruler. Lex Rex, the law above the king. In terms of the law of God, we have all these statutes throughout the Old Testament, and then many of them restated and some new ones in the New Testament. But the summary of the law would be the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments, Exodus chapter 20. That really summarizes the law. And then Jesus summarizes it even further when he says, the first and greatest commandment is to love the Lord our God with all our heart, soul, mind, strength. And the second is like it, that we should love our neighbor as ourselves. All of the law, he continues, and the prophets they rest on these two commandments. So the way I see it is, Jesus is love God, love neighbor. That being a summary of a summary, being the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments, there's 10 of them, but really they fall into two tables. You have the first 4 of the 10 Commandments. Now I know Catholics and Protestants, we count them a little differently, but in the Protestant case, it's the first 4 of the 10 Commandments are in regards to how to love God. Have no other gods before me. Don't make graven images. Don't take the Lord's name in vain, and remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. The next 6 is love for neighbor. And it's honor your father and mother. Don't murder. Don't commit adultery. Don't steal. Don't bear false witness, and don't covet. And so Jesus says, love God, love neighbor. The 10 Commandments, this is how to love God with a little bit more specificity, and how to love neighbor. And then everything else, all these Old Testament civil statutes, they ultimately fall underneath one of the 10 Commandments, whether it's a parapet around the border of your roof, right? You have to have like this railing. Well, they don't have HVAC during the summer months. They're sleeping on the roof, and you're loving your neighbor by making sure he doesn't fall off in the middle of the night and break his leg. So even that you can root to the commandment, the 6th commandment, thou shalt not murder. Stated in the positive sense would be thou shalt protect and esteem the safety and dignity of human life. So we can look at that even in our Western context and say, well, that's silly. That's primitive. You Bible thumpers. Well, we have laws about speed limits and seatbelts and we're not up on the roof anymore. But find me a 2-story balcony in anybody's home that doesn't have a railing, right? And if it didn't, eventually there'd probably be a legal issue. So it's not that different. We're like that still to this day. So if we're going to have laws, I'd like to see them modeled off of the scripture. So my question, I guess, to you though, is this is where I see a lot of Christians start to say, well, not that. The first table of the law. A lot of guys will say, yeah, we need laws as it pertains to loving neighbor, protecting his safety, these kinds of things. But I don't want blasphemy laws. Like, what about, the first of the 10 commandments, we can't have that, all 10 commandments on a courthouse. It's like, well, I have bad news for you. We can't do that because freedom of religion, which I look at freedom of religion and I, at some level as a Christian, I'm like, so freedom for idolatry? Like, I mean, what is that other than like, hey, in America, we protect the freedom for people to worship sand demons and erect 90-foot tall statues to some false god.
We do.
I mean, yeah, as long as it's a peaceful religion, yeah, even if they're idol worshipers, they can still be a peaceful people. We have idol worshipers and pagan believers to this very day, and they are peaceful people. So it's
Because
like I
we
said,
don't-
is that like, I ain't gonna lie, there's a bit of like Christian supremacy in there where it's like, oh well, we're the only people to have this high moral character. We're the only religion. Like, no, y'all not.
Hold on. Let me shut this holier than thou motherfucker down right now.
All right, we'll start with Monty, then we'll work our way up.
So let's talk about love thy neighbor, and let's talk about where the Bible says, "Leave judgment to me." We are no one in the image of God to judge another image of God. Just because you cannot be a Christian and argue for a Christian supremacy nation. It's like antithetical to each other. You cannot say I love my neighbor while oppressing your neighbor. And oppressing your neighbor is what? Putting their religion down. Leave judgment to me. Yeah, it's a sin to worship false idols. It's a sin to worship false gods. But we are not the judgment. God is the judgment. So we should leave that to God.
All right. Now, gaming. You want to go ahead and tackle this?
Yeah, so let me go ahead and jump in with a response to that. So one of the most mischaracterized and misquotes of the Bible is the Bible says don't judge. Here is the context of that quote that a lot of people forget is when Paul wrote that God said don't judge, he was writing that to Christians about judging people who are not of Christian faith. We are supposed to judge other Christians, but not those who are not of the Christian faith. I don't like the term Christian supremacy because it's not really applied unilaterally across the board to any other religion. I wouldn't go to a Hindu country and be like, oh, well, you guys practice Hindu supremacy. I wouldn't go to, obviously, every time somebody says the name Jew, like freaking Israel has a whole panic attack and does this weird song and dance that I can't stand for the life of me. But they do it. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So like every country has their own thing. And it is very disingenuous to say that we can't have our own thing as a nation, even though realistically that is how we were founded.
Now, well, I would say the only pushback I would have on that is, well, hold on. What was the last thing you said again? Because I wouldn't caught my attention. Okay, yeah, you were saying that, well, everybody can have their own thing. Yeah, well, our own thing is the freedom of religion. Like, you're right.
Yeah.
Muslim countries have, like, Islam. I mean, Christian countries have Christianity, and we're the greatest. America have freedom of religion.
Well,
and I know people like to go back. Well, we were found by Christians, but even those Christians believe in freedom of religion.
Well, I think a lot of Christians confuse the doctrine of Christianity with the doctrine of not of calling people into the sheepfold. Realistically, there aren't any Christian nations anywhere. Most Christian nations that are quote unquote Christian have been torn down or outright destroyed by other
Well,
nations.
no, they're Christian nations, but remember, you don't consider Catholics Christians, but there are Christian nations. They're just mostly Catholic.
Catholics straight up had war on Christians.
Yeah, but they consider themselves Christians.
They're not Christian at all.
Come on, but all right, we won't get into that one. But I'll go ahead and let you have it. You know it. But all right.
So I wasn't raised religiously. I became religious because of all of the attacks on what I do believe. And as far as I know, gaming could actually tell me how close I am to accurate. But as far as I understand, as soon as the New Testament came along, it pretty much said, okay, the Old Testament is no longer the thing, which other religions are based upon. Of course, other than Hinduism and Buddhism, stuff like
the
that.
Abrahamic religions are like Judaism and Islam depend on the Old Testament, but Christianity is the new.
I have no problem with Buddhists. I like Buddhists.
So actually with the whole Christianity thing, and the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament was that the Old Testament, if you actually read all of everything carefully, I'm going back through the Old Testament and I'm reading it carefully. Everything in the Old Testament points to everything in the New Testament. And even Jesus Christ himself, after coming down, said, like, more or less, if you guys were paying attention, you would know that everything in the Old Testament points to me. I'm the one that spoke about. So what you end up having is you have a lot of people who don't quite agree with that. And this is where Muslims and Christians kind of get into their little kerfluffle, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty much the history on that. And then Catholics actually came in and they started taking Christianity and bastardizing it for money. That's why a lot of Christians say that technically, no, Catholics are not, in fact, Christian.
That's why my Protestant family fled to the New World in 1654.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
I think that we've always had blasphemy laws. It's not whether but which. And I'm not saying some kid who says JC should go to jail, but like the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence gyrating in front of a man dressed up like Christ on a cross in a public parade. Believe it or not, jail. Right away, jail. Right. Would you agree with that?
I would. I think I would agree with that. And I think that it's interesting how people in this country have such an aversion to anything that looks or sounds like that. But you look at very modern countries in the Middle East, for example, like the United Arab Emirates. People go to Dubai, and this is a hotspot for the world's rich, for entertainers. And a lot of people go there who are pretty secular and pretty liberal. But everybody knows that when you go to Dubai or Riyadh, for that matter, or any of these Gulf countries, which are very wealthy, very modern, technologically sophisticated, and cosmopolitan even, everybody knows the rules. And the rules are you don't disrespect Islam. And the whole country abides by that. And there's laws governing public.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you don't disrespect any of the prophets in Islam, including Jesus. So AKA, if you even go talking crazy, bro, it's funny. If you go talking crazy about Jesus around the Muslims, they're going to have something to say about you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the craziest part about it. It's like,
But again,
it's about no prophet.
I don't care what country you put us up against. We are the greatest country in the world. And I think we are the greatest country in the world because of the way we do things. And the way we do things should not be trifled with. Otherwise, you're just another country, in the Rolodex of countries. Now, if you don't uphold your values as a country, you become Dubai without the rich people. Because we don't got the rich people. We can't compete with Dubai on that. We can compete with Dubai on the fact that you can be anything you want to be. You can get rich here. You can't get rich in Dubai. You have to already be rich to live there.
All right.
Public displays of affection, modesty, all kinds of things. And nobody seems to have a problem because they know they don't mess around there. They take their religion
So
seriously.
I do want to respond to this guy's. I
Go
do
ahead.
want to respond to this guy's comments. So the reason why I say that Christians aren't Catholic is Catholics aren't Christians is because there's a very doctrinal argument which Catholics and Christians still have to this day. They see the Pope as the figurehead, as a physical embodiment, as somebody you can confess things to, when in Scripture, Jesus flat out says, doing that does nothing. You have to confess it before me because I am the only one who can go to the Father on your behalf and absolve you of sin. It is literally that. And the Pope's actual place, because Catholicism is actually a Latin word that means universal. And the thing is with Christianity, it's not universal. It's meant for the term gospel really means good news. And it's the good news of a different way. It's the good news of Jesus Christ, of him doing what he did on the cross so that everybody that wants it, keyword wants it, can have salvation and be reconciled to the Father. Whereas Catholics kind of treat it more as, historically speaking, the Pope has treated it as an office of authority, which it was never meant to be. Historically speaking, the Catholics have used it to launder money. They have used it to fund pet projects. They have used it to extract resources from people. Again, and if any Catholic wants to challenge me on this, the very first hurdle you have to overcome is, if what I'm saying is wrong, then why did Martin Luther almost get killed on a number of occasions for saying exactly what I'm saying and nailing the 95 Theses to the door of a Catholic church? These exact reasons that I'm laying out are the exact reasons why Catholics are not considered Christian. Now, within they're considered a denomination, but they're not actually Christian. They're
we're gonna need a Catholic for you, bro.
So I happen to be a Catholic by birth. So I will tell you, it is not up to anybody to determine what their religion is. Your religion is how you follow God. So if you call yourself a Christian, you are by definition following God, and that is the only definition of Christianity that matters. There's not rules to this. Now, I agree with you that the Pope is not a false prophet, but is treated like a false prophet. So as you can see, I do not hold my Catholic values, super strong. I believe in Christianity over a church, following God over, an organized denomination of religion, because it literally says when two or more people are gathered in my name, that is a church. Technically, right now, this stream is a church. We're talking about God, and there's two or more of us gathered here. So it is who you in your heart follow, not who you can check boxes for, right?
And to build off of Monty's point, like to Jenga blocks it, to say the least. This is why when you ask me what makes a Christian, I said it is a very intensely personal decision.
Personal. Yep.
And this is why I kind of wanted Monty to say it, but no, technically no one's born a Christian. Jesus lays that out fully. God makes that clear in the Old Testament. You are not born a Christian. You are actually not born into any religion. Any religion you accept has to be of your own conscious volition.
Absolutely, because you have free will. Thank you.
Yeah, you have free will.
I should have brought that up. You're right. You're absolutely right. You have the free will to choose, because God is a merciful God, and God does not want a bunch of robots. Humanity is a pet project for God, essentially.
But all right, guys, I'll go ahead and get back to the video, because it's been a decent amount of time on the topic. We can round back. We can circle back around to it.
I would like to add though, if you think Israel is bad, Go ahead and look into what the Catholic Church has done to influence politics and influence.
Thank you. Oh my God. Somebody said it finally. Bro,
That's true.
the Vatican Archives, if you thought Assad was bad, the Vatican Archives, I'll let you get back to it, but let me just say this. The Vatican Archives are so under lock and key. Fort Knox and the nuclear football ain't got nothing on it. In order to just get access to the Vatican Archives, you have to be a well-established scholar with at least 2 PhDs. You need to know the exact document you're going there for. You need to know why you're going there for it. You must submit a 5 or 10 page long thesis on why you need this particular document. You have to set up an appointment a year and a half in advance to even go there. Yet when you get there, you have to badge in, show your ID, show your social. Then you have to actually ask for, you have to meet this specific cardinal that's going to take you down there. There's no cell phones. There's no.
It's like Gringotts Bank, basically.
But all right, guys. All right. Let's get back to it. All right.
And at that airport, everybody knows you got to play by those rules. And people seem to be okay with that. But for some reason in America, even the insinuation that you might have something like that for Christ, for the church, people say it's the Handmaid's Tale.
Right.
It's Gilead. This is regressive. What is this? The Middle Ages? And maybe I'm more liberal than you. I don't know what the penalties would be specifically, but I think certainly the government needs to enforce some level of morality.
Yes.
Within reason. And I think what you're talking about when you say the perpetual indulgence, these are deliberately subversive, morally subversive. There's no positive good where that could be defended.
Right.
I don't know that I would outlaw, let's
Free
say,
will.
heresy, because there should be room for religious debate. It's like there always has been in the church or at different councils and things like that. But something that is deliberately and intentionally meant to blaspheme and offend God and the morals of any decent person, I don't think there's any basis for that. And so, of course, in America at the same time, we have a tradition of freedom of speech, but maybe we need to articulate what the basis of free speech is. Why is free speech good? If free speech is good insofar as we could debate about what form of government is best or what kind of society we should have, I'm willing to be more liberal when it comes to things like that.
S.E.T.
Filth, which is like pornography.
No.
What action? That's not political speech.
No.
And I don't think there's anything positively good. I don't even actually consider it speech.
It's not religious speech either.
No.
Although I have seen some Jews say that both abortion and pornography are Jewish religious sacraments.
Which
to
is
them.
interesting.
Very
I
interesting.
mean, which is wildly interesting.
Seth,
But
Seth.
what you about that?
I don't know how much pull you have, but if you can get Nick Fuentes on the show, I would love to debate him on all of these topics because I think he is flying right over the fucking point of freedom of speech and we understand that our rights are God-given, which means if you understand it, that God wants people to have free will. God wants that idiot that's going to be blasphemous and disrespectful to the senses. He wants him to be able to talk the same way he wants you to be able to convince people to follow God, because it is your free will to decide who is the person you're going to follow. That is the whole point of Christianity. It has to come from your heart, not what you've been force-fed to believe, not your mind. It has to come from your heart. And he's missing the entire point.
Well, like I said. Oh, sorry, Toby. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is for him to say that that Christianity is the only form of moral, is the only way you can have a moral compass. There are other religions with very strong moral values when it comes, that very closely ties to the Christian moral values.
Because it comes from God, and God knows all. That's why they have the same.
Regardless, but for him to go and that pisses me off, because my own religion is very strong on the certain moral, the same moral values as the Christian religion is. Very strongly tied to it.
You know, it's so funny. I mean, a lot of people don't like to hear this, but so is Islam. But a lot of people don't like to hear that.
Because Islam is an Abrahamic religion. They saw the same thing. They believe the same thing. But what does that tell you? That the pure and like it's all watered down versions of Christianity. All of your morals come from God because you have something in your soul that says these things are wrong.
Yeah, and it's the all or nothing mentality when it comes to some people about their religion.
It doesn't have to be all or nothing. People don't realize that they're all worshiping the same God.
Yeah, but you gotta understand though. There's people out. Well, I would say this: like, I like the Christian religion, but my only gripe with it would be if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, then you're going to hell. And I'm just like, well, damn. And that's probably my only disagreement with it because I believe in all the teachings of Jesus. But
so let me.
Jesus is the Trinity, though. The Father and the Son are the same thing. So to denounce Jesus would be to denounce God.
And in the book, it says that the reason why we can even
but here's the thing, though. Here's my argument, though. A lot of people don't see Jesus as the Son of God, and they see him as just a prophet. And honestly, I'm of the same understanding of him.
The Son of God.
The way I read it is.
Hold on, let Maine go. Let Maine go. He's been trying to talk.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Sorry. So I mean, according to what the Bible says, is the only reason we can even achieve getting to God is because the blood of Christ.
Yeah, but let's be honest though. There's all types of like scripture out there that don't point to that. That's all you need to do is accept God and God alone. You can listen to the prophets or the messiahs and their teachings, but you worship God alone. You can respect Jesus and listen to the teachings, but this whole Son of God thing, you can get to God without going through Jesus.
So
and that's just how I see it.
So I do have a key point to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why Jesus says this, and I'm going to go back to it, and then I'm going to land the plane on this point. So it's going to be a descent. All right, just bear with me. So Jesus has literally been propped up in the Bible throughout the Old Testament.
The Old Testament.
Not the Old Testament. The Old Testament. When Abraham takes his son Isaac, makes him carry the firewood up to the mountain so that he could sacrifice Isaac to God. That was a foreshadowing of God taking his son, crushing him, and then sacrificing him on behalf of the people. Because it is written that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, so that whoever believes him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That was foretold in the Old Testament by that account of Abraham.
Yeah, but it didn't say Jesus is coming directly, but my bad. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
Right.
The Messiah is coming.
Right. It's alluding to it. It talks about it in Ezekiel, talks about it in Isaiah, talks about it in Daniel. And all throughout Psalms, they talk about, my God, why have you forsaken me? That's what Jesus said on the cross when they're talking about how, when Jesus talks about how they're dividing his, they surround him like dogs and they cast lots for his clothes and they joke and make fun of him. That's a direct quote from Psalms. Jesus fulfilled every single Old Testament prophecy, and which is a self-fulfilling prophecy. He is the one that God was going to send send ahead of him.
And that's why that's why all of that foreshadows it, and that's why Jesus was crucified, because they didn't realize until after they crucified him that he fulfilled all of the testaments.
Now, guys, let me tell you one special thing about Christianity that a lot of people I guess kind of miss. So, all right, so with Judaism, you just gotta believe in God. That's it. Islam, believe in God. That's it. Hinduism, believe in Burma. That's it. Christianity, you didn't know. Now you not only have to believe in God, but you must believe that in Jesus as well, or you don't get to make it to heaven. But the other religions is just about what?
Jesus
believing in God.
is God. Jesus is God.
Hold on,
And in
please
the
let me clarify this for you. Let me clarify this for you, Seth. In order,
but God sent his only begotten son, so is he separate or not? If he has a son,
it's God does not work in that way. God does not work as a.
But then now you're just making it make sense.
Okay, please.
It's religion. You're supposed to have faith, not believance. You're supposed to believe something
Right.
without proof, believe something without your earthly understanding, because this is not an earthly being. This is a deity. This is God.
Give me a second.
But you see where it comes in but that's where like the religious debate comes in, because then that's where
that's where most religious scholars fall short, because they fall short of the glory of God, as everybody does.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna move on past this conversation. We're gonna go ahead and circle back around. We got to keep the
I
video.
really
going.
want to say my point, get my point out there. I got kind of overtalked, so I was trying to land the plane.
All right.
You got shot out with a SAM missile.
All right, go ahead. 2 minutes.
All right. So remember a week ago when we were talking about the divinity of Christ, and Christ says after he resurrected from the dead that he made a prayer to God that since he fulfilled what the Father had ordained him from the foundations of the world to do, that now God is going to give him the glory that he originally had from the beginning of the world. The reason, that's the first thing. That's so we hovering above the runway now. Now here comes the smooth landing. The reason why God says you need to acknowledge Jesus as Lord and recognize him as God is because God in John said, "This is my son in whom I'm well pleased." Jesus then further codifies this by saying, "All power and authority has been given to me." And to make it and to solidify the point about Jesus being Lord, it's not just that he's God, he's Lord of your life, your actions.
There's the wheels hitting the ground.
So the reason why you have to accept Jesus is because Jesus was already with God from the foundations of the earth. He had all the same authority from the foundations of the earth. He gave all that up, left heaven to take on the sins of man, and never once breaking a single law of God. All 613 of them he fulfilled, all 613 laws, plus all the prophecies. God crushed him for it, put every single type of sin in the world onto him. He went to hell, suffered every single type of punishment, and God raised him from the dead. Jesus is not in his tomb, but every other prophet or God is. And that's why he's different. You can't talk about Roman history without talking about that, because
I could believe in him resurrecting, but without thinking that he's God's son. I mean, I believe in the shroud of Jesus. I mean, that there's scientific evidence of Jesus' resurrection.
So where exactly is another religion's
evidence
prophet that Jesus wasn't God?
Because Jesus codifies him saying, "I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one gets to the Father except through
me."
He codifies that by coming back from the dead.
It wasn't
possible to get through him. I mean, all right.
Jesus, but once you understand that Jesus is God and it's one of the same, it's the Holy Trinity. Once you understand that, then it is. That's why someone will say, "I have the Holy Spirit in me," because it is God. God is everywhere, and God can be everything. If you believe in God, you would believe that, because He has unhuman power. It does not work the same way as logic would believe you, right? So your preconceived notions about how things go, God can fucking flip that on its head without even thinking about it.
Oh no, like I said, I understand the miracles and all that of God, but like I said, I'm just not too sold on the whole Son of God part. But
so
I mean, hey, that's just me.
Here's the thing. So that all that means, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what your religion is, but all that means is that you're a follower of God that needs to be brought closer to God.
I think I'm pretty close to God already.
I'm an apologist.
Everybody falls short.
I mean, if you're saying that I fall short because I don't believe what you believe, then I would
No,
say
no. No, I'm not saying that. Again,
Well, and if you're saying that we all
get
fall short in God's greatness or of God's expectation
Yeah.
of us, of course, I'll always agree with you on that.
and we all fall short in different ways that we don't even know. Otherwise, we would be perfect,
True.
right?
Okay, I'll give you that one. All right, I hear what you're saying.
There's no such thing as perfection, man.
There ain't no such thing as perfection. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
What?
So I tend to agree. I don't, like I said, I'm probably not as conservative when it comes to religious law as maybe you are, or some Protestants, or even for that matter, some traditional Catholics who say there should be no freedom of religion, which is, I think, what you're saying. But I certainly think that
that's a lot.
There should be some basic standards like they have in Russia or any other country.
So from my position, I think that it's just there are degrees. So so like Tom Cruise Minority Report, like I don't want, where we're predicting crimes and even policing. When I think of Old Testament Israel, the actual Jews, I think of, there's not really a police system, right? So there's punitive justice, but they're not going around, with back to the parapet, the border on the roof. There's at least no recording in the Old Testament of the parapet committee, that would go house to house, annually to measure and make sure that they hit the metrics. It's like, you need to have a parapet. And if you don't, then you get arrested. No. If you don't, then you're liable if something happens, right? So if you don't have a border on your roof and nobody ever gets hurt, no harm, no foul. If somebody does get hurt and you had a border, then it's on them. If they do get hurt and you didn't have a border, now you're liable. The same with like a bull, that's accustomed to gore. Well, you could have a violent bull, but if nobody gets gored, you're okay. But if they do, and you've already, you've known, and that can be proven in a court that you knew that this was a dangerous animal, and it hurt someone, then it's not just that the bull is stoned, according to the Old Testament, and so is the owner. Personally, the general equity of that principle, I'll get some flack for this, but I'd apply it to pit bulls. You can have a pit bull, but that dog is genetically bred in such a way that it is extremely dangerous, especially to children.
That is actually a falsity. I wish people would stop saying
America,
that.
I'd say that you can own a tiger if you want. But if you own a golden retriever and it has a really bad day and does something, tragic, the golden retriever is put to death, and you're probably going to have to go to court and those kinds of things. But I don't think you get locked in jail. But you have a pit bull that has that reputation. And the pit bull.
All right. I mean, I heard a lot of disagreements with that one. Gaming, go first.
Okay, so I not only did I own pits, but I also, like, my cousin used to be a sort of professional dog breeder. He got his license, then decided to quit doing it. Here's the thing. Do you know what an actual pit bull is by its name? Not that, because pit bull isn't its name. Most people don't know this.
The terrier.
There we go. It's a American Bull Terrier. It is actually in the terrier family. It is not a pit bull. A pit bull is what we give it because it's a street name. It's actually a terrier. It is not a pit bull. And the terrier breed, all of those dogs naturally have a quote-unquote powerful jaw. But actually, the dogs that have a stronger bite force are actually Akitas, Huskies, and Shar-Peis, and Boxers. So when people give pit bulls that rap, whenever I hear people say, the first example they use of a rabid animal is a pit bull, I'm like, actually, you've spent zero time around dogs, or you simply don't understand them, because that's actually what a pit bull is actually a terrier. If you want to be more specific,
so the argument.
Hold on now, what's your gripe with what he said though?
The argument was he was bred to be violent.
No, the pit bulls. My gripe is with the whole assignment thing to the dogs, because I've trained dogs for a while, and so I've come across many violent dogs. Actually, small dogs are the most violent when you look at them on the animal tolerance scale.
And
Oh
pit
my
bulls
God.
are the most docile.
All right.
The larger
But
breeds, I would
that's
say.
one of those. That's one of
Hold
those
on, guys.
things.
Hold on.
It's
I
not.
do want to hear
Hold
Maine
on.
because we don't hear too much from Maine. Maine,
And
go
in
ahead. I'll give you your 2 minutes.
my personal experience, the vast majority of pit bulls I ever met were playful, loyal, happy, don't mess with their owner. But, you know, in my experience, my personal experience, they were loving, playful animals.
All right, Monty.
It's one of those things. It's not all pit bulls, but it's always a pit bull. That's why they have the reputation because of what they've done. Now, that you can't argue with it because we're arguing about the reputation, which means that it's there. And I disagree. Like I said, I disagree with what he said. The pit bull is not a violent animal, but it is capable of violence. And his point was, if you know they're capable of violence and you let it happen, you're going to be in trouble as well. Where he fell short and where he was wrong is that's with any dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, Tove, did you want to say something?
I was just gonna say with the whole, it's not all pit bulls, but it's always a pit bull. Part of that is because you don't hear the reports on the other dogs. We've had plenty of people that have been attacked by other kinds of dogs, street dogs, and we have a rescue the pit project here in Toledo, and they've taken fight dogs, and the most likely to rehab and go on to be actual family dogs, not a one-person dog, not be able to even go into a home, have been pit bulls, American Terrier pits.
So I want to also give you some statistics for the chat. According to the actual Society for Pit Bulls, unreliable claims that pit bulls are responsible for fatal dog attacks average 66%, but actually 60% of those claims are actually misidentified. They're misidentified and lacking DNA evidence, because what's supposed to happen is when a dog bites you, they're supposed to pull DNA to see what type of dog it is.
Isn't that a little bias though, coming from the American Society for Pit Bulls?
No,
It's not just that.
I can find you another.
But all right, hold on. Let's not get too deep in it. Let's go ahead and get right back into it before we go off on pit bulls.
You know, 2 little 5-year-old girls. The pit bull gets put down, and so do you.
I'm about to say that's a bad follow-up.
That would be my position. So I say all that to say, 1, there are degrees, but 2, also just the system itself. It's less of policing. So there's actually a lot of freedom. Like people are like, well, I don't want the government, to tell me what to do in my bedroom. Well, the government currently tells you how to build your bedroom, right? The studs have to be this many inches between. We police everything. And it's also costly. Like when you think of just how much, management is required, how many taxes we're spending for people to tell us every single thing to do. But
we're conservatives. We disagree with that.
And retributive, rather than, constantly trying to predict and stop crimes before they even occur. And then in terms of the degrees, the last thing I would say is, we're not talking about the Muslim police that go into private homes and are rounding people up. So a lot of this for me, when it comes to the first table of law and things like idolatry and false religions, the major factor there would be there's a difference between sins and crimes. And I think you have to have that category, that distinction. There's plenty of sin. I have sin. But the state has no business in punishing sin. That belongs to the church, whether it's confession or whether it's excommunication or barred from the sacraments or whatever it may be. For a time, sin is dealt with by ultimately God and through the avenue of the church. Crimes are dealt with by the state. And there are some sins that, biblically speaking, are not crimes. It is a sin, but it's not a crime. So I would say Muslims worshiping in their homes is not a crime. Muslims erecting a 90-foot tall statue outside of Houston, I think that's a crime. And I think people involved with that should have some kind of penalty, whether it's a fine, this, that, or the other. And the statue should be ground to dust.
I mean, hold on. Wait, a statue? So hold on. They erected a what? What type of statue? Like what? Like a statue for their religion? I mean, dog, if you guys can hold 100-foot crosses, I mean, they can kind of do whatever they want. Like I said, I mean, it's a free country, bro. But I get it. I get how Christians don't want to see certain things, and I get that. But I mean, bruh, you might want to go to one of them Catholic Christian countries then.
Well, here's the thing. Well, Catholic Christian countries oftentimes attack Christians. I mean, Ukraine, for an example, Russia.
Is Ukraine Catholic though?
They have a large Catholic population in their south. Let me think about this on a map.
I know, but I'm talking mainly more about the Hispanic ones and the ones in Europe. Those guys are actually pretty cool.
They oftentimes attack actual Christians.
No, come on.
I'm not joking. You can even see it in the UK.
I mean, if they're attacking you, I mean, well, if it's a Christian country and they attack each other, then yeah.
Well,
that's because Catholicism has always had the belief
well,
that it was the one true
like
religion.
Russia. People don't know that Russia's like an Orthodox Christian country. So if there's a whole bunch of Russians killing Russians, then I mean, I guess that's Christian on Christian crime.
Well, no, that's Russian on Russian crime. We're talking if we're going to define it like that, then it would just be these countries attacking these. It'd be summed up to internal conflict. Well, because the conversation is based off of a particular religion, you also have to kind of not skew it, but you have to look at it through a different lens. You have to use different demographics rather.
Yeah, but if it's a Christian country, then
Well, yeah, it's Christians on Christians, but that's not the reason it's happening. Nobody says we're doing this because you're Christian.
Yeah.
Right.
No one's going to admit to that. And honestly, the whole point of the original reason why Protestants were sent to America came to America was because of the major fighting between Protestants and Catholics in Europe, mainly in England.
Yeah, they had a stranglehold on. When I tell you the Catholics had a stranglehold on Europe, they had a very tight grip on power, which is why the Vatican still to this day is the only autonomous independent region that functions as a independent country. They had that much influence, and originally the Vatican was way larger.
All right, but let's get back to the point though, because the point was that apparently this guy's mad about some building some statue that was built that I guess he felt was offensive, and he think that should just be brought down, and those who built it should go to jail. I was like, damn.
I mean, let's be honest. Let's use that same logic of the liberals because they got to do it.
Yeah,
but we didn't agree with it.
No, but they still got to do it.
Yeah, but don't mean we disagree with it because the liberals do it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like whenever people have a problem with something, they usually get away with what they want. I'll give you an example. You know why there is no Christian insignias anywhere in the Washington D.C.
anymore?
There's no Christian insignias in Washington D.C. Like no churches or anything like that.
Insignias like symbols, statues, things like that.
Like a cross. There's no crosses in D.C.
No, and there's because of a court case actually.
No,
I forgot the exact. Yeah, it's a court case. The court case basically ruled that Christianity is a religion, and because we are a freedom of religion country, we would be basically, if we were to put that stuff up in DC, we would essentially be announcing ourselves as a Christian nation.
So there's no churches in the DC metro area.
Churches is not the same as like
crosses.
Crosses are on top of churches, guys.
Well, it's actually, I'm be real with you. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at their major churches, and I have not seen a cross on any of these churches.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, of course, in the inside, but when you look at the actual building and all that
outside, they're just plain regular buildings.
No, never mind. There's one. Let's see here, like the smallest cross ever on Washington National Cathedral.
But you see what I'm saying, though, right? It was because of a court case. And this goes back to, I hate to tie it back to them because Lord knows I hate giving them airtime, but this goes back to Israel. the reason why Israel's allowed to have their insignias everywhere and they're allowed to have statues and monuments everywhere is because they're counted as a people group, even though technically they're a religion.
I was gonna say they're absolutely a religion. If you
Yeah.
you can be a
Yeah.
race, as soon as your race has ideology, that is a religion.
Yes, and that court case is the exact reason why there's no Christian anything, and why you don't see Christian hardly anything in most state capitals.
How
In
does
most?
Know about
how
this
do
one.
the Masonic symbols fit into that?
Huh?
How do the Masonic symbols fit into that?
Well, hold on. That's going a bit off topic, but
That's not Masons are.
that's going a bit off topic.
That's a rich boys club, not a church.
Well,
but
they can all trace their ties back to Babylon.
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't
you know,
matter
that's
where
still
they
a
can trace
different
their
topic.
ties. They're a rich boy group. It's an exclusive group. Religion is not an exclusive group.
That's
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
We don't do that here. This is America. We're a Christian nation. Say Christ is Lord. You know, that would be my view. Would you? So now giving it a little bit more specificity. What do you think about that?
I like that.
Wow. I mean, that didn't. I'm be real with you. Wow. Some of these guys don't understand how sometimes they sound like the same people that they hate. Like, yeah, it's Christian nation. Christ is Lord. Say it or not. Say it or perish. Okay. I mean, when somebody walks up to you like worship Allah or death. I mean, what's the difference?
There is no difference, and that's why we should get our fucking noses out of it and not be arguing for shit like this, because we have a God-given right to have free will. It is not any human person's fucking business or authority to regulate that. Period. No, there is no difference. If you're saying worship me or die,
No,
that is
can I
the-
tell you what? No, the Christians don't go kill you if you don't say it.
I mean, didn't the Crusaders do that?
Yes, they did.
But the Crusaders didn't just go; they were being attacked, and they went because they kept being attacked.
Not all the time.
Or what about?
Remember, it was a conquest. There was conquest in their eyes.
The Seventh Crusade, you'd never hear about, where a bunch of beggars and poor people and old people and children went peacefully, and nobody ever heard from them again.
So one out of 7, and you're gonna say that it was a peaceful reign?
I will say one thing: that crusade has. Whoa.
Put your headphones on.
If they were only invaders, why did they make their castles?
What?
If they were only crusaders, they need defensive structures for them.
Yeah, that's not my money.
I don't know who it is, but let me just wait.
That's not me.
Oh, okay. That was the
lunatic libertarian.
Yep, lunatic libertarian.
Glad to have you to the party.
Hold on, let me go ahead and unmute him real quick, because that's probably what it was. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
I like that approach, because I think when people hear moral law, they hear moral police.
That's what they hear. Yeah.
Right. And what they think about is that you're going to have inquisitors kicking down the door if somebody's watching an R-rated movie,
right,
or something like that, which I think anybody would be opposed to, and rightly so. I believe in liberty.
Right.
And I think that part of that comes with, I also like the distinction of crime and sin. People do have the liberty to sin, and that's why we have the sacraments, because we're going to sin. And we don't want to sin, and we try not to, but it's not a crime to do that. And we're supposed to be given a chance to repent and to spiritually grow. So I do like that distinction. And I don't know that I would necessarily agree with the death penalty in many or even most cases. I tend to be anti-death penalty in almost all, except for terrorists or.
What about murder?
It depends on the type of murder.
Yeah.
I didn't know this about you.
Yeah, I think even murderers should be spared. Yeah.
Really? Why?
I mean, yeah, same here. Unless it's like they killed a kid or they did something to a kid, I'm be real. That's the only way you're gonna. Well, I'm gonna put you on death row. It's like if you did something crazy to a kid, or maybe you killed like multiple people in an insane act. Well, even then, I probably might spare you. But nah, it's mainly kids. Yeah, if you hurt kids, I don't think you deserve to get the lethal injection or the electric chair.
So the crazy
serial
part
killers.
is, so a lot of people are anti-death penalty, and I find it kind of hilarious because the entire reason the death penalty for America was brought about, one, it was originally about money, but then two, it meant what it is meant for nowadays is for crimes where jail just isn't good enough in to remove the legal jargon. It is a crime in which every single action was with the intent of inflicting the most, however much harm possible. This is why killing a cop is capital murder, and that can get you brought up on death row. This is why serial killers oftentimes end up on death row. It's not so much the action, it is the intent behind it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I don't know. I guess I'm a pretty forgiving person because I ain't gonna lie. Unless you out here just harming kids, I mean, I don't think you should die. But I think you should go through a grueling life sentence in prison.
Well, there are certain crimes that you can't. There are certain crimes, and I did, ask my mom this, and a very well structured answer I got was, there are certain types of crimes, or there are certain types of the same crime but different circumstances where simply forgiving them or putting them in jail is not enough, and they really do forfeit their right to live at that point.
All right.
Or I'll give you a case. I'll give you a
Whoa.
case.
I mean, no, you're good. Well, let's just get back into the video. You don't gotta go too far. But I like I like how you landed the plane on that one.
Because I think they should be given
So
a chance.
you really like the current pope then, huh?
Well,
he just said that.
Yeah, I tend to think that the death penalty is no longer totally necessary. I think in the old days, you literally needed to kill these people because you really couldn't accommodate them in prison forever. But now I think that society can accommodate that, and I think that only the most heinous crimes should be punished by death. I think everybody else, it should be given the room. One, I do really worry about the killing of innocent people that are falsely convicted.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a huge part of it. But also, I think that people should be given a chance to repent, and I don't think those are necessarily our lives to take, even for the government. So I tend to be more, and maybe that's because I'm a political dissident, so I'm a little biased.
Yeah,
I tend to get anxious when I think about the government having license to freely kill people.
Yeah, that's going to be me.
They do it anyway,
Yeah,
I suppose,
right.
extrajudicially all the time. But no, I tend to be more against the death penalty than for it.
At the foot of Mount Sinai, a nation meditated.
So, do you, how many people that have been put on death row have actually been executed within a couple years?
Very rare.
Very
rare.
It's not supposed to be that way.
No, it's not. But when people are in death row, they are given that chance to. They are given years. There's one guy that's been on death row for 40 years. There's been multiple cases of people passing away from natural causes before their execution date was even considered again because of all the appeals they get. So it's not like they're not being given these opportunities. They aren't being given it the chance to repent, to become better people. They are, and there have been a few cases of them.
There was a guy who turned.
To.
Now, actually, there was a guy who turned to Christianity, and they executed him anyway. And I mean, I remember.
Well, I'm not saying.
And I remember it was like the entire prison was speaking out from. I'm just, it's just a one-off situation.
I'm not saying that they can't, regardless, that the execution doesn't happen. What I'm saying is that it's not a rule that they're going to be executed right away without having these opportunities to do this stuff.
Of course.
You have a higher chance of dying of natural causes in prison while on death row than you do of actually making it to your execution date if your lawyer's smart enough about the appeals.
All right.
And honestly, just because you repent, just because you've come to, your faith and what have you, you still committed that heinous act.
That's between you and God.
Yep.
That's
And God is forever
exactly
merciful.
that's between you and him. The justice that you have been given, the sentence that you've been passed down here on earth, has nothing to do with what happens between you and your God.
That is also a very true point, and a lot of people.
Hold on now. Hold on. We're ready to pause it now.
No, I'm actually on track with the video. That is a very true point, and that's a fact that a lot of people, including Nick Fuentes, like to overlook.
Oh no, actually no. Go ahead. Actually, the only person I let talk was Tove. So actually, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I was gonna say. Is like Nick Fuentes, he kind of has to wake up to that reality, and most people actually looked up the statistics, and it's like 50% of people die of natural causes before they ever get to their execution date. And most of those people will either convert to Catholicism or Christianity or Islam in that time. Most of the people die from natural causes.
They're getting right with their Lord because they've been issued a death sentence, literally issued a death sentence. That's human nature to get right with your God before you die. So it shouldn't mean that you spare the rod. It shouldn't mean that you lose your earthly punishment for your crimes. But like all of this talk gives breath to arguments like that. Well, he met God in prison and he wasn't with God before, and yada yada yada. He's turned his life around. It doesn't matter. What about the justice is not to punish. Justice is to get the victims of crimes justice.
And on top of that, what about the people that commit these crimes in the name that already say that they were with God? There's been multiple serial killers who went on to do their crimes because they believed so strongly. They said they were having conversations. Now there's a question on whether that was schizophrenic, but they truly believed they were with God. God was telling them to do this, or their religion had them feeling like they needed to go and do this.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
In the case of murder, I think that the death penalty is not only permissible, but biblically speaking, I think that it's mandated. And I root that not just in the Decalogue, but the Noahic covenant. And if any man takes another man's life, he forfeits his own. So, but as it pertains to what we were talking about just right before that, so sins versus crimes, not policing, that made you feel like, okay, I can see that. In terms of now, like degrees of punishment and the death penalty being the highest capital punishment, the way that I read the Old Testament, because in the Old Testament, it's not just murder, right? In Genesis 9, Noahic covenant, that's there. But then you start getting to Leviticus and, Numbers, and it's like, if you carry, a bundle of sticks on the Sabbath, death, an unruly son who's disrespectful or strikes his father, in rebellion, death. I'll admit, as a Christian pastor, I've read the Bible once or twice, and the death penalty is pretty. God's pretty generous with the death penalty in the Old Testament. Pretty liberal with that. And one thing that really helped me, I remember reading one theologian, and his name is Rushduni, and he talked about so think of it like this: the state of Texas, like you'll see, don't mess with Texas, which sadly I can tell you, you can absolutely mess with Texas. Texas is pretty limp-wristed, sadly, but don't mess with Texas. Don't litter, and you'll see the signs. And it's like littering can be penalized up to. And so it's like the implication is there's a scale. And so it's like up to $5,000 fine or, 2 years in prison. But I personally, I don't know about you, but I don't know anybody who's currently doing hard time, for throwing away a candy wrapper out of the car window. But I think the reason it's there is because even though it seems silly, like nobody would do that. I mean, there are some actually retarded people in the world who might
go to Brooklyn, New York.
I think of the repeat offender. So it's like, it's one thing if it's like, you throw a candy wrapper out. But like, what if you've been pulled over, 47 times this year for littering? And then you got bigger and bigger to where you're like, You're burning all of your trash and rubber
Throwing out a
tires in the backyard to own the libs. Meanwhile you're literally destroying the earth, and then and it's just more and more. Well, eventually it's like, yeah, I think you actually should go to prison.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, I wouldn't say the death penalty. But when I look at all these Old Testament laws outside of murder, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, I think that's proportional justice. But in those cases where it's not murder, you're not taking a life. I think, the death penalty is often cited, but I think it's cited kind of like the litter sign in Texas. I think it's cited as a maximum penalty and would be reserved. Like, as I've studied, if a son strikes his father in rebellion, he's put to death. I've read like a bunch of historians and different guys. There's actually not one case in all of Old Testament Israel's history of that ever being carried out. So it's like, here's this law, and I don't think it's just that it wasn't enforced. I think they knew, right? We have what's in scripture rated. We don't have all the side conversations and things like that. I think they knew, like, this is not just like a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum, right? This is, and even next to it says, or if he is a drunkard. It's not talking about a little kid. It's talking about a grown man with his elderly parents publicly shaming mom and dad with just debauchery and rebellion. And likely, I think we're meant to assume, repeat offender. He's been brought, before the elders in Israel and told he needs to get in line. And there's zero restraint. And it's not just a personal insult, like slap one cheek, turn the other. But he's violent. He's dangerous. He's a liability. He's criminal. And I think, that
what he's saying is backed up later on in the New
can
Testament.
go all the way up, although they never had to enforce it, but could theoretically go all the way up to death. That helps me, like when I think of homosexuals, for instance. It's like, Joel, so do you think all homosexuals should be stoned? It's like, well, bullets are little stones, like that.
Oh my God!
But no, I'm being facetious. No,
okay, cool. You're being facetious, guys. Okay.
I don't.
Bullets are little stones.
I
think
that was funny though. That was hilarious.
That was out of left field.
Bullets are little stones. Jesus.
I didn't shoot that guy, officer. I just stoned him with like 10 rounds.
Yeah, little metal stones.
Maduro's general got stoned.
Shut up. Oh my God.
Ryan.
We don't commit killings, we commit stonings. Mass stonings.
That's all.
So every war is a stoning fest, I take it.
Yeah, I mean, or every school shooting is a school stoning.
Hey, you can't say
too far.
You can't say that on stream.
Oh,
too far.
My bad. Sorry. I did say that a bit too casually.
I'm glad I wasn't streaming that.
I'm being facetious.
You got me
I
copyright
don't.
struck yesterday.
But I think that I think it's a sin, and I think that it can become a crime. So it's one thing if it's two guys. That's how the whole slippery slope happened. They're like, oh, we just want the same rights as you. But yeah, but then you gave them an inch, and now it's like, hey, kids in the public library, sit in my lap as I'm dressed up as a drag queen, and we're going to put porn in all of your books, and we're going to like. Yeah, so I think that like, or in New York, a gay pride parade with grown men with their genitalia hanging out in front of children on the sideline. Like, okay, now we're talking about a crime,
right?
And even then, I'm not saying immediately it has to, but a crime, some kind of penalty.
We can stone them with
little
little
bullets. So brazen they turn around next year and do it again,
right?
And do it again. What do you do if it's like the 10th year anniversary? They've been doing it for a decade running. Every single time you find them or you did it, like. Eventually, there has to be a harsher penalty. So that's even that. I know a lot of our listeners would be like, "That's hardcore," but like, I think it helps honestly because a lot.
I mean, I don't know about that. Look, a lot of guys don't. I mean, let's be real. Yeah, those guys, grown men walking out with their genitalia out in front of little kids. I'll be real with you. Yeah, we're not really feeling any.
I'm not stoning them. I am putting them in Chippy.
Yeah, it's like, trust me, we're kind of with you on that one. Now, when you just meant regular gay people, then hold on. But if you mean the pedophiles, then I mean, we're kind of with you on that.
Bullets are little stones.
The bullets are little stones.
But yeah, I see where he's going. It's like, he's not really meant to, right. He's not really meant to be like, and I thought he was going to go somewhere else because that's why I was like, oh, I disagree with him. But nah, he hit it on the money. It was meant to be as like a spectrum. It was meant to be like you have to work your way up to the point. By the time you get to that death penalty, you have pretty much earned it every step.
Can I say something real quick? Can I? Just this is going to tie everything together, and this is kind of what my line of thinking is right now. So everything he has said, minus the we should become a Christian nation with Christian values ingrained in our law, we already have that. We have escalating taxes. We have escalating uses of force. We have escalating punishments. We have, a spectrum of things. We allow people to have the free will. Like everything he is saying, we already have. Now, if you're a conservative, you understand that. If you're a liberal, you want to go against all of that. So that is just the basic argument of left versus right at this point. And with the ultimate end being if this guy had his way, we would actually get rid of free will. We would go against God. We would go against the prophecy telling us not to take life. We would fall into complete disarray because now we have anointed ourselves as God, which is blasphemous. So this idea in your church is supposed to be separate from state, and it says as much in the Bible because no man can pass judgment on another man in the name of God.
Well, I'm gonna correct that. Again, Christians can judge other Christians. It's in the word. We can't judge other people that are not
But
claiming.
they don't punish. You can judge, but you cannot punish.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay, that's what I was missing.
Judge. Well, I'm speaking of judging as in like the actual judicial sense. We're talking about prosecuting people for not being Christians because that's what that would lead to. And
that's dangerous.
We're not God. We don't get to have that fucking level of power. And whether he realizes it or not, he is arguing for a higher government interference. He's arguing for more power over people in the name of God, which is blasphemous.
What is that noise?
Somebody's mic is echoing.
Is that my mic echoing?
Yeah. Do you have headphones?
Okay, it's gone now. But yeah, I totally agree. Like we shouldn't be doing judicial things like that. I will say that I would prefer, me personally, if we had a more enforced, if we have all these things implemented already, like the escalating versions of punishment. I would prefer it more if it were enforced. Realistically, and a lot of people say that there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. Actually, a majority of the Bible, about 3/4 of the Bible, is actually just kings.
And
following what God said.
What's absolutely hilarious?
Is my echo gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone now.
We talk about we shouldn't be we should have a separation of church and state. By having a separation of church and state, we have implemented a godly value into our justice system. That is how I see that. So the
point that I'm making actually goes against it because most of the Bible is based off of kings. Like you literally have a book called Kings and Chronicle, and majority of the prophets, they were in positions of governmental authority, especially the prophet Daniel. He was basically third in the entire kingdom. He was a governor. I think that if we are going to have church and state united, we need to select the people that are not just going to beat people over the head with the stick of Christianity and say, because my God told you to. They need to govern themselves in an appropriate fashion, be able to delineate between the two institutions, much like Solomon did before he started tripping with them 300 women, which was crazy.
Well, don't
My
you get
God,
a?
I'm playing. But
I just want to introduce this thought though. Don't you get a result like what we have in the results of communist China when you get rid of religion and incorporate a one thought mindset in the people? And then with the United States having the freedom of religion, how can you incorporate that mentality in the Constitution with incorporating just one religion's aspect of how they do law?
So check this out. In Christianity, that question is actually answered in very particular. It's funny that I brought up Daniel. Daniel was in a government kind of like China, actually a little bit worse than China, and he was a Christian, and there was no freedom of religion. Even after that, King Nebuchadnezzar declared and made an irrevocable decree that the God of Daniel will be worshipped. He's not the only one. This was also King Darius that made a similar decree in the same book of Daniel. And how one should act in that mentality is exactly how Daniel acted. He carried out his duties faithfully. He incorporated some, like, maybe, I don't know because it doesn't say this, but think dietary restrictions just because it was better. In the story it talked about how he was healthier, maybe incorporated some of the laws about like things to do, things not to do, but overall he carried out his day-to-day task in a generalized manner. For example, and another example is Jacob in the Bible. He was basically thrown in prison. He was a godly man. Pharaoh basically went to him, and he still acted in accordance with the host country's laws, and he carried out his duties faithfully. But basically, whomever and wherever they were, if they decided that they wanted more of that, I'm assuming they put more of that in there. But we do have two figures in the Bible who were of a certain religion that still carried out their duties and actually gained favor because of it.
So, but here's what I'm saying, and it's kind of being glossed over every time I say it. The fact that we have free will, the closest thing to free will established in our country, is about as close to Christianity as you can get without being oppressive and saying Christianity is the religion. So by creating a religion of the state, you are oppressing, whether you realize it or not, every other religion. And it is in the Bible that everybody is supposed to have free will to follow God or to not follow God. Because again, we're not some robots of God built to serve God. We are free beings that can choose to do it or not. That's why we refer to it as free will. As soon as you get away from that and start saying, because my God said so, you're going to do this. Now you're acting as God, which means if I follow you, I'm following a false prophet. And so you cannot have a church state. You have to have separation of church and state with Christian values implemented into that system. You can have all the Christian values you want, right? But the second you say this is Christian and this is the way it is, you've now broken Christianity.
Okay, so
all right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Before you get into that, I do want to read this out real quick. Shout out TB. She says, but real quick, think about Jericho. There are laws that were broken or commanded or Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay, well, my example that I was bringing up is what we have seen throughout history in real time, not just what he's reading and interpreting from the Bible. So when you look at how religion has been used to manipulate the masses to commit atrocities against other human beings, it's like, how can you say that? I think that our founding fathers actually understood that. That's why they implemented the freedom of religion. So,
and thank you. That's what I'm trying to tie together. Is like they did the most religious thing by getting rid of religion. It sounds counterproductive, but it's actually the perfect the perfect balance to not oppress people and
Well,
to give them the freedom of.
Here's my counterclaim to that. We've removed religion, and now we hear an entire generation of all walks of life say everything went downhill since we took the Bibles out of school. Okay, that's one example. Here's the second example. You have countries like China. You have
Pause. Let me stop you right there because you're starting a red herring in the argument.
I'm not starting a red herring.
No. Stop. Listen. School is not supposed to be run by the state. So this whole getting Bibles out of that is not the state. That is up to the communities that live within the state to determine how they teach their kids.
That was a broad sweeping law that they took.
No, generational knowledge has been taken out because people have subcontracted their living ability through the ritual of how society operates. So their children are no longer raised by the parents. There's no more nuclear family. There's no more extended family. You have to go to a daycare center. You have to go to a government institution of a public school, or you're going to a private school. You're still going through the structure of society to work a 9 to 5. I'm sorry, but I'm not a Christian, and I'm not a monotheist. So it's kind of funny that we make assumptions that, the majority, and that's not the case. There are many different aspects of spirituality that are practiced throughout the United States.
Thank you. And we should have the freedom to do that. That is the most Christian thing as a state that you can do, is to allow the people to have the free will that God intended them to have.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video on this one. All right.
A lot of people will point to the Old Testament, God's punishment. They'll say he's severe, he's too harsh. I like fleshing this out, if nothing else, just to defend the character of God. That, like, God actually isn't harsh. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was thinking. And there are conceivable, even in our modern society, there are conceivable situations. And our mind immediately goes again to the 5-year-old kid who said, "Dad, I'm mad at you." That's not what the Old Testament was talking about. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's very helpful, because I think there is, rightly so maybe, I think there is such an aversion to that in the public consciousness, the idea of an executioner swinging an axe because of
a 5-year-old,
and you're Protestant because someone said a swear word. Like, that's the kind of thing that people think.
Right.
And I can't help it, me being from a very liberal city like Chicago, and even growing up in a suburb that was pretty liberal and permissive. I think, and as an American, there's just sort of a natural aversion to that.
Yeah, there is.
And to kind of an extremely punitive justice system. And I have to tell you, as a Christian, I don't come away from the gospel thinking that the state should be liberal with murder, should be liberal, let's say, with the death penalty. Yeah. I, with that being said, believe that people should be put in prison. There should be a lot more people in prison. And I've said before on my show, I think the prisons should be made more humane, because then we could put more people there for longer. The reason that we don't like prison a lot is because the prison is like, you can die in prison. You get raped in prison. Right. It's inhumane in some ways, but I think that we should make them maybe more modern and nicer, so we feel comfortable sending people there so that they can be rehabilitated. I do believe that we should have a society that's forgiving, but I also agree that what you're describing, I don't think anybody has a problem with in principle, which is that people that cannot get along in society should be removed from society, whether that's put in a box forever or whether they get the death penalty
or banishment.
Ostracism, banishment, exile, anything like that. And it is helpful to think of the worst case scenario, because I think you strike me as a warm-hearted person. I'm a warm-hearted person. I don't think that society should be looking to inflict punishment on people. However, evil exists, and it is instructive to think of the worst case examples. Like, as a Catholic, I think of Satanists who will go and steal one of the blessed hosts. They'll go and steal the bread during the mass and use it in a black mass or to desecrate it. And someone who is doing that, I think, should get the death penalty, because that is the body of Christ. So, maybe coming at it from a different point of view,
different point.
I can understand it
but
more.
I do appreciate that, although we have different views on the sacraments. I do appreciate that because that's not the Satanist physically hurting any person, neighbor, but that's actually a desecration of God, according to the Catholic view. So that would be a first table, like love the Lord.
Right.
And I appreciate that because even among Protestants, like I've gotten a lot of pushback, a lot of Protestants who are like devout in love the Lord and want to see America be a Christian nation. There's just something in their American DNA, and I would argue modern American, because America wasn't actually always this way. America we had blue laws, Sabbath laws, we had blasphemy laws, right? So it's not even just once upon a time in Israel.
Can I add something?
No, it's like it's been done before. It's been done recently, and it's been
sure.
So we're kind of going around and around and around with this, but this idea that it's like the saying with respectios. Everybody deserves respect, but no one can expect respect. You can make America a Christian nation, but it is not a Christian nation because some law decrees it. It's a Christian nation because we follow Christ of our own volition. So, and if you don't follow Christ of your own volition, are you really following, or are you just in fear?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we made Christianity I say, what was it? The nation's religion. I mean, let's be real. Did you actually believe in Christ, or were you just born into it? You just go along to get along. Is that really believing in, Christ?
And that's the thing. You cannot decree it. You cannot demand respect from somebody. You can choose to not talk to them if they don't respect you, but you cannot demand respect from somebody. You cannot. God does not demand our allegiance to Him. Maybe if you don't want to go to hell, but the state doesn't get to determine that. The state should have no input in that at all. The only thing the state should have input in is when we all say we want murder to be illegal. That's how our state is going to punish it. We want to follow the Bible in our lawmaking procedures, because we all kind of agree in the same moral fabric, because we all kind of believe the same thing on a vast majority. That's why it's illegal to have multiple wives, for example. And because it's a Christian ideology, but because a bunch of Christians got together and made that law. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I remember what you're saying. Anybody else got any other comments on it?
Well, I would say that you have the ability, especially in the United States, if you want to isolate to a certain ideology or community, you absolutely have that happening in this country.
Yep.
True.
So it's not like we're forcing everybody to integrate with each other and say, well, you have to do this. It doesn't matter if it's an urban environment or a rural environment. I think that we have an issue where we're trying to impose each other's will on each other. And I mentioned this earlier in that and we talked about this, is that there's a superiority complex with human beings, that they feel that there's, something that they have to impose onto another because we don't see you doing what we want you to see you do, or it doesn't make us feel good because you're not doing what I want you to do. It's the fact that let bygones be bygones. Don't even worry about what everybody else is doing. But yet again, it's been programmed into this country that you have to police thy neighbor.
Thank you. So, oh my gosh, you couldn't have said it any better than me. But that's what I've been trying to say is we are not God. So stop acting like it. Stop acting like we're so infallible that our word has to be followed in place of God's word. Speaking for God. Like it we're not that guy. No one in this chat, no one in this country, no one in this world is that guy that we should listen to them to interpret what should be law. That's how you get Sharia law.
Well, it's also protecting the surveillance state that we live in. So, I mean, it integrates these systems together. Religion is a moral system that somebody abides by as far as their what they believe is right and wrong throughout life. That is not universal throughout culture or religion. So it's kind of, when you live in a country with the ideology of you have the freedom of association, you have the freedom of religion, you can say things that it may be offensive to the ears that hear it, but that's the person with the ears that are offended's problem.
Exactly.
The thought process still has to be expressed because it's called freedom and liberty.
Yep.
Right.
You're spot on. And anybody that argues against that is arguing for oppression. Period. Like, you can, it's not, we're not with these radical ideas that we have to have absolute freedom where you can just go do whatever you want. Obviously not. We have laws. We have a moral fabric, and that moral fabric was the collection of ideas and the collection of religions, and those all had a say in it, whether we acknowledge it or not. Those are all part of it. But as soon as you put that little label on it, as soon as you put Christianity on it, it is now oppressing, and it makes the laws, unfollowable, because God said we have free will. So if I'm following a law because I'm following a religion, am I really following that religion, or am I just scared of oppression
or being ostracized? But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Done here.
Right.
It actually is American. Actually is. Hasn't been for a little while, but actually is. But yet what I'm saying is that a lot of these Protestants who really love God, I'm not questioning that, and really want the country to be Christian, they still, anything within the first table. So they would differ from you. They'd be like, yeah, murder is capital punishment. But the example that you gave, like something that's exclusively only a blaspheming the church, blaspheming Christ, they would say, well, yeah, that's really bad, and that should be frowned upon. But the state has no business.
I actually don't know too many Protestants
kind of moral law
that
of God.
straight up. I don't know too many Protestants that straight up say murder is straight death penalty. That's a falsity right there, because most Protestants will actually tell you that you're supposed to forgive your neighbor or be wise and not associate with them if they're doing stuff like that.
It's so crazy though. I don't like when I see like movies, cartoons, pretty much, I don't know, insult or desecrate the name of Jesus. But I'm be real with you. Like I said, it's the whole part of the freedom of speech and all that good stuff. And I hear what he's talking about. They may not like it, but I'm like, bro, that's just the country you live in. And a lot of people say, why don't they do that to Muhammad? I'm like, oh yes, we do. You seen Twitter lately? No, we do it all right.
I mean,
wouldn't you agree that tolerance, even no matter what religion you practice or what spirituality you have, tolerance is the biggest test of man, especially in the ideology that was written in the Constitution of the United States?
Yep.
Yeah.
You have to exactly. And
I tolerate it.
And it's not you have the freedom to have free will. You do not have the right to not be offended. But like nowhere in the Constitution does it protect sore ears from being offended by what someone's opinion is. An opinion, sticks and stones, motherfucker. Like, get over it. If you don't like what someone's saying, don't listen to them. Don't associate with them. You should be able to say whatever you want. Therefore, we can root out the idiots in our society, because they're not going to feel pressure to not say what's on their mind. If they really want to say what's on their mind, they should be able to say it, so we can be like, nope, I don't want to follow that guy.
Stoics believe that once you involve your emotional state into your decision or your thought process for eliminating problems, you become clouded. There's not a clear vision of you. So, but yet again, the catering to the emotional state is what's happened with the introduction of Freudian psychology and all this other garbage. It's like, no, we can go to ancient philosophies and that are not based on, because you're talking about a polytheistic, time period of history, that a Stoic actually was like, oh, if I actually don't worry about certain outcomes, my life will be, you know, a little bit better. If I don't get emotional, then I can actually think clearly and I can solve problems. You know, if my legions of people are starving, this is how we critically think to solve problems. And I think that since we've lost critical thinking in the past 30 years, it seems like we just have people that are like, no, you have to do just like me. It goes into basically every stereotype you ever want to label somebody with. If you don't act this certain way, then people are like short-circuited in their brain, and they're just like, well, you're not of the image that I've been programmed to think of other people that,
exactly.
It's just like culture shock when you go to other countries. Well, I've been programmed to think this way, and then you go there and you're like, it's not like that at all. So it's like we can see it, but we can't escape it, and that's why we have people talking about, well, it's the Matrix, it's this, that, and the other. It's because we can't escape our program thought processes.
All right, guys, go ahead and get right back into it.
Within the first table of the law, love the Lord your God. Don't make any graven images. Don't take his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath. And the fact that you actually have like a case study that would fall in that category is based. I like it.
Good.
So,
well, yeah, because that's something that can never be excused or pardoned with good intent. Nobody would accidentally, that is so intentional and so malicious. Nobody would accidentally conspire to take the Blessed Sacrament and desecrate it in an evil ritual by accident or with good intent, that's just evil.
Yeah, I can see a couple Protestants doing that.
Yeah, I suppose.
Wow.
Because they're like, how dare you?
You're extremely anti-Catholic, sure.
Right,
yeah. So I could understand that in some cases. I just think it's also important to preserve, like, let's be honest, and I agree with you, 60 years ago, we had some very intense laws on the books about sodomy, about race mixing, about blasphemy. Pornography was effectively illegal for a long time. There was a case with Larry Flint, which is what made it more permissive. And I think that we've clearly just gone way too far in the opposite direction.
Yes.
I ain't gonna lie, yo, low-key, maybe that's probably a good one we should bring back.
Make them OnlyFans whores broke again.
Man, it's too late, man. It's too late. It's too late, bro. It's too sewn into our economy at this point.
Guys.
It is what it is.
You're missing every single point of it. You're supposed to be tempted. You're supposed to be in this situation in an imperfect world, so you can see the difference between perfection and divinity.
Yeah, but Monty, like, come on now. We're not missing the point. We're just saying that, you know what? You're right. This is a test to tackle your lust, but man, if we didn't knew how bad it would have got, we'd have probably nipped it in the butt.
Here's the thing. Here's the Bible tells us as individuals how to live our lives. It does not tell the government how to regulate us.
Ain't that the truth, man? Hold on, but people run the government. Somebody should have told they asked this.
Doesn't that go into conviction though of practice, regardless of what religion are you actually practicing your moral compass?
Exactly.
Thank you.
As I said before,
true.
Make porn illegal, because even if we were to take religion all out of it, there was literally and absolutely no benefit or gain.
You can argue against that.
Really?
Because, absolutely.
Hold up. There's a bunch of societies, and a group of researchers got together, and they actually marked out the societies that developed, and every time there was a sexual revolution, the society always shortly fell after that.
So here's my. Did they ever take into account that what was happening before that sexualized revolution happened? It was rape. It was rape. It was murder. It was murder in the name of rape. So,
sometimes it wasn't just that. For the example, in the case of the Greeks, it wasn't, rapists were actually publicly executed in the most ruthless way possible. And in the Roman Empire, a lot of rapists were actually crucified.
Hold on, Monty.
So let's completely.
Hold on. Are you saying that
Roman soldier?
You tell me that avoided, brought down the grape numbers?
I absolutely guarantee you it has. Because think of your.
I feel like it did the opposite.
No, think of your carnal persuasions. You have no way to exercise them.
I mean,
and you go and you attack somebody because of it. Now
I've never wanted to
Whoa.
rape, bro.
I mean, damn.
I mean, that's the argument that he's making, and I'm just
I think they would have did that regardless of porn, to be honest.
Right.
But,
like rape is like you have to arrive at some conclusions, and it ain't gonna be because you ain't getting none. Because let me tell you something, there are men in prison who taken male butt. Booty Warrior was real.
Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that?
It has nothing to do with sexual frustration and mostly to do with power and dominance.
I think that's more sexual depravity than, like not being able to handle your lust.
Right. And it's mostly used for power and dominance, and multiple inmates have said that on multiple interviews.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but think of a world in which the government is like, oh, we don't like that. That's illegal.
I mean, hold on now. If it's porn, then I mean, this is a bit different though. If it's pornography,
no, it's not.
It is. Like, there's no benefit to it.
What is?
I don't think it matters though.
How is it hurting you?
I don't think it matters though, because if you look at countries that don't have implemented access to all this imagery, right? It hasn't changed the statistics as whether humans actually commit atrocities as far as sexual violence or just actual physical violence against and it's male and female, or what practices they have. I think there's something that goes on in a country where they dress up little boys and then they use them as
it's called botchabazi.
And that's something that was implemented before the technology or the implementation of pornography. So I think that when we look at it may not be your stick, right? But yet again, if you're not participating in it, is there going to be a major affliction towards it? And we have to get into that advertising, and whether you're watching television or you're listening to the radio, there is a mass manipulation of people with information. And it's like, well, I just use it for background noise. Well, that's been programmed into human beings. It's like we have to shut off from the systems that we're accessing, because it can mess with you. But yet again, but it goes back to the nuclear family that's been destroyed also.
Well, hold on. Before you get into that though, like it's almost like fentanyl in a way. It's like, all right, or drugs. Like, well, does pornography help more lives or ruin more lives than people, people who consume it? Well, it does matter. It does matter, because that's how we kind of determine, like, should it be like consumable or not? Should it be let out to the public? Like, does it ruin lives or does it take lives?
I want to state this point. In multiple universities, including the Department of Health and Human Services, did a study and a survey, and they determined that actually pornography lowers your overall libido. It lowers your overall ability to form meaningful and long-term.
Then don't watch porn. Like
that's why it should become illegal, and it's also
no.
It's also a large. There's more to it. There's also a lot of the women that are in there that do porn. They actually experience chronic depression. A lot of them end up taking their lives, and it overall degrades women as a whole.
Same thing with guys.
That should show you a lesson. Don't do porn if you don't want to commit suicide. Not the government should take my choices away from me.
It's attribute a mitigation.
No, it's an easy dollar without a lot of effort. Also,
I mean, if you want to go see a naked girl, just work real hard and get you a wife or something. You have to go on Pornhub.
I mean, if that's what you want to do. If that's what
it goes back to the training, the home training.
Hold on, let Toes talk real quick.
Yeah, the only thing with the whole government laws against it. Do you guys know what the red rooms are?
Yeah,
or what they were?
Yeah, those are the dark web, the dark web thing.
No, it was not the dark web. That was on Telegram.
Yeah, well, basically the dark web. That's where they got it from, in Telegram. Like, yeah, the little red rooms where they torture people.
No. This was done in Telegram, and it was a child sex trafficking ring that was in South Korea, which is have heavy laws against pornography.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's where they get it from, the dark web.
No, you just have to go on to you just had to go on to Telegram.
No, that's
the app that anybody.
No,
could
I know
access
what you're
it.
saying. I know. I go on Telegram a lot. I know where they get those videos from. It's like when I go on
Well,
Telegram chats
they
for like
weren't-
Ukrainians and the Russians and all that. Like that's how they get their videos.
Okay.
Like yeah.
Well, they weren't just getting them off the dark web. They were doing.
Oh, no, that's where they
live.
come from. That's the only place
That's where
you
the
can get
videos
them
come from.
Yeah, like
beststore.com.
and they post it on to Telegram. Like yeah, trust me, I've seen.
That's
It's
not what they
wild.
were saying on the document. Either way, what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what laws are on the books. It's going to happen one way or another. So,
And if you make it illegal, you create. If you make it illegal, you create an underground for it, which supplements.
exactly.
Hold on now. That is wild. Come on now.
That is a
I think y'all
lame
being
argument.
ridiculous right now.
That is
You
a
pretty much
lame
trying to say we don't watch porn, people are going to start torturing people in rooms, bro.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter if you make it legal or illegal. People are going to consume it if they want to. They're going to find ways to produce it. They're going to find ways to get it out to people. It's not going to matter whether or not it's illegal or legal, because, like I said,
That's
South
like
Korea
saying
has
making
problem is
guns
majority
illegal
of
is going to
people
stop gun crime.
won't be watching it and won't be hurting
That's what I'm
themselves
saying.
physically and mentally though. Majority of the people, we do understand
They
there's going to
made
be those wild
the
cards,
decision
but
to do
majority
that,
of
though.
people would be it would be a benefit to if somebody want to go out there and think about it. It's like when people banned alcohol. You're right. That's what propped up the mafia. But I'm gonna be real with you. There's also a lot of good when they banned alcohol. Like socially, except for criminal wise, the mafia got rich.
There was
off
more
it.
harm than good by doing it.
Hold on.
Not really.
The
That's why dudes stop hitting their wives. Basically.
But check this out. The reason that they banned corn liquor, and that was basically ethanol, right, is because farmers were using it as fuel, and then they created the petroleum supply crisis. Okay, because they needed to fuel their vehicles. So I think that when we look at the actual story that we've been taught through history of prohibition versus what the actual facts are of why it actually was implemented, it was nothing about for the morality of the people. It was about a control system because they wanted to implement an energy system. And that's how Rockefeller made all of his money. And then he was able to implement against the education system and all that. And
But two things can be true. You're right. That did happen. But
when
also, there was a
when
decrease in.
was illegal is my last point. When pornography was illegal, there was still an underground market that was created and supplying that. So, I mean, yet again, laws do not deter people from actually committing crimes.
Y'all realize
the government cannot solve problems, my guys.
Okay, hold up.
Well, bro, but the government is the one who set the laws that are solving problems, my guy.
What problem did it solve besides create more? The government cannot solve problems.
So there's a law for murder, therefore there's be more murder. Okay.
Too much yelling.
No, people.
That's not.
There's a law for pornography, so people go out and get more pornography.
Stop, Seth. Listen.
That's not what I'm
I'm
saying.
listening to what you're saying. And that's kind of what you're saying.
You're putting words in my mouth. I did not say murder should not be illegal.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, you said there's no laws. There's laws against murder, so people are.
No.
Anyway.
That was an example I was giving. I'm saying that you're
And
pretty
it's a
much
bad
saying that
example. That's what I'm
if there's a law against pornography, you're pretty much saying, oh, well, more people are going to watch pornography. I'm like, well, damn, there's a law against murder. Are you saying that more people are going to commit murder?
That is not what I'm saying.
Act worse. You're going to make it worse. The things
That's
that
not even what
surround.
I'm saying either.
Hold on.
So
Can I say what I want to say, or are you guys just going to keep telling me that's not what I'm saying?
No, I was.
So just because you make something illegal does not mean people are going to stop doing it. What's going to happen is something that has been normalized in our society. That is a societal problem. The government cannot change society. By getting rid of pornography, all you're going to do is make it so that all of the same things are going to be true about what you said. It's going to cause low morale. It's going to cause suicide. It's going to cause all that. And you know what else is going to happen? Human trafficking and fucking criminal organizations are going to be propped up by it. So all of the same things are still bad and still happening. The societal decay is still happening, and now you've just created an underground market for people to get rich off of it.
So here's the thing,
bro. Hold on. Actually, no. It being legal, people are getting richer off of it. There would be no such thing as OnlyFans if porn was banned.
They're not
multi-millionaires because it's legal.
Wait, so
okay, that's not a bad thing.
I ain't mad at it. I'm just saying though, it kind of goes against your point.
No, it doesn't. Set. Listen to what I am saying. I need to be heard and not just argued with. The idea that you can just fucking be the morality police, people are getting rich. The producer, the person that's giving up their mental health, is the one that's getting rich off of it. So they are being compensated. It's not valuable. I would never do it. It doesn't value to me. However, now take the same situation, and now your son or your daughter gets forced into it because there's fucking creeps out there that are gonna watch it. Maybe there's less people that are gonna watch it, but the supply and demand curve is not gonna change. The supply is gonna go down, so the price is gonna go up. But the people that are gonna get rich are not the people that are sacrificing all this shit. It's gonna be the people that are enslaving and oppressing people to make it. So which is gonna prop up like it's the same thing as the war on drugs. The war on drugs didn't fucking work.
Actually, then hold on. Actually, hold on. Then, well, unless you understand how porn work, everybody has their kink, and not everybody has such an aggressive kink to where they're willing to watch that type of, gruesome, act.
It's not gruesome. You don't have to make it gruesome.
Oh no, that's what you did. You're pretty much saying that you're gonna leave it to the criminals, and they're gonna do very gruesome things.
I didn't say they're gonna do gruesome things. Seth, listen to what I said. You're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say. There's going to be a criminal underground. They don't make cocaine that kills people, but there is cocaine out there that kills people because there's a criminal underground for it. If you make it fucking legal, I genuinely believe in fucking abolishing these fucking prohibition on controlled substances. So anyway, the idea that you can be the morality police because you disagree with something is going to have I know it's going to have unintended consequences that you cannot foresee and you will not want.
I cannot. I'm be honest with you. When it comes to banning porn, I just cannot see it. But I give it to you. You're right though. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that point. You're right.
There's plenty of examples of it.
What? Like where? Banning porn? Where? What will go wrong, Monty?
Alcohol.
No. Porn. No, you can't switch to alcohol. Got to be porn.
We're talking about sins. We're talking about fucking.
No. We're talking about banning porn. You're talking. You kind of switching and moving the goalpost to sin. We're talking about.
It's not moving the goalpost. I'm taking something that's equivalent to it. When porn was illegal, did you have porn being made?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Hey, can I please get in here and
but rarely anybody was consuming it. Barely anybody was making money off it. Now anybody can make money off it. So making it legal means that is now more corruptible, more extortable. When they made it legal, less people was able to access porn when it was illegal.
If we had never banned it, the same consumption rates would have happened.
No way. You cannot say that, bro. We wouldn't even have Pornhub, bro. Most kids wouldn't be able to access it at a young age because it wouldn't be available on the internet. That's wrong.
That's like saying making tobacco illegal for kids. They're not going to get any.
Bro, we're talking about something that's accessible on the internet for something you have to convince somebody to buy you at the store.
It's easier to get something off the internet than it is to buy something in a store. So you make it illegal. All they have to do is download the Tor. All they have to do is download a Tor browser network because their friend said, "Oh, I can get porn if I download this browser. Here, download this on your phone too." And boom, the same thing has happened. It's the same thing as going.
But you see how much hurdles you would have to jump through just to get to there.
And if they want it, they're going to jump through the hurdles anyway.
Well, but they would barely even know about it because it's not legal.
They wouldn't barely. So do
you wouldn't know about it?
Do people not know about murder?
Well, even without knowing about Pornhub or anything like that, how many teenagers have become sex offenders just by trading nude pictures with each other?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I would
teenagers
like
that
to
become
get in.
sex offenders through trading
just
nudes.
had-
I think that's a very rare case, to be quite
No, it's not. It's
No,
very,
it's
very
not. It
common.
just
Look up.
happened
Hold on,
at my
teenagers. Say that.
alma
You said
mater.
teenagers becoming sex offenders off of trading
Yes.
photos.
You can be 16 years old and trade news with a 15-year-old, and that 15-year-old is a minor. You're also a minor. You have both just been guilty of trafficking child pornography, producing and
Okay,
trafficking.
once again, you're moving the goalposts. You're going to child
You
pornography,
want
but
examples, and I'm
you
telling
guys
you
were
how
trying
it
to
will
connect it
happen.
to a aggressive sexual act.
I'm not
Seth,
talking
I
about.
would
I
like
didn't
to
say. I
provide
didn't
some
say because criminals are
information.
doing it's going to be fucking a specific kink. I said it'll create a network for it.
So,
Well,
in
there's
this
a bigger
brief,
network since it's legal. I mean, all right, go.
Wait,
All right,
wait.
I'll
Oh
leave.
my god! But criminals don't have access to that money.
Wait. In this brief time period where you guys have been arguing, I've been trying to get y'all's attention. I went on ahead and did some pretty quick research, downloaded PDF from the UN's own website, and they went over the numbers. Well, not numbers, but they list their findings. I'm going to read this all out. Pornography is a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that operates at the expense of exploiting women. The same company, ALO Holdings, ALO 2023, the owner of numerous pornographic content websites such as the well-known Pornhub, has acknowledged hosting illegal content, including CSAM, and I'm not going to say the real word because I don't want your video to get struck down, including CSAM videos of women that have been recorded without their consent under intimidation and threats. According to cases reported to the National Human Traffic Hotline, in the United States, pornography was the third most common form of sex trafficking, Polaris 2020. And in the same vein, research with current and former porn actors suggests that exploitation and human trafficking are common experiences in the pornographic industry. Donovan 2021, with the goal of holding the porn industry accountable for profiting from its exploitation, came Trafficking Hub campaign, founded by Leila Michaelwaite and driven by the anti-trafficking organization Exodus Cry in 2021. At the beginning of 2023, Pornhub had to remove 10 million videos as they did not have verification at the use of who the users were that uploaded them. There is also evidence that many women are subject to coercion and violence during the filming. Gutierrez and Cuervo, 2023. The sexual, physical, and verbal abuse visualized in pornography is not simulated, but real for women being filmed. French Senate Report 2022. However, even if laws regulate and punish crimes such as sexual exploitation, the digital footprint of these abuses has devastating effects on the victim, who often fail in having the videos removed, complicating the psychological. I'm just going to chalk that word up to effects because I ain't smart enough to decode that word. Suffered anxiety, fear, loss of self-esteem, etc., because of the social implications. So, and it goes on, it says, despite the need of further in-depth study of possible association, research date shows various effects of pornography consumption in relation to different types of violence. Non-sexual violence. And the source for that is Mastery Bach et al. 2023. Non-sexual violence.
Now,
wait,
take
no,
that.
I'm gonna read it. No, I'm gonna keep reading it because y'all got to talk a while. I've been trying to get this out. Let me keep reading it. Pornography, non-sexual violence. Pornography use is related to non-sexual violence. It can normalize violence in non-sexual contexts and, in general, tendencies toward aggression, beliefs, myths, and attitude. The use of pornography favors the incorporation of gender stereotypes and hierarchical schemes in gender roles. It also favors objectification of women and incorporation of rape myths, sexual violence, and coercion. Pornography use is associated with sexual aggression and intimate partner violence and victimization. higher pornography consumption is associated with sexual coercion. In this regard, studies are limited and further investigation of these associations is needed. And then it goes on into the consumption of prostitution material, which a lot of times that is also, according to the UN, associated with CSAM. That's from the UN. They have all their sources in a row. And a lot of those sources are saying that even if we were to keep pornography legal, we are still aiding and abetting in CSAM, potential CSAM, and in sexual trafficking and human trafficking. And Pornhub did get in trouble for not having verified videos. And then further down in the document, it said that of those 10 million videos, about 4 million of those were actually human trafficking videos. So cutting off the head, trying to sit up here and say like, oh, just because it's bad, just because people are going to do these things, we shouldn't get rid of it. It's kind of a crappy argument because there are actual victims that are going.
Now imagine if it were illegal. So now
that would be the problem.
No. Listen. Imagine if it were illegal. Now the person that's to be held accountable for it, a centralized power, i.e. Pornhub, you can point to Pornhub and be like, hey, get those fucking videos off. You can't do that anymore. You don't have control over it anymore. Now it's all of what you just said, because that's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. You're just going to make it more profitable.
No,
so
all of it would be taken down and it'd be less profitable.
All
of it would be taken down. That's the problem. All would be read out would have been muted with all that gone. If porn was banned, all he read out wouldn't even exist.
Would you agree literally your logic is kind of the reason why the sex trafficking ring
I have
is
a question
thing.
though. Would you agree that people create libraries of sick shit, right? So people create these, and human trafficking hasn't stopped. It's happened throughout the entire world since the inception of man. So I think that when we look at what is written down as what is illegal versus what is taught or trained into the populace as far as what is illegal are two different things, right? So murder is illegal, but it is glorified throughout music and all these other things, and we have a big problem with the youth killing each other. So I think that anytime you want to talk about these systems, they can be corrupted, right? And if you're trying to police morality, what people do behind closed doors wasn't anybody's business, 100 years ago. But because we want to police our neighbor, we want to make sure that everybody is the same as some kind of manipulation of the population. It's kind of insane to me, because if we were all the same, then what is the intrigue of actually being human anymore?
Well, here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with your example. Music, you're right. It can be like destructive depending on what music you're listening to. But that could
should we ban it?
That could be flipped. There's such thing. There's spiritual music and all that good stuff. There's no such thing as spiritual or good porn, to be real with you. It's all of it does the exact same harm to you. Music is way different than pornography. So it's really hard to relate it when you can flip around and you can change the type of music you listen to and get a different result. But you can't change the type of pornography you're looking at and get a different result.
You can decide not to watch pornography.
Yeah, well, we had hysteria, right, as a diagnosis for women in the mid 1800s, right? So they went to a doctor because people weren't educated for the stimulation of their partner. So yet again, I think that it's been corrupted as far as what we can train somebody with versus what we can program them with, right? So it goes into how are you trained structurally to interact with society, right? And not everybody's the same. We have people that are raised by teenagers. We have people that don't have a real moral compass because they were never trained themselves, and then they recreate life, and then we have a perpetual problem. I mean, I know that it's a huge issue of people doing harm to other humans, and then yes, they create markets for this shit. I mean, I don't know how many people that were in the mid 90s that, oh, well, there's gore.com and then we were watching people get their heads cut off just because.
But bro, let's be real though. There's been a problem with this pornography thing since Playboy.
Well, Playboy, yet again, okay, so yet we allowed these people to do they knew what was going on, but nobody actually enforced a accountability upon these people. And Playboy even goes back to Vietnam when they were bringing orphans from Vietnam into the United States. So as far as human trafficking, I mean, it was blatant. So it's about people holding other people accountable when they do atrocities. And I think when we have a two-tier justice system and we have people that play in our face, we know they're guilty, and that's what creates this issue. If people are held more accountable for the atrocities they do, I think then you'd minimize the atrocities. But because people can get away with things, that's what allows this stuff to continually go on and on in society. It was the same thing with the prohibition guys. If you caught them, yeah, maybe. But yet again, it's the corruption that allowed these systems to operate.
No, she's saying like basically a lack of punishment or enforcement, or like pretty much.
Correct. Accountability. It's the same thing when we want to hold our politicians accountable. We want to hold the people that hold positions of power accountable. If teachers don't teach, we want to hold them accountable. If you're not doing your job at work, we want to hold those people accountable, right? It's the accountability of is really how society is structured. But once accountability falls apart, then it
gets
it's
more
off
blatant.
into the wind. I mean, people don't even have self-accountability to make sure that they can produce successful outcomes themselves. They rely on these social safety net systems. And then yet again, it perpetuates itself. And yet again, I don't know how we change the mentality to train our youth to be productive people and get off of this instant gratification. The psychology that's gone into dopamine hits as far as being on social media and the attention you get. I mean, what is the purpose other than attention-seeking behavior because they're neglected in their home? Yet again, we can get to the core of the problem, but we have to break it down to its simplest form. I mean, we'd have to attack every single interaction that humanity gets thrown into as soon as they open an electronic device.
I see this argument the same way I see the fucking the Second Amendment argument. If we just ban guns, then killings are going to stop with guns. That's not how it works. You cannot ban bad people from doing bad things. We've tried that. Murder is illegal. Rape is illegal. Human trafficking is illegal. It still happens. Now, you don't congratulate it and say, good job, you just human trafficked somebody, or good job, you just shot somebody. You punish those people. Now, with pornography, all you're doing is creating more criminals. You're not creating less crime.
You'd be preventing, but all right.
No, you wouldn't.
I mean,
We've established you would not
be able to answer it. They wouldn't be able to access it unless people would be able
How
to
would
go
they not?
to it.
So Set, you've never done anything illegal because something has prevented you from doing it?
Bro, think about it like this. If porn was illegal, I wouldn't have been able to access it so easily. Just like every other kid's able to access it so easily. That's the point.
Wait, Monty, let me bring up a point.
Oh my gosh.
Let me bring up a point. The reason why cybersecurity crimes are taken so seriously and we're able to effectively prosecute those, even though they're illegal and people still commit them, is because the large majority of people aren't doing them. And whenever it does crop up in the cybersecurity space, we're more effectively able to sift through those who do the crimes and those who are the victims of the crime. It's not people are going to do it because it's a legal thing. It makes it easier to get a hold of those people that are doing said illegal thing.
We have
so we have an above ground network. No. We have an above ground network of porn and human trafficking and all that fun shit through the legal means is still happening. So tell me how you can prevent it from happening in your little world, because you can't do it right now.
Hackers have already proven
come on now, Monty.
that even if you do find out who these people are, they're not prosecuted. There is no
Exactly.
accountability. And that has been, and the guy has been on multiple platforms telling me, I found these people. I gave the information to the FBI.
Nothing
they
happened.
To prosecute me for infiltrating their networks instead of actually showing them the crimes that they are committing.
Now that's because of a corrupt government and corrupt system.
So
that's different.
But let's be real,
That's
this
the
would never be a
point.
problem if they didn't have
You're missing the
much
point.
access to
Your
it.
safeguards
But
don't
think
work.
about it. Women are getting trafficked through OnlyFans because of the proliferation of pornography, because it's legal. That would have never been a thing. Never, it would have to be something done underground, which would mean there'd be less people involved. It'd have a crazy barrier to entry.
Hold up. It wasn't a thing originally until after 2020. That's the crazy part.
What's your
But hold on.
So
I'll go ahead and let y'all have the last point on this one, then we'll move on though. But go ahead, Monty.
I don't understand. Like you guys have just got up here and said through your own mouths that we have a legal means to access porn, and the shit still happens. Now, because you make something illegal does not stop it. And like we pointed out, the prosecution of it's not going to fucking increase because it doesn't even work now. So all you're going to do, I agree, people shouldn't watch porn. I'm not the government. I'm not fucking so holier than thou that I think that I can control what people consume and what people decide that they're going to watch. If they want to watch it, they're going to go watch it. Making guns harder for people to buy has not stopped anybody from shooting anybody. In fact, it's made it worse. We have gotten worse as a society with shootings. So all of these safeguards and all this shit that you want to put up guardrails around everybody's fucking life, all it will do, you're right, there will be less porn to access, but it's all going to be the people that are unwilling to do it.
All right. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Herself and stay at home with her kids and provide them a good home life because she does.
Say that again.
It'll cut out the single mom that's able to stay at home and provide a healthy home environment for her kids where she doesn't need to rely on anybody else. And she can stay at home, raise them properly because she's able to do things like OnlyFans and stuff like that. It is a good avenue for women to make money without having to have higher education or anything like that. Unfortunately,
So you know it's crazy. Wait,
I mean, that's wild. Are you sure you really want to defend OnlyFans though?
Wait. Let me get in here with this. Statistically, they're actually finding that more women that do OnlyFans commit suicide at higher rates. What's your response to that?
And they're more miserable too.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we so morally superior than those women that we can tell them maybe if you just did a little bit better with your life, you wouldn't be in that position?
I mean, we got girls hopping out of high school into OnlyFans. They're not even trying anymore. I mean, if that's what you want, then okay. But all right, bro. All right.
Don't support it if you don't like it. Don't support.
It's all good. All right. Okay.
I don't.
I know that's what you
the
stood.
OnlyFans avenue, and I brought that up that we need to train people for being productive.
Yes.
Citizens. It's society has allowed this decay to happen because they have accepted it. Now, I don't agree that an 18-year-old female should expose herself to make $55 million a year because I don't believe in the monetary system. But that's a whole nother argument.
Yeah.
So it's the security systems that I talk about are the systems of society. There are false senses of security. We rely on other people for our food. We rely on other people for our education. We rely on this. It's like, where did we lose our families? Can we get back to that? Where did we want to talk about religion and the moral compass? That's fine. But where did we lose our nuclear families? Where did we lose our extended families? It's because of the isolation that was created by our control systems. Hey, the government said you can't visit grandma and grandpa in the nursing home, but yet again, there's no accountability for the governor of New York who stuck all these people in nursing home in a real tight community, and then it caused massive death. Right? They only got a slap on the wrist because there is no accountability.
People who trade their freedom for security deserve neither. That an old guy a long time ago, I think he's on our currency right now, said that.
I mean, look, bro, if y'all want to defend pornography, go ahead.
I'm not defending pornography. You're missing. This is the same thing as the flag
I think
burning.
you're missing my point, but we'll just go ahead and move on this one. We've been too long. So I'll just let you have it.
Want to go back to the Middle Ages?
Yes,
I don't even know.
We've given way too much air to pornography. At this point, people are probably looking up websites at this point.
They've logged off.
actually want to go back
for the record, because I've kind of beat this horse to death. I do not want to come off as if I am defending that. I think it's morally bad and should not happen, but I don't think the government is the solution to that problem.
All right, I can agree to that. I mean, all right, look, all I can say is that the banning of pornography is most likely never going to happen. But if it was to be set up, I would vote for it. I'd be like, hey, fuck it.
I mean, I would vote for it. I would vote for a pornography ban, but I would also understand that that's not going to solve the problem. And I would not be relying on that, like he was saying, as social safety net. I would not be relying on it because I know the government cannot cause problems, and I know it's going to create more problems than it solves.
Well, of course, there has to be. We got to put our own effort into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It only exists because there's people that are willing to pay for it. Remember that.
If the local community
because it's legal,
police themselves, that's fine. Local states and local communities have created prohibition against these things. It's just like dry areas. You have dry counties. So if that is the consensus of that local community, by all means. But yet again, when you want to do it on the mass level, you are eliminating choice that creates markets that will create criminality, because there's going to be it's illegal. There's a taboo attached to it, which wants to initiate the mind of curiosity. But yet again, if you were to train, hey, this exists. This is what is out here. You inform your children, you inform the youth, hey, you don't want to be looking at this because this is what can happen. And then you expose the studies. But yet again, you have to be an informed individual to be able to do that.
You want to know? Here's how I look at the naked female body. This is going to blow your mind. Before I got into medicine, it was taboo. It was, I have never seen a pair of breasts before. I want to go look that up. You know how many people's shirt I've cut off? You know how many people's I've gotten completely naked? It's completely dulled in my mind now. The taboo of it, my urge to go seek it out is gone. If you demystify it is. Trust me. When you've seen one dick, you've seen 1,000. When you've seen one pair of tits, you've seen 1,000. So it doesn't. The way forward is maybe educate kids about their bodies. Stop making it this. Oh, we're so scared of everything.
No, that's all I get. No, here's the thing. I'm all about the education. Let's just take the pornography out of it, and we would get better results with our children and overall relationships altogether.
Well, right.
So you're kind of it would be kind of playing a game of whack-a-mole, because you'd have to find another societal fucking deviation to go whack down. And if you education is power, right? If you educate people, you're going to get rid of that's what the DARE program attempted to do with drugs, was educate people, but it was more it turned into scaring people and making these drugs sound crazy, that people were willing to go try them because they wanted to see what this was all about. So
good point.
So I think that we don't have a regulation problem. We have fucking plenty of regulations. We have a culture problem. We have a society problem. And banning aspects of society is not going to fix your society problem. Because think about it. Let's say tomorrow you had your way.
I just can't see no good besides economics or money wise to keep porn around. And I mean,
all pornography is gone. Is in the United States is banned tomorrow. You know what you do? You get a VPN and go act like you're from fucking Mexico. And people are still accessing it. The website's still up.
No, here's the thing though. That now we're stopping, well, I would say kids from doing it. And if you're saying that kids are just gonna, not your average kid is not going out there downloading a VPN just to go watch porn.
Pause.
All right,
pause. You know, in school, remember when they had those content blockers on school?
Yeah.
Hold on those content blockers on school. You know how you got away with it at first? You put an HTTP and then you got rid of the S, and it defeated my privacy blocker. I got to play all the fun math games that I wanted to play because I knew how to get around it.
Your
it didn't
school
stop me
had
at all.
a
I just had to consciously go in and delete the
fucking
S out of HTTPS.
Your school had a shitty fucking content
And I got
blocker. That's all it took.
I found a way, and I wasn't even
Now, guys, look, all the examples you guys have given to me all has a positive. All I can flip it around and give it a positive effect. You just can't do that with pornography, sadly. You just can't do it.
That's
Besides,
the
if you wanna
bottom
talk
line
about the
argument.
economic reasons, or I don't even want to bring up women independence. I think honestly, it takes women away from the man, so that even
It
hurts
does.
women and the man even more.
I
So there
agree.
really is no
Everything you're
benefit.
saying, I agree with everything you're saying except for the solution to the problem. Everything you're saying is 100% right. There is no good porn. There's no fulfilling porn. You're absolutely right. But do you not trust yourself, or do you not believe in yourself as an
I wouldn't
individual
do this
more
for
than you believe in the
myself.
government?
I wouldn't do this for myself. I do it for the future
Exactly.
generation
So if
of
we had
children.
more people like you, i.e., the societal and the cultural issues with it, if we had more people like you, we would all be on a.
No,
We
bro.
wouldn't even need a law.
To be honest, I would ban it for the. Honestly, it's not going to help us. It's for the next generation. This would be a completely selfless act, or it should be a selfless act on all of us. We should understand that this should be for the next generation because we've seen how it's effed up the generation before me, then but that and the generation before that.
Well,
So it would be for the kids.
If you train it into
I
the
mean,
youth, right, that
until the
it's not
kids
a
get
taboo
curious
thing.
and then they create their own.
I mean, it's
fucking-
banned. Unless you out here trying to make kids curious about porn, Monty, we're good on that. But we're talking about the next generation, not the generation that grew up with it.
Did anybody ever
I
teach you
can't
how to
hear the
masturbate, or did you learn that
libertarian.
on your own?
Oh,
Exactly.
I can't hear the libertarian.
Exactly. You're
frame it
naturally
into the youth
curious
that it's
about your
not
body, and you're going to
taboo.
seek those things out.
You
I
can
didn't
frame
know
it-
what porn
Bro,
was
then go
until
get
I
you get a
Googled.
girlfriend. You don't go try to watch porn, or you go talk to girls.
But that's
You go outside. You be social. Why you got to go straight to the computer, Monty?
Exactly. What's the word you just used? Social, which is another word for society. Be more sociable.
I get that, but you damn near make it seem like, well, if we ban porn, they're gonna find another way. No, they're gonna go the fuck outside and go talk to some women.
Nay, I'll grant you that. You know what? I'll grant you that. I believe you are right. I believe that is a benefit of doing it. I don't think that's going to happen on a mass scale.
Oh, of course not. I get that.
It might.
And I don't think it will help us, our generation. Like we're cooked as far as acting. We're cooked.
Now, what do you define? Now, here's the next thing. What do you define as porn? If I send a naked picture to my wife, did I just break the law? That's pornography. That's pornography.
Nah, we'd have to break it down to a perfect sense, though. At this point,
you can't.
So
though.
Yeah, you can.
Actually, yeah, you can.
So you say any video argue that. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Wait, so what would be described as porn?
Where does that line end? So if my girlfriend breaks up with me, am I supposed to immediately go and delete all of her stuff because I don't have her consent to have those pictures anymore? That is the right thing to do, and it's illegal. It's already illegal to go post those things.
Mm-hmm.
But where are you now a felon because you're in possession of somebody's pictures that you couldn't have deleted fast enough?
No, that's making your own
Technically,
porn.
it's still
I'm
a
talking
law.
about going out there and like
Who do you
trying to
think
go
makes
online,
porn?
consume it, download it. No, you're not trying to sell it.
No,
bro,
no,
that's
you're not
personal. That's like a home movie of that, bro. That's what your parents used to do back in the day with the camcorder. We didn't really consider that porn. That was a whole movie.
Where do you
That's a whole
think,
movie right there, man.
where do you think the porn market came from?
Bro, because they tried to sell it. That's if you made it banned, that would never happen.
So banning the sale of production? Porn
There
was
was
free.
an interest to find out what.
Bro, no, it's not. I mean, you're not your information.
I mean, but where do you define as valuable? So if I don't define it as valuable, does it make it free?
And then they
You see what I'm saying? You get into a slippery slope of how do you actually give people the freedom to do what they should be allowed to do anyway and regulate it. You can't. The two cannot coexist. So I think focusing on society is the harder thing to do. I agree, but it is the thing that's actually going to give a lasting impact and a lasting better result. Sorry, I've beaten this horse to death. I'm going to let you go for go on.
All right, Evan. Yo, Gaming, did you want to say anything? Or are you good? All right then.
Man, I done beat the battle to death.
I know, bro. Honestly, but we're good.
I'll put my 2 cents in. I don't actually have a lot to say on opinion about.
He got silent. Are we gonna play the video?
But I do have an observation.
Here, I just.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Has anybody been able to hear me over the last 30 minutes?
Set.
Yo.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah. Oh, I think Monty's thing went out again.
Okay, so
I can hear you. I can't hear. I can hear you if you can hear me.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Mic check. Mic check.
I can't hear anybody else on the panel.
Seth, can you hear me?
Mic
Yeah,
check.
I can hear you, Libertarian.
Hold on. I'm gonna back out and come back in because I can
Nice.
only hear Set and I can't hear the video.
Hey, Seth, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So I was trying to say something about the whole what Monty's little question was, and basically, it's not considered porn if you're sending intimate, explicit photos between you and your partner. Now, if your partner breaks up, and the key word is consent, and a lot of people like to throw that out the window. It has to be consenting, sexually explicit photos. That we already have a concrete definition of what porn is: sexually explicit material. If two consenting adults, keyword consenting, are sending things like that between each other, if they break up or get divorced, there is a duty on whoever has what material to properly dispose of, i.e. delete it or destroy it if it's like physical material. These laws are actually...
Oh, my bad. But you actually, there's a definition for porn. One, there's the first definition, which is pornography, which would be called hardcore porn. And then the second definition is a televised program, magazine, book, etc., that are regarded as empathizing the sensuous or sensational aspect of non-sexual subject and stimulating a compulsive interest in their audience. So that would be considered pornography. So it's not just, you handing over a naked photo.
I know, but I'm saying for the sake of what Monty was saying. So there are already laws on the books to handle that situation, and yeah, you have to delete those upon request. It's the law, and if you don't and you're caught with them, then yes, it is considered a felony at that point. There are plenty of...
Pause. So, based off of the definition that Set just gave out, are we not allowed to have sex scenes in movies anymore? Are we not allowed to have breasts on TV anymore? Because all of those are...
hold on now. It depends how crazy the sex scene is, though. Let's be honest. Are we talking about Game of Thrones sex scene or 1990s?
So the Federal Communications Commissions, or the FCC, actually got together with the federal government on that exact question, which is how they came out with the ESRB rating and the movie theater rating.
So we don't have things in place to stop that. That's mass produced and sold to the masses on a legal means.
I just said that they already got together with the federal government to answer that question, and
That's why
technically
there's disclaimers on videos if they're distributed. You have the disclaimer. This is in compliance with X, Y, and Z.
So at that junction, we'd have to get rid of all those things because the definition of porn is one thing, and you want to ban porn. So your season 1, episode 1 copy of Game of Thrones is now illegal material.
I've never even seen Game of Thrones, so I could care less.
It's not only porn. I believe it's also incest, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
the first scene in the show.
All right, I'll give you that. We would have to water down.
Is that a goblin? Is this another Goblin Slayer?
Well, let's be hold on now. You don't really gotta go all out on the sex scenes like that, though, do you?
But that's
back in the day, it used to be a whole bunch of kissing, and then you fast forward to them sleeping in bed. That was now they done made it a bit extra.
So yet again, this goes back to my original point of training the youth. So once
you
take away the taboo edition, right? You change the mentality, the mindset. Eventually, society gravitates to a general consensus that they no longer look at the human body as a sexual object at all times. Now, when it's a taboo sexual object at all times, it creates the situation that we have now. I'm not saying that pornography is good. I'm not saying pornography is bad. I'm saying that if you train the taboo out of that situation, you can generally change society. But yet again, we have bad actors all the time that do criminal shit that is not agreed upon. And we have people that do horrible things to other human beings. If you can change the mindset and the supply of that, right? If you can, well, not the supply. If you change the demand, you change the supply. If there's no longer a demand for it, then nobody's going to supply it.
No one's going to make money. And I agree. I agree with that. Like I said, I agree with that. I don't think porn is either good or bad. I think it does bad things to human emotion. But you cannot regulate that out of society. You have to change the society. And I'm sorry, the government cannot change societal perception. That is between me and my wife and my daughter, between you, your wife, and your kid. And
But you
you know
all
that.
have been influenced by the government changing those societies.
No, we haven't.
I don't think
No,
so.
I'm
I think
not
that's
saying that like you specifically, but I'm saying on a macro level, most people have.
I would say that if we look at society in general, I think that we've been manipulated by governmental institutions to have a mass thought process, and usually that's in urban communities. Now, if we look at higher society, right, that's all private education. Those systems are designed differently. Then if you look at homeschooling educations, those systems are designed differently. I think which system you participate creates certain outcomes. Now, if we can change how we train our youth, I think we solve a lot of our problems moving forward. But yet again, you have to change the mentality of I'm not more superior than another group. If you want to be a groyper, if you want to be a white supremacist, if you want to be this, if you want to be that, you have the ability to go live in those communities. But yet again, you have to tolerate everybody else. And that's just the way that this society, as the Constitution was written, was your.
You mean to tell me I gotta tolerate these Negroes?
That's your.
Oh my God!
So yet again, most people that act a certain way congregate together anyway. That's, I mean, you have certain people that get caught in the crossfire, but usually the people that congregate together, that's their community. You have people that isolate, whether it's from the region that they come from when they immigrate, or it's how they were raised. Right? The people.
Seth, why was I put in timeout?
Lunatic is talking. Wait, you can't hear him?
Nah, I can't hear him at all. Like,
yeah,
he might have to turn his.
You were talking over him. That's the only reason why.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
You put me in timeout too.
Oh,
I could barely hear him as well. So, but I have myself muted.
I know that's the only way we could hear him though. Is if I was able to mute you guys, then everybody could hear him. But don't worry.
I thought it was because of what. I thought it was because of what I said.
Oh no, come on! You know I don't care when you do that.
I thought it was because of what he said too. I thought you thought it was me. So you got rid of me. I was like, damn.
I was like, damn, I got put in timeout.
But all right, guys. Actually, let's go ahead and get right back to the video because I said this about 3 goddamn times. So we're just gonna play
the 1800s. But I think that we have definitely just gone so far in the opposite direction where anyone can recognize you go into the city square and it's nudity, weed, public intoxication, public displays of affection. And by that, I mean, in some cases, people are having sex openly in public.
Oh, and Monty, you won the crowd on that one. Should we ban porn? Yes or no? Out of 47 votes, 43% voted yes, 57% voted no. You effing gooners. You effing pervert. I'm just playing.
I told you it's a society problem, and that
bro. Y'all have fucking gooning addiction, bro.
Man, find Jesus, man. But good job, Monty.
Jesus.
I'll give you that one.
I wish I would have lost that because then I could have conceded my point and been like, okay, maybe it's not society. It is society. And they didn't
a lot of people do.
They
watch
didn't
porn.
agree with me. They just said I want to fap to Pornhub. That's what they're saying.
They said they didn't agree with you, Monty. Like they agree with Monty not only because you were cooking, but because they want to keep their, Pornhub.
Yes, and that was my point. That I'm glad you ran a poll. I didn't know you ran a poll on that, but that proves what I'm saying. You can't even create the law because society won't allow it.
Good point. All right.
Like people are naked protesting in Portland. And this is not a decent society we want to live in. And I agree that once it crosses into scandalizing others, children, it's offending other people, trespassing on the commons, I think that does then become subject to the law.
Yeah.
And I like what you said even about that slippery slope. They talk about the privacy of their own homes. It's sort of paradoxical because they were never arguing for discretion. They were never arguing for let us be private. It was always, and whether it was homosexuals or anything for that matter, They wanted to bring it out into the public.
Correct.
And for it to be tolerated, openly acknowledged. And so it's sort of strange because that's the argument people always use is, well, what about privacy? I don't think anyone has a problem with discretion and privacy. They have a problem with what it is now, which is loud and proud, public, vulgar for the sake of it, transgressive and offensive, provocative for the sake of it. And why would a decent society tolerate that?
And predatory.
Yes.
With children.
Thank you. So,
malevolent.
Set.
I agree.
I agree with him 100%. I don't think we should be putting, porn scenes up on, in Times Square while the ball's dropping. It should be a deeply personal and intimate thing. Like you should still feel shame in it. But it should not be allowed in public. Like we should not have drag shows for kids.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
well, what about
we
Sam
can
Smith at whatever award he's sang at, and he's wearing, fishnets with, you know what I mean? It's like,
But that
He
was
should be
demonic as hell.
he should be locked up. He's a fucking
tolerable,
predator.
But hold on, Lunatic Liberal, see if you could turn your mic up a little bit. You are coming in a bit low.
I don't know what's going on. I'm speaking right into my device. I'm not using because once I was
What kind of phone do you have?
I'm speaking to you on an iPad.
That's the problem.
Oh, that answers it.
No,
You have a
We
set
don't
of
leave him and
headphones?
his iPad alone, okay? Maybe he just has squinty eyes and he needs to be able to see things in a bigger perspective.
You try to call him Asian? Does he look like he eats dog to you?
Oh my God!
He don't look
All right.
yellow.
All right, the game is going on. The game is getting a bit unhinged. Let's keep it going.
Last thing that I would do, like as I would absolutely call myself a Christian nationalist, and I helped with a group of guys and writing a statement on Christian nationalism a few years back. Last thing that I would do, there's a million things, but big macro picture. So legislation, laws, we've talked about that. I think one of the not so rare, sadly, founders L's is I think they should have more explicitly named the Lord Jesus Christ. And so I actually like the Constitution. I don't think that we can. I'm not hopeful that we can get back to it. That'd be great to just Constitution even harder, but it just hasn't been working out for us for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're going to be able to just vote our way out of it. I think if history, is any bearing, I think something else is going to happen. But I do like the Constitution. I think you would have to get back to authorial intent with the First Amendment and those kinds of things, like Congress shall make no religion. So Congress at a federal level, no, I don't think that the state can come and say, we're going to have a national church and it's going to be this particular stream. It's going to be Episcopalian, and all the Presbyterians and all the Catholics and all the Baptists are going to be punished. I think that's un-American. And I think that was probably included in the realm of thought of the founders. But what was probably not their authorial intent that they weren't thinking about at all, I don't think they could even conceive of like millions of Hindus. You know what I mean?
Right.
Millions of Muslims. When the First Amendment was written, I don't think they were saying, we want to make sure that in Minnesota, an entire town could be overrun by Muslims, and they could set up, statues and have prayer sirens and calls to pray. If they knew that was going to happen, I think
I'm glad you said I think and not I know, because like I said,
Shout out to the Somalis. Got to set up a daycare. Get that fun, boy.
But yeah, like I said, though, there's a freedom of religion for a reason, my man. So I get you guys want to be upset about Muslims having their place in America, but let's make sure we're consistent and get mad at, the Jews, Chinese, Mexicans. I mean,
I don't like all of them spear
Can you hear me better?
chucking.
Huh?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me
Now,
better?
what race?
Okay, good.
What race are you?
I'm Puerto Rican and white.
Hey,
he's regular white. Damn, bro.
Puerto Rican.
I am.
And that's funny that I think it's funny that you make that statement, because it's common to disregard that side of my my genetic code, but I mean,
No,
yeah.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you say Puerto Rican and white. I thought you said regular white.
Yeah, I had to correct you on that. I was like, I'm pretty sure he said Puerto Rican, but all right, yo, lunatic liberal. So now you can go ahead and cook. Now we can hear you.
Well, I mean, yet again, if we can train the youth to get past that mindset of this is a taboo thing, your physical structure should be, you should understand your physical structure anyway, so that you can understand your nutrition factors that are needed. This is all stuff that should be trained into you, but yet again, society has decided they wanted to subcontract that responsibility to outside entities. They haven't taken self accountability. They want now societal accountability because of the systems that society has created, which I believe are just absolute facades of security. I think that unless you create your own security, which, you know, most people that are independently secure are usually have pretty good convictions that they live their life by. They have a pretty good understanding of their moral compass because they practice it every day. I think that people nowadays have created more hypocrisy than anything else, and then they hide behind religion. And like I said, I'm not a monotheist. I practice a polytheistic mindset. So it's like it depends on where your conviction lies, and it doesn't matter if you're a Hindu, Jewish, a Taoist, you're Muslim. I don't think really the title really matters. It depends on the conviction in the individual.
All right, more on their character, basically. All right. I mean, when anybody else have a problem?
Well, I mean, how many atrocities throughout history are based on a religious aspect? You know, you can look at the Salem witch trials. You can look.
Yeah, but once you say that, people start picking and choosing which religion
Correct,
they want to
and-
bastardize.
Well, and
I'm gonna
you
be
know, you can
honest.
go back to
All
the Muslim
religions are
slave trade.
guilty of it.
Well, right. You can go back to the. You can go back to the Muslim slave trade when you know, the Muslims controlled Spain and Western Europe. You can go back to, you know, any societal system.
But Set denies that ever happened.
What? No,
Well,
I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but yet again, I'm not saying that there's anyone that's had something more superior. I think we have the intellect to be able to use, you know, 2026 to be able to say, hey, we can tolerate each other. We can, yet again, we can congregate where we want. Yet again, there is the base moral thing that, yeah, murder, rape, you know, violence upon other individuals is unacceptable. People have, but yet again, we've allowed the mindset of, well, street gangs were originally assigned to protect community from policy enforcers because of racial background or social economic background. Then that gets perverted into what we have today. I'm not. Everything starts off with good intention, especially laws. They start off with good intention. But yet again, because enforcement and accountability goes into our specific local community and the individual, you know, once you take away accountability, there is no structure there. And I think people lack accountability, and then they want to point fingers. You know, I think Michael Jackson said it. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. You know, and I think people need to get back to that mindset.
And he kind of said it the best. Like, people in this society do love to dodge accountability or try to problem avoid.
Usually just dodge
Because-
accountability.
Yeah. They're constantly trying to well, if it was this way or because of this, it's not on me. Or because my parents did this, it's not on me.
Or I was born in this way. And not to
Yeah.
take it off course, but I hear that a lot from the left, and that is the one thing that is like fucking irritates me. Sorry for cussing. It was like, yo, it irritates me because I'm born into a statistic. I am what I would consider to be a liberal's wet dream. A tri-minority who's had it rough, and I just own my crap. And I'm pretty sure all of you guys owned all of your crap, and y'all kept pushing forward. But now in today's society, it's become the hot new thing to be a victimizer be victimized or be marginalized.
Yeah.
Well, Nick
There's
Fuentes is
always
using that right now.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
The First Amendment would look a little bit different, you know? So when they say freedom of religion and those kinds of things, I think, I've read even some commentators on that, like early commentators. It was freedom in regards to various expressions of worship toward our common Lord.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
It would have said that if
Catholics
it did, though.
and Protestants wouldn't kill each other. That Baptists and Presbyterians wouldn't try to drown each other. I don't think it was so that millions of Muslims can live here and worship a sand demon.
Right.
I don't think that's what it is. So
Whoa, bro, chill with that one. Because people who talk
If
like this
that's
about
a slur-
Islam don't know nothing about it. Like,
Is
yo,
that a slur? Can that be categorized as a slur?
As a
It's the
sand
same one
demon,
as the
like,
other one.
bro?
Sand, that's different.
That's
Sand demons.
I mean, it's funny, but it's like, all right, bro. Obviously, you know nothing about Islam, but
Well,
all
he's using language to initiate an emotional response. So he's using language to try and manipulate his audience to either have a negative or a positive emotional response. Because that's how people are programmed now. They want to incite an emotional, and usually that's what catches people. Then they get thrown off
We
the rails
paused the
either
video, so
because
it caught us.
right. Well, you either really agree with it or you really think of it in a negative fashion. And I think that, if we can get past of why if we look past of why he's doing it, then we're missing the point.
I think he's doing it. I'm be right on to you. He's trying to do this to demonize a group of people to make them believe, to make other people believe that they're worshiping a sand demon. He's doing it to low key throw a whole group of people or a whole religion under the bus. I have no idea why though.
And he's presuming to try to decode the First Amendment, which if you try to do that and you don't accept it on its face and you try to look for deeper meaning into it, it's the same thing people do with the Second Amendment. And I fucking hate it. They would have wrote it that way if they fucking wanted it to be that way.
right. That's
They
kind of
didn't
the
just
beauty
write
of
this in their basement at 2:00 in the morning. They fought a war and they're like, what should we put in this? And had a whole congregation of people like me, you, Tove, all common fucking people sitting here arguing back and forth and settled on that. It wasn't we like everybody's religion except for everybody but ours. That's not what they said.
Yeah.
They were highly
That's kind of.
Go ahead, Toph.
I was gonna say that's the beauty of the Constitution and the amendments is that, and what was the genius of our founding fathers is because they didn't know. They wrote it in a way so that it would encompass all, because they
It's a
didn't
living,
know what
breathing
would happen.
document.
Yeah, they didn't know what the future would bring. They didn't know about AR-15 they didn't know about the high-powered rifles. They didn't know any of that. So they wrote it in a way so that it would encompass everything that happens in the future when they were not here to
settle the debate.
Settle the debate. Exactly.
To be quite honest, I
the
think they
end
were
to
pretty.
any of those debates, it would be.
I think the forefathers are wise enough to
That it
encompass
would not be
everything.
debated.
They were highly educated and they
And no, this is the reason why I say that, because remember what it was for, to fight back against a tyrannical government. I mean, don't you think that tyrannical government is also going to have guns too? So what the hell? Like, if the whole purpose of the Second Amendment was to go against a tyrannical government, what the hell we look like taking away the only weapon that puts us on par with our government?
I think we should have intercontinental ballistic missiles, baby.
Well, if you look at what we have now, right? People have been entrenched in giving their security to an outside entity known as either the sheriff's office or the police department or public safety, and that is a slow response system, and we have laws on the books that say that the policy of the police is to protect themselves before they protect the citizens. Yep. That's absolutely in their doctrine. So when we look at the sheriff's department, though, they have to swear an oath to the Constitution. So is local policy enforcement better for society versus the sheriff's department? Now, the sheriff's department, I think, has been downgraded because they wanted localized policing, right? Well,
Yep.
localized policing then became perverted to where now they enforce ordinances and, well, you
Oh
make too
man, I
much
love
noise at
this
this certain
guy.
time. And, and it's like, well, now we're going to dictate the entire structure of your life and everything that you do. You can't cross the street this way because now you're jaywalking. You cannot fart in public because it's a public nuisance. You can actually be fined for that. There's a monetary incentive for me to police your actions. And then I'm going to put out a big propaganda campaign that says, well, hopefully if I don't catch you, your neighbor is going to catch you. And then he's going to report you to me, and then I can collect a tax on you. And that's all it is another tax. It's either a tax of your monetary value or it's a tax of your time on this plane. So why? It's kind of crazy. I personally believe in the Wild Wild West situation where everybody was trained with a firearm, and if you wanted mutual assured destruction, there was mutual combat, and then if you lost, well, you lost, and then everybody went about their merry day.
And if you were willing to go to the mat over that, oh my God, I love you more and more every time you open your mouth.
Well, but yet again, this is actually programmed into street gangs. This is actually programmed into street gangs. So where am I getting it wrong to where I want to apply it as a legal citizen? I want the ability to own firearms, be very, very well trained in them, and then if somebody is challenging me or trying to inflict harm upon me or impose their will upon me, then they can FAFO, and then the consequences, well, it's not settled in a court dispute. No, it's mutually assured destruction. That's why I love mutual combat states where you can put down your firearms. You can have the police standing right there. As soon as somebody hits the ground, it's over. But yet again, you settled it and it's over. Yet again, people are afraid to get hit in the mouth now because they have no accountability. They have no accountability.
All right, guys.
So the perpetual motion is the problem. It's a perpetual problem.
All right, shout out.
Get back to authorial
You
intent.
cooking, my friend. You could.
And
Set, I
most would
challenge
like
you
the
to a duel at noon.
First 10 amendments are pretty good. Some of the latter ones I'd like to revisit, But last thing though is I do think like a preamble. I would love to see like the Nicene Creed adopted as a preamble to the Constitution, where we are. And I like creeds. I like confessions. I like the Westminster. I like the 1689. But I like creedal. Because it's more encompassing. A creed is precisely specific enough to where no non-Christian can affirm it, but also intentionally general enough to where the Christians don't turn on each other.
Right.
Like you like the Nicene Creed.
I do.
I like the Nicene Creed. So that seems like a good, right before we get to the Constitution, let's start with that. Name the Lord Jesus Christ. Then let's have the first 10 amendments and the actual authorial intent. Let's maybe get rid of a few of the latter ones or amend them. And, and then let's actually legislate not a deep police state, but with gradations and using prudence and also compassion and recognizing that the first table of the law, actually some of those things are not just sins, but crimes. And then other things are just sins and the state has no business in it. And by God, we could have our home again. It'd be really nice. So that's, to me, Christian nationalism, America first. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes. I call myself America first because when we talk about who we are, what is our grouping, people tend to say we're conservative or right wing.
Right.
And I heard that my whole life. And I always identified as a conservative or libertarian or right wing or something. And these are terms that increasingly don't really have meaning. What actually does that mean? And people have to ask themselves, what is a conservative? Because now we're being told it's conservative to be a religious pluralist in favor of multiracialism, it's like, so what actually, people ask, are we even conserving or serious about conserving? And then people get to something like, well, being a conservative is being a liberal. It's being a right liberal, a classical liberal.
Right.
It's like, okay, so is conservatism even a tangible thing? And I look at myself in the context of what has happened in the past 30 years, which is globalization, and the globalization of the government with the supranational institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the United Nations, these institutions that sit on top of our government, as well as the influence of foreign interests, multinational corporations, foreign intelligence agencies, the globalization of the population with open borders, immigrants pouring in. And this is even to your point about the intention of the Constitution. Was it intended for there to be millions of Indians, Chinese, and foreigners here? The answer is no. We're becoming globalized in terms of the demographics and the globalization of the economy through free trade, which is the interdependence of the United States with China, Mexico, Canada, these supply chains which make us dependent on other countries. And so it's in the context of globalization that I don't feel like a conservative, where they're preoccupied with limiting the size of government or vague appeals to family values, which become more vague and generic all the time. You could say that 20 years ago, to be conservative was to be Christian. Now in 2025, if you ask Turning Point USA, they say it's ethical monotheism. They have to say that to accommodate Jews, Muslims, Hindus.
That's terrible.
Right?
I mean, but can't they have conservative values as well? Like, conservative values don't just exist within Christianity. I mean, actually, I'll be real with you. Muslims are more conservative than Christians, in my opinion.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But we are not conservative in the Americanized sense of it does not mean that you're a fucking Orthodox Christian. He's wrong about that. Conservative in the American light means we conserve American values. And one of those values used to be Christianity. So he's completely off point when he's saying he's basing the religion on the values, and it was not that way. It was the values instilled by the religion.
It's
Well,
like
we also have
arguably 100 years.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say another thing that we have to understand is that what has been the downfall of the Christian or the Catholic religion? It's been the controversies and the atrocities that they committed against children, where priests were raping children and then just being put in another archdiocese and then doing it again, and then reposition and doing it again. And it's the problems that destroyed the centralized Catholic Church, I think, in the United States. But also, if we go even further back in history, as the frontier was being conquered, what did Christian schools do to natives as far as eliminating their language and beating them into believing their way of life? Like, I think that, we have to look at things for what they truly are and not the conflated program trumpeting that makes us more superior than another group.
I agree. All right, let's keep going.
Go. Maybe it was Presbyterian or Episcopalian, like a very American denomination. Then it became like, well, we're one nation under God, Christian God. Now it's like ethical monotheism. I wonder what it'll be like in 100 years when we have like polytheism and pagans. It'll just be like all they'd be like deists or something.
Can I address what he just said real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when he says one nation under God, when they wrote that you have freedom of religion, they understood that you had a moral code that you live by or a moral compass under that religious training. So they understood that you could have a moral compass, and it didn't have to relate under God as far as just one portion of religion. You have the freedom of practicing whatever religion you wanted. They understood the morality that you practice was the general consensus. That moral code, that murder, rape, and violence upon each other was a negative and detrimental form of society. And that's what I think they get really, really screwed up when they talk about the Christian faith was the God that we're under when they founded this country.
I look at conservatives as basically they're just not speaking the same language anymore. It doesn't seem to have a hard definition. It doesn't seem to have answers for the actual problems affecting real Americans. I said, so my real ideology, which is something I was searching for in 2016 when Trump was elected, when Trump ran in 16, he didn't say I'm the most conservative. He didn't say I'm the most right wing or the most Republican. He said, I'm America first.
Right.
He said, this is about globalism and nationalism, not liberals and conservatives, Democrats and Republicans. It's about globalists, internationalists, and nationalists, people that want to put the American people first. And in his inaugural, that's where I got the name of my show. And just funny story, when I started my show with Right Side Broadcasting Network, they asked me what I wanted to call the show. And my first instinct was the Nicholas J. Fuentes Show. And they said, well, that's too long. No one knows who you are. No one knows your name. I was like, okay. They said, so you need something shorter, something different. And I really had no idea. A month later, Trump gave his inaugural. And in the inaugural, he said, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first.
Yeah.
And I heard that and I said, that's it. Like that. And it's because that really encapsulates who we are. When I say we and like our kind of people and they, the people that are against us, it's those that that have a sense of American identity, that it's about the American people and their history, their heritage, going all the way back even before the founding, before the settlement of the North American continent, where we come from, who we really are, and putting that first, that's the priority, explicitly identifying as Americans. And even, what was the point of the border wall? Yes, it's to keep foreigners out. But I thought it was bigger than that. It was a tangible representation that said, this is America. That is the rest of the world. It gave us definition in a physical way. And I said, that's who I am. I'm America first. And that's something that Ben Shapiro could not claim.
Right.
The Democrats could not claim. You could even say the capitalist class. And by those, not to sound communist, but the wealthy, the owners, the people that own the multinational corporations, and they live everywhere. You know, they have houses in Europe and Asia and America. They do business everywhere. They could not even call themselves America first. So whether
because typically you think it's conservative and liberals, you know, and conservative over here, it's free trade, capitalism, you know, like, and so, you know, or like a Ben Shapiro type, you know, he like, oh, he's one of us. And those were kind of the dividing lines. And we're like, how come things just keep getting worse and worse? Like, well, it's like, it's ping pong, but like both sides are really just two sides of the same coin. And you're right. Trump really, in a lot of ways, said like, the reason we keep losing is because both teams are against you. Both teams. Like that's not the paradigm, liberal conservative. The paradigm is the world or us.
You know? I'll give it to him. I say one of the main reasons why his first term went so bad and everybody kept turning on him was because he wasn't a war hawk. Now it seems like Trump learned his lesson, but in the wrong way. Instead of getting rid of all the war hawks, he's kind of playing into them. That's just what it seems right now. But I mean, all right, we're gonna go ahead and give closing thoughts because we are 7 hours and 30 minutes in, basically.
Hey, Set, check the super chats.
Ah, gotcha. Oh, shout out to Josh. He says, Set, is Mr. Paramedic a host? Oh, yeah, he's a host and contributor. So contributor and host. So pretty much, you know, if you're a contributor and you pay for the contributor package, you're automatically a host on the channel. You know, I send you the link before the show starts and all that good stuff. We get to go over how we're about to run the show and all that good stuff. So, you know, hey, the man pays good money for it. But yeah. Monty, who would you consider a contributor / host?
Hey, Monty's a good guy.
No, someone tried to tell me that I don't have to share every thought that crosses my mind. I was like, yeah, that's kind of what being a host entails.
Especially on a reaction channel.
Exactly.
Yeah. I do have a quick question for you, Seth. Did you see those short little clips I sent yesterday about the stuff going on in Columbus?
What was it, with the fraud or the Because I know there's been a lot of videos coming out of Columbus with the Somali daycares. Because trust me, we got them.
Wasn't just that, but apparently there's now a street that was named after the guy that led
the what was it? It was like a warlord or a terrorist or something.
Yeah, that, and then apparently there's been I don't know if this was
like
just
you gotta
in
understand, man.
Columbus.
We gotta remember, one, I'm in a liberal city, and like
Yeah.
two, let's be real, we kind of respect each other this way. It's like, I'm be real with you, the Christians stated themselves, the Muslims stated themselves, we have our churches that we live around, they have their mosques that they live around. It's kind of like we found our own like dominant areas in the city. And then of course, the white people move to the outskirts. And all around. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the craziest one I saw posted was that there was people going around and basically teasing at stores and pulling out wads of cash and saying, "You see this? You want some of this?" And basically teasing them that they got all this money and they're not doing anything for it.
I mean, to be honest with you, that's just what the Somali's been doing to troll like MAGA. To be honest with you, they probably did earn that money, but they're just trolling us because in their eyes, they think that we all think that they're scammers. Like every Somali's a scammer. That's how they think we think.
That's because that's how the left has portrayed this argument of Somalian fraud, is that we're trying to say all Somalis are fraudsters. Because they can't parse the difference in their idea, because they want to defriend the fraud because it gives them money.
Well, and it's all or nothing thinking. And anybody that's been through any psychological training, you never use all or nothing words. It's all of these people, or it's it's never this, or it's all, and that's all you hear out of the rhetoric. And I'm sorry, but a lot of the media that comes out is rhetoric. It's not. These articles that people post, and it's like, well, this was posted in it's listed as an opinion. Nothing is listed as any kind of like true factual kind of post anymore. It's all opinion, and that's how they protect themselves legally. Now, I don't know if anybody saw the legal cases. The Washington Post is controlled by the CIA, the NSA. All these accredited periodicals are just manipulation factors as far as information. The Hunter Biden laptop story that was a part of the New York Post should be a perfect example of that. The false sense of security in the economy. We should see what happened in 2008 with the housing crisis, and then what happened. The failures got bailed out with your money. So the playing in the face of the human populace in the United States is blatant. I think that our government is absolutely tyrannical. I think they're trying to eliminate the Second Amendment and the freedom of speech to isolate people into certain demographics, to create a caste system to where you can be canceled because we're going to go off a social credit system. It's going to be digitized, and we're going to be able to map and regulate your entire existence from the time you are conceived and the time until the time after you are dead. And it's crazy.
Yeah, it's and that I don't like a lot of where some of this is going. They're trying to play it off as a good thing, like the whole the chip financial chip that you get a chip put in your hand to pay for stuff.
RFID.
Yes, thank you. And that kind of stuff, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it sound like it's a good thing. But what does that open the door up for?
Oh, it's digital control.
Exactly.
Like in the tech space, they're already teaching us how to map out detailed biometrics and what that looks like in the tech space.
Yeah. It's even with the 23andMe, the ancestry.com, where you can send your DNA in to get where you find out what your nationalities are, where you came from, all that. That's all great, except now they've got a database of everybody's DNA that they are now using, which I do agree is also a good thing. that they've been able to solve crimes using that. But again, what does that open it up to?
Like I've said before, like there's some government agencies, like when you go through the airport and whatnot, don't use like the face scanners, and don't put your DNA out there, because in order for this CBDC system to work around the world, you need to map your physical DNA to your face. And that's why they're shutting off people's bank accounts in Singapore and Vietnam and Thailand and all that, because people are refusing to be mapped to a digital ID.
Yeah.
And in the, for science, because I love science, and I agree with everything both of you said, but I also like to say one benefit is tracking human evolution. It's shown us a lot about that. But also, new evidence always comes out, such as they found a chimpanzee human hybrid that's 7 million years old in kind of southeast Europe.
Yeah. Oh, they found quite a few different humanoid tribes that died out, hundreds of thousands to millions of years ago. There was a recent one about people that lived in the caves in one of the mountains. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what it was called, because I watched. Huh?
Denisovans?
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
The Denisovans.
So I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but you're seeing that they're finding more and more different types of humanoid people that died out. Billy, out. Go.
I think my favorite is the Homo floresiensis. Those are basically real life Hobbit people.
Where in the world has this conversation gone?
Well, okay, all right, we're closing down on that now.
I don't know. I don't know how it went there.
This is
wait.
That's not what I was going with, but
I'm gonna do one more shameless plug.
Oh no!
YouTube channel,
Oh yeah, guys, plug your channels.
My YouTube channel is gonna be up, and I'm gonna have my first live. Hopefully, I can try to run it concurrently with S.E.T, just so I can make sure I got the hang of this stuff before I go out on my own, if that's all right. But my YouTube channel is The Original Backyard Gaming. I have 2 of them. The one y'all usually see me on is the second one. That's going to be my political one. And then the profile that y'all see is going to be my more chill one, where I'm sitting up here, I'm gaming, or I'm providing funny commentary.
You always provide commentary.
I have a very modest channel. If you like seeing Portland riot type stuff and some very simple artificial intelligence, you can look up Maine Arbor.
All right.
I have interviews on my channel, The Lunatic Libertarian, from the last election cycle in 2022 with a lot of libertarian candidates. I'm shamelessly plugging a current candidate for the New York governor's position. His name is Larry Sharp. I implore everybody to go to his website, go check out his YouTube channels, go check out his policies. They're all over his website. And I think he's bringing real world solutions to current problems that don't eliminate the system immediately. But, I have a discussion that we did on his Rumble channel to talk about systems and breaking each system down as far as how our society operates and how we've really been manipulated into a divisive society where we know that we don't have to 100% agree to tolerate each other, but that seems to be now the coming mandate from society, is that you have to agree 100%. Otherwise, you're going to be ousted in a caste style system.
And
all right.
I'm gonna make a small announcement right here.
He's having a baby.
No, that already happened. I don't know if anybody knows about this guy. He's pretty known in the the gun community. His channel name is CRS Firearms.
Yep. I know him.
You know who he is? I'm going to have him on my show coming up very, very, very soon. We're still trying to work out the details of all that fun stuff. He just got released out of prison. If you look up Matthew Hoover or the United States government versus Matthew Hoover, you can find all the details of that case. And it is a whirlwind. We've been talking about First and Second Amendment issues all night long tonight. And this is one of those ones where if you weren't paying attention, some crazy stuff happened that has been allowed to happen under the Biden DOJ. That's hopefully going to be undone now. But I'm going to have him on to provide some commentary and give at least answer the questions I've had the entire time. And just go take a look at it. Watch out for that.
All right. Jump in the lookout.
All
right.
Well, it's not. Oh, I was gonna say, well, it's not started yet. I am possibly looking at nothing as cool, nothing as cool as what these guys are doing right now. But I've been asked by a few people to do a review channel because I get a bunch of stuff from Temu, and they're now asking me to start an actual channel where I give
fat ass
reviews on.
Not you.
What?
No,
That was
talking to this
perfect
cat.
timing in the worst way possible.
No, this cat is large and he meows like he's supposed to be on a diet. His body is oval.
I have the same kind of cat, but damn, dude, I was about to say, wait, what?
Fat ass. Damn.
Because he's looking at his bowl, meowing at me like I'm supposed to give a crap that he's like 30 pounds overweight and hungry.
All right, but hold on now. Let's finish.
So if I do it, it's probably going to be coming out. It's going to be starting it in the next month or so. I have a few people that are wanting to sponsor something like that. So if anybody else is interested in some of the, because I've noticed a higher quality of item coming from Temu since they already do get stuff from.
That's already the sponsors talking. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Not plugged by China or anything.
No, actually, most of my stuff is coming from because they're bringing in a lot more local store. Ebony, get down. They're bringing in a lot more local American stores, which is where I'm actually getting a lot of my stuff at, and I'm double checking before I agree to it. But yeah,
we got channel sponsors. Damn.
That is something I'm looking into doing. If anybody else is, if that's something anybody be interested in watching, let me know.
And all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down on this one, man. And all right, guys, well, I guess I'll go ahead and plug myself for a little bit. All right, guys, you can find me on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble, and Kick. We have been streaming live on all of those platforms, so appreciate the support. Shout out to the, I guess, about 63 so far on YouTube, 13 on X, about 3 on Twitch, and probably like the 5 on Rumble. I'm not even gonna. I don't feel like checking Kick.
But you got the advanced package of StreamYard. You can stream everywhere.
Oh yeah, up to 5.
Yeah.
So
nice.
Yeah. I know, guys. You've been on 5 different platforms, so
that's like $80 a month.
Thanks again for having me on the panel again. I appreciate you.
Oh man, no problem at all.
Thanks for messing with my social anxiety with that one.
Y'all have a good
Yeah,
one.
you guys too. Yes, have a good day.
All right,
y'all have a good one. I wasn't talking about you, Tove.
We're gonna leave on some wise words.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again,